about a couple of those. But people said Ruth Ginsburg is fairly liberal. And,
well, not if he asks liberals.
It really comes down to one issue. If a President Bush, for instance, appointed a conservative appeals court judge who had never ruled on an abortion issue or expressed an opinion on that, that conservative might get through. On the other hand, if he or she had come out strongly against abortion one way or another, it would be more difficult. And the same is probably true if Gore picked some arch-liberal who was pro-abortion, would have trouble.
Well, if Bush follows what he's been doing on the campaign trail, he certainly will choose someone who has absolutely no paper trail whatsoever on abortion.
Yeah, that's probably right. And the last time that someone named Bush did that, they named someone named Souter, and conservative Republicans have held that against George Bush ever since, and maybe held that more against him than almost anything else he ever did.
Well, except for reneging on his no new taxes pledge.
Right.
Do we know anything from exit polling at this time of the night about how the issue of abortion played in this election?
Not
Is
much.
there anything we've been able to dig through?
It was a non-issue, really.
I don't think there is an exit question on the subject. I've read through these and I haven't found it.
Despite all those ads by Planned Parenthood and so on that tried to tag Bush, blame him for being pro-life. Of course he is, but it didn't seem to hurt him at all. Quite the contrary.
We're talking. In Florida, we're confident they're counting. And that's why we're here, folks. And that's why it's 7 minutes after 1 a.m. We're still watching and waiting. Please do it with us. We'll be right back.
Fox News Channel Daytime. The whole story in context. Facts presented fairly. The issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテインメントが待っている。
Fox Wednesday。
夜9時、驚異のパワーを持つロシアの怪人。彼は本当に人間なのか。エクストラオーディナリー。夜10時。美しい妻には夫の知らない裏の顔があった。ジェームズ・スペイダー主演のサスペンススリラー「FOX ムービー水曜日に抱かれる女」。夜9時、ひょんなことからホーマーが宇宙飛行士に。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、留学生に恋したザンダー。でも正体はインカのミイラ。バキ恋する十字架。夜11時、記憶をなくした少女、宇宙人の仕業か X ファイル。夜9時、感染死亡率 100%。未知の病原体が人間を襲うミレニアム。夜10時、強烈な個性がリングで弾ける。これが噂のバトルエンターテイメント、ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテイメントが待っている。エクストラオーディナリー、FOX ムービー水曜日に抱かれる女。シンプソンズ、バフィー恋する十字架 X ファイル。ミレニアム、ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもうFOXしかない。
Welcome back. For those of you just joining us, you may not know that New York has a new senator, and her name is Hillary Rodham Clinton. This is what she had to say earlier this evening during her victory celebration.
I believe our nation owes every responsible citizen and every responsible family the tools that they need to make the most of their own lives. That's the basic bargain I'll do my best to honor in the United States Senate. And to those of you who did not support me, I want you to know that I will work in the Senate for you and for all New Yorkers. And to those of you who worked so hard and never lost faith, even in the toughest times, I offer you my undying gratitude. I will will work my heart out for you for the next 6 years. And I wouldn't be here if it weren't for the steady support of so many people. I want to thank Charlie Rangel, Nita Lowey, and the entire New York Democratic congressional delegation, my future colleagues.
Right now, I want to bring my colleague, Juan Williams, into the mix. Juan, it appears, we're going to put that graphic back up, that Hillary Rodham Clinton won by a much wider margin than a lot of the local polls seem to have indicated.
Exactly, Paula. One of the things that we noticed is how well she did in New York City, extraordinarily well, large turnout in the minority community, all for Hillary Clinton. It came as a little bit of a surprise, though, when you look upstate, when you look at the cities like Rochester, Utica, Albany, again, in those rather urban areas, but upstate New York, again, she had a large margin, and that is what you see accounting for the difference in her 55%, 43 as you see on the screen. A rather large victory given polls that indicated it was a much closer race. Rick Lazio did not have as much impact upstate as many of the political analysts had thought that he would by making the claim to be a New Yorker and someone who understood upstate New York's economic problems. The other factor here is that Hillary went on her listening tour after Rudolph Giuliani pulled out in May. And apparently that listening tour had more impact and was more persuasive for those upstaters than people thought. The other thing, of course, that's news around here tonight is Libby Pataki, the governor's wife, complaining that Giuliani really was dithering and wasted time and wasted a lot of goodwill on the part of Republicans and the opportunity for them to galvanize support behind Rick Lazio.
All right, Juan, I want you to stand by because we're going to quickly show part of John Corzine's, the New Jersey senator's victory speech as well. Let's listen in.
I believe that we're ahead at this juncture because we focused on making sure that Social Security and the Social Security...
Well, as you know, that's not John Corzine. The guy doesn't have a beard. We're going to come back to that later. That was, in fact, Mr. Ashcroft, was it not, of Missouri. So what do you think of Mr. Corzine's win? We know he spent, what, $60 million of his own fortune to, as some have alleged, buy this seat.
Well, the former CEO of Goldman Sachs has a lot more than that, Paul. He has a personal fortune of $400 million plus. And, you know, it's interesting. He used his money. He put his money on the line for the race. And in many respects, he is a liberal Democrat. But it's interesting, the New York Times decided that they would not endorse him, endorsed his Republican opponent because of the use of his personal funds. They felt it violated the sort of campaign finance limits that they would like to see put in place. But obviously, the voters in New Jersey did not share that and went heavily with Corzine.
All right, now you're going to see the only man with a beard, I think, who won a Senate race this time around. John Corzine speaks. Here's that victory speech.
I can only say that it is absolutely one of the greatest thrills of my life to be here, to be the next United States Senator for the state of New Jersey. From the bottom of my heart, I love you, and I look forward to being your senator every day for the next 6 years.
Mr. Corzine, of course, is inheriting Frank Lautenberg's seat. How do people expect him to get along in the Senate? And will he lead in the same kind of tradition that Frank Lautenberg did?
I think he will be a little bit more liberal than Lautenberg. You got to realize, I think, that his style is one of a CEO. He just wants to take charge. When he came into this contest on the Democratic side, he had to defeat former Governor Jim Florio. And he did so in a way that I think antagonized some of the Democrats in New Jersey who felt, gee whiz, who's this guy? He came out of nowhere, and he's just riding on his bucks. He's going to have to build some bridges within the party, and I think that he feels that basically in the way he ran his campaign, he can reach out to people, reach out to those who have felt somehow that the state was moving too conservative, especially under Governor Whitman, and I think that's going to be his appeal. Whether or not he has support in his own party is a good question, Paula.
All right, Juan Williams, thanks so much. Let's have our panel join in. Oh, actually, now we can make a call in the state of Nevada. We project that George W. Bush has won there with critical 4 electoral votes. Bill Kristol, how does this work out on paper now?
Well, if Bush wins Florida, he wins the presidency. No.
That's it.
That's it.
Like you said, he needed to take Florida in 1 state, and Gore needs to take Florida in 2 states.
And he just took 1 state, so now Bush needs Florida. Gore needs Florida plus 2. Bush could win by sweeping all the states out there that aren't Florida, the remaining, the New Mexico, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon. Be easier just to win Florida, I should think.
Mara?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I mean, we're sitting here waiting for Florida, and certainly for Vice President Gore, that's the whole game. Can't do it without it.
Mort? Nodding, nodding, nodding.
Well, aren't we expecting a pile of absentee votes to be dropped about 2 a.m.?
All right.
Maybe we'll know something then.
Further information on some of these states here. And looking at Iowa. Iowa, which is one of the states we still haven't called, indications are that Gore is leading there by 8,500 votes. That obviously is very small. We've called Nevada now for Bush. He'd been ahead by about 13,000. It was enough to make a call. New Mexico, recent tally had Gore up by 8,700 votes. These are, even in a state the size of New Mexico, even with much vote counted, 8,700 votes is not a huge margin. Wisconsin, Gore up by 4,700 votes. That's a very skimpy lead. Now, in Florida, we're going to, when I tell you that Bush is up, or was up recently by about 50,000 votes, that sounds like a lot compared to what we've been talking about. But, of course, Gore had been gaining. The lead had been 124,000, then down to about 103,000, then 100,000. Now that lead has been halved. Now, of course, we're getting toward the end of the vote tally down there, and so there is this Bush cushion, and will require quite, you know, as time goes on, it gets harder and harder to overtake him, but 50,000 votes is apparently not now insurmountable. And in Oregon, Mr. Bush was leading by 23,000 votes, up to 25,000 now. So how many electoral votes in Oregon, Bill?
7.
So that would only get him to, if he won Oregon, if he would have won Oregon, that would get him to, what, 253 and still leave the path open.
I think with Gore ahead in those other 3 states, even though Bush could reverse them, it just looks more and more like Florida is decisive.
Well, Wisconsin now, the latest information we have from Wisconsin, I'm told, is that Gore's lead is down to 1,400 votes. So that's 1,400 votes in a state that size at this late hour, 82% in. That could change 2 or 3 times before the night is over. So
Al Gore was definitely right when he said 1 vote per precinct could decide this election, and it looks like it's going to be even less than that.
That's right. I mean, it appears on paper that Gore has, I mean, Bush has more ways to win, and that's certainly true. And Florida would single-handedly seem in a position to put this thing at an end, but we're still waiting for Florida. We'll keep an eye on Florida to give you an idea of just how many precincts, what percentage of the vote is in. I wonder if our control room can give me a sense of that now, how many precincts are in. And of course, we'll want the same information as it comes, as we can get. 93% of Florida is in, Bush holding on to a 50,000 vote lead, but 7% of the remaining vote in a state the size of Florida, that lead is now down to 1 percentage point for Governor Bush. Is, you know, that's 1%'s a lot of votes in a state the size of Florida.
7% split, 4%, 3%, which has been the trend that we've been going for the last hour or two, and that's obviously the way the votes are coming in, about 60-40. Gore, you're just heading for an unbelievably small margin in a very, very large state.
Yeah, I mean, earlier tonight we had people who were part of our decision team were saying that, you know, the state of Florida would be decided by 3,000 votes, something like that, maybe as few as 1,000 votes. We could be here a while, and this could get
well, if what Mike Barone said earlier about overseas balloting from military people on aircraft carriers and so on, ships out at sea could be decided.
Look, I appreciate you saying that, but
we're not going to wait for that.
Now 19 minutes after 1 in the morning, and I don't think that the aircraft carriers of the world vote is going to come in time to take care of things tonight. So
explain the more. We're looking for closure here.
That's why we're looking for closure at 1:20 in the morning. So.
We're looking for some closure here with a commercial break. We're going to take a short one right here and continue on the other side.
Side 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000. From the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Power. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Power. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Nobody gives you more original live programming. The power of news to keep you up to date. Shows that go in-depth. Issues in context. Topics that matter to you. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V. 24時間 100% music. US, UK のトップヒット on air. Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch.
What does V stand for?
It's all about music.
Channel V.
Candidates are fond of saying that elections are about the future, and in terms of their effect, obviously they are, but that isn't always how everybody ends up campaigning, and that isn't always what sets the tone of the race. But how people think and feel about the future is an important factor, and Tony Snow has exit poll information and can give us a sense how this electorate felt about that. Tony?
Thanks, Britt. Well, the good news for George Bush and Al Gore is that people are pretty optimistic about the future. The bad news is they're pretty optimistic about the future at a time when a lot of folks on Wall Street and elsewhere think that we may be headed for an economic downturn. We asked, do you think the economy in the next year will get better, stay the same, or get worse? 75% of the public thinks it'll either stay the same or get better. When we take a longer view, how are your children? What kind of world are your children going to inherit? I'm sorry, we'll do the future of the stock market first. Are you worried or not worried? The stock market, people generally think, you know, the stock market's going to be okay. There are still a sizable portion, almost a little more than 2 in 5, who are worried about the stock market. What about the kids' future? What kind of world are you going to hand on to your kids? Once again, here you see 77% think that the life for the next generation is either going to be the same or better than it has been for us. And that is a pretty important barometer in terms of people's general sense of well-being. Finally, and this was taken before this endless election tonight, would you like your kid to be president? 66% said 31% said yes. My guess is tomorrow morning, if people are still bleary-eyed and awaiting a result, that number would get even higher.
All right, Tony, thanks very much. Let's take a look at the balance of power situation as best we can estimate it in the House of Representatives. Fox News projects, and a lot of results are not yet in, but we are estimating that when all is said and done, that the Republicans will control the House of Representatives by a margin of 222 to 211. If I'm not mistaken, the current balance is 223 to 210. That is simply a net change of what? One single vote, one single member in the House of Representatives. There are a couple of independents there, as you can see. That looks like what we've been talking about. This is turning out to be a continuity election. And let's bring Michael Barone and Juan Williams into the picture. Michael, is that roughly square with what you're seeing as well, 222 to 211?
Yeah, Brett, I don't know that one can think of any 4 elections in a row that have
that have ever had such a similar balance in the House of Representatives. You've got essentially, you know, within a few seats in the last 96, 98, and 2000. I think that, you know, that means it's going to be tough for the Republicans to get measures through. Whoever is president, it's going to be tough, and there will be occasions, as there were in this Congress, when large numbers of Republicans and large numbers of Democrats go across party lines. Britt, I think the other question is, if the Republicans, as seems likely now, continue to carry the House, what's the longer-term effect? For members like John Dingell, who has been longing to return to his position as chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, he's been a member of Congress now for 45 years, and his father was a member for 33 years before him. Is he going to decide to stick around, or is he going to say that Dick Gephardt gave his best shot in 2000 and it's now just time to pack it in? Gephardt will try and keep him there, but I think that one other factor is looming up, and that's redistricting. We haven't seen the legislative results yet, but redistricting looks like it'll be good for Republicans.
Michael, I'm going to have to ask you to hold that thought. We'll get back to you and Juan in just a few moments. Folks, you're watching continuing coverage of You Decide 2000 on Fox News. And that has become our trademark national popular vote graphic, Bush 49, Gore 48, Nader 2. As you can see, it isn't changing very much. At least it hasn't changed very much in that graphic. We may want to double check to make sure that graphic doesn't require some updating. Before we went away just a few moments ago, we were talking about the continuity that has existed and appears will continue to exist in the control of the House of Representatives over the past several elections. And we were talking to Michael Barone about that. Michael, I interrupted you. Let me let you pick it up where you were.
Well, the question, Britt, is looking down the road to redistricting which will come after the 2000 census. It'll be done in 2001, 2002, usually by state legislatures. If the Democrats will control that process in California, almost certainly they're going to keep the legislature, but Republicans will be controlling it in other places, and they're going to have probably some offsetting gains for Republicans in Texas, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania. That's depending on the legislative outcomes in those three states. And if that's the case, population changes, shifts to the Southwest and so forth will help the Repubs a little bit too. If that's the case, that means that it's going to be a little tougher for the Democrats to win in 2002, all other things being equal, than it was in 2000. And the question is, will they have the energy and the elan to continue to try and do it, or will a lot of the senior Democrats and the really adept politicians that Democrats have occupying many seats that are marginal for their party decide to remain in Congress?
All right, Michael, thank you very much. I want to talk to Juan Williams in just a second about the governor's lineup, because we're just now able to make a call in the governor's races. In the state of West Virginia, this race has been unbelievably close. We now see that Congressman Wise, the Democrat, has managed to defeat Cecil Underwood, the veteran Republican governor who has been a public figure and a politician in the state of West Virginia about since when the earth cooled. Let's go to Juan Williams for a sense of that race and of the overall gubernatorial lineup. Juan?
Well, Brett, what you're saying is there pretty much an evidence of the kind of shakeup that can take place in a state when the gubernatorial race was up. We don't have a clear picture, though, across the country of exactly how this thing is shifting. For the most part, they're holding right now, but we don't have a clear picture as to what the status is on the governor's races.
Very good, Juan. Thanks very much. What Michael was saying is obviously dependent to some degree, not just on governors, but also on the state legislatures, and that situation does not appear that it is in for any great change tonight, as far as we can tell so far. No great tide for either.
It's already a parity almost,
right?
Which is quite different than when Bill Clinton first came into office. The Democrats controlled most state legislatures. Now it's evenly split, and as Bill has been saying throughout the evening, I mean, this is a country that is absolutely in equipoise between the two parties. What kind of message that sends to the people who are going to be running Washington?
There is a scenario for a shakeup in the House of Representatives, which I don't think is going to come to pass, but it's worth talking about a little bit, and that is that moderates of the two parties could get together and try to elect someone other than Dennis Hastert Speaker. It's a long shot, but it's being talked about.
All right, that's good. That's good insight. Now, you may recall that Carl Cameron was a little cold when we last visited him in Austin. Well, the skies in the state of Texas, and that part of the state of Texas, have opened. And this is the scene down there now as people standing outside await the results from the state of Florida or wherever else it is that finally puts somebody or other over the top in this pressure. Carl Cameron, are you out there in that storm, buddy?
Hi, Britt. Well, we've got a little bit of shelter here under the on the press riser, and having been through an awful lot of New Hampshire and Iowa primary caucuses, this is pretty foul. I want to show you something here. This is Moira Hopkins, our intrepid sound person. Take a look at this. All night long, she's been in the parka, the cat. She's actually wearing socks on her hands as gloves. We were told earlier this evening the wind chill factor had it at about 20 below here in Austin, where, you know, most of us packed for thinking it was going to be summer weather. So it is just absolutely foul. One piece of somewhat almost news, George P. Bush, the governor's nephew, son of Jeb Bush, made an appearance a short time ago, and the crowd chant was, "We want Florida." Pretty much sums it up.
They want Florida's weather as well. I'll tell you, I lived in Texas, and I never remember it with the wind chill factor being 20
I never heard of such a thing.
It sounds like a tall Texas
let's
tale
see if this is let's see if this is a Republican reign or whether this falls on the Democrats alike. Well, that's Nashville, folks, where Jim Angle is. Hey, Jim, what's it like there? We don't have Jim. We just got pictures. Well, that'll work. Can't blame Jim if he's taking shelter. He's probably on the telephone with friends in Florida trying to find out what's going on. Couldn't blame him for that. All right. Okay. That gives us a sense of drenched people waiting for celebrations to begin that might not begin tonight. It's beginning to look like this might not get decided tonight.
I like the idea of Carl Cameron standing in the rain all night and endlessly complaining about the wind chill factor. Get tough, Carl.
Let's go over these numbers. We had Bush with a lead in the neighborhood of about 50,000 votes. Based on what we've been looking at the numbers, we know what's outstanding there. How likely is it that we'll be able to decide this? Or how possible is it that this could go into, you know, absentee ballots being counted from the 7 Cs?
Well, especially if those people on aircraft carriers make a difference. I mean, we're not going to get those tonight.
Let's see, Bill. What do you
Well, no, by my math, we are heading right towards even in Florida.
269.
We're going to have
if the trend holds,
5.75 million votes, something of that nature. And it's going to be within 0.1%.
Because the outstanding area continues to be, although, you know, something on the order of 85 or 90% are now in from that Miami Gold Coast area. Most of the north is in. That doesn't give Mr. Bush much room left to expand in areas where he is thought to be strong. So we can look forward to this 50,000 vote or whatever it is lead continuing to dwindle as the course of the night goes on. The only question is whether it would look at this. There you see it is now down to 2,660 to 2,600,000. That's about 28,000 votes, down from 50,000 as we go forward here. And let's bring in Michael Barone to discuss the likelihood of whether we're going to get this decided tonight, and if so, which way it might go, Michael.
Well, looking at those numbers, Britt, and sort of watching the boards as Bush margin has been going down, it appears that of the reported tabulated vote that we're getting in tonight, it's likely that Al Gore will be ahead in Florida. It's not clear how much he's going to be ahead. There will still be a couple other things out, at least according to the information we have from the Florida Division of Elections. There are about 10 counties which have not produced their absentee ballots yet and will presumably do so later. By my count, every one of those is a county that has delivered a margin for George W. Bush. So that would augment his vote, presumably somewhat. And then there's the case of the overseas and military vote that I've talked about. And of course, I think surveys that have been taken indicate that military vote would go very heavily for Republicans. The overseas vote, at least in past elections, has gone for Republicans as well. So that means that what it suggests to me is that we're going to see probably tonight a popular vote plurality for Al Gore in Florida, but not one that we can conclusively say can't be overturned by this imponderable and unknowable number of absentees and military ballots. Wow.
And when you say 10 counties have not delivered their votes and will have to produce them later, how much later are you estimating we're talking about here?
I don't have an answer to that question, Paul. I'm relying on these documents from the Department of State, and I hope I have interpreted them correctly.
Okay, Michael, we're going to take a brief break here and come back and continue to wait on the Sunshine State and Iowa and Wisconsin and Oregon.
Opinions. I have them, you have them. In fact, on any given subject, there are as many opinions as seats in this theater. And that's good, people speaking out, sharing ideas. But opinions are not the same as facts, and you should know the difference. And that's why at the Fox News Channel, we label all opinions right on your TV screen. And that should help you form your own opinion, so you can decide what's right and what's wrong.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith. Powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Combs, Paula Zahn. Powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Come first to Fox News for breaking news, exclusive stories that impact the world, unique, timely interviews that shape our nation. First on the scene with breaking news, continuous coverage from over 70 bureaus around the globe.
We're the only ones here who still have live pictures out.
Reporters, anchors, and correspondents that are first, fair, balanced. Powerful insight, powerful perspective, powerful news. Come first to Fox News for breaking news.
Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Fox Thursday.
ザンダーが恋した相手は
あなたが好き。
古代の眠りから覚めた美少女。
ウィローは大事だ。一番の友達さ。つまりキスを考える対象にはならない。
切ない思いは地獄のキスへと変わる。
よせ！生きたいなら俺の命を奪え。
バフィー恋する十字架木曜夜10時 on Fox。
Decide 2000, Election Night, live from Fox News Election Headquarters in New York. Brit Hume and Paula Zahn.
And welcome back to our coverage, which was called You Decide 2000. It has now become 6 people in search of a Sunshine State vote call. Still not able to make that call, but let's see if we can't just take a look at how things stand down in Florida. We know that 94% of the precincts have reported. You see Governor Bush holding on to a very slender lead. Probably, it may not even amount to 1% at this stage. It is something on the order of about 29,000 votes. And so let's look at that we're watching. And let's look also at the other states. We're still looking at the state of Iowa. We've got 94% of the precincts in there as well. Gore holding on to a narrow lead there, too close to call. Similar situation in New Mexico, Gore holding on to a narrow lead there. And we're waiting also for Wisconsin. That is dead even. 81% of the precincts in. No way we can identify a winner there. Similar situation in Oregon, a 3% lead for Bush, but only 57% of the precincts in. And last time we got a number on that, Bush was holding on to a lead of about 25,000 votes. With only 57% of precincts in, that isn't enough to where anybody can make any kind of a call. So that is what we're up against, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to follow the national election picture at this hour. Mr. Bush holding on to a slender 10 electoral vote lead, looking to get to 270 for somebody at some point.
At some point. That's the salient point. Mort, do you have any guesses when that might be?
Oh, could we possibly? Well, it looks like, I hate to say this, tomorrow. The next day, Thursday. Yes, exactly. This is unprecedented in an age when everything goes at the speed of light, right? Yeah. Electronic speed. Here we're going to have. We're back to the 19th century where people are. It's
hand counting of absentee
ballots. Exactly.
And you can't discount the fact that there might be challenges to some of these when you're in races that are this close, and especially when you have a situation like Missouri. I mean, there might be some challenges, which will prolong it even more.
Well, this is the most extraordinary political story, I suppose it's fair to say, that any of us had ever covered in the sense of the closeness of the race. It was pretty close in 1960, but it got down to basically 2 states at the end that were outstanding. That's about where we are now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Illinois in 1960, if 4,430 votes had switched in Illinois and 4,992 votes in Missouri, Nixon could have beaten Kennedy. And in 76, only 6,300 votes in Delaware, 5,600 votes in Ohio. So we're at a comparable levels here. I mean, if Florida's going to be decided by 5,000 votes or so.
I hope it's good information from either the
Somebody
Gore
from
or Bush
Florida just called Fred. We got our cell phones active here, folks. We're using every known means of modern communication to try to find out what's going on. So
you can take the call. That's fine, Mort. If it's from the Gore campaign, you can share it with us.
President? Mort had an engagement at 1:30 a.m. and they're wondering why it's late.
Mort had a late date, everybody, and he probably missed it, and she's sore.
You know, the one thing we haven't talked about lately is President Clinton. Now, try to imagine. Now, you know, we talked about the trauma that President Bush must be feeling right now. What can you imagine that is even waltzing through President Bush's mind?
He got 1 out of 3. He got 1 out of 3 tonight. He got his wife elected to the Senate in order to vindicate himself and validate his legacy and erase some of the sting of impeachment. He really needed to get the House back and to get Gore elected. Neither of them have happened yet. And he must be feeling a lot of mixed feelings. Certainly he feels like he could have run a better campaign than Gore.
Okay, folks, we're going to be hanging out here. Hang out with us. Meantime, we take a break. Be right back.
What? You got the tickets? You bet I'm there. I'll pick you up. Oh, wait a second. You know, I can't make it. No, I can't. Yeah, it's pretty important. I gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. There's Daddy's little girl.
Mother Nature takes her toll, raging against the elements. Fox News Channel is there, bringing you the updates. From the eye of the storms to the aftermath of destruction, make Fox News Channel your only source for complete and up-to-the-minute reports.
恋のゲームはもう終わり。悪女。
ピーターには近づかないでほしいわね。
アマンダ言い過ぎだぞ。
いざ。
実は前から君のようなチェスパートナーを探してたな。
プレイボーイ。
私を抱きしめたくなったんだろ。結婚してる。
気にしないよ。
男好き。
Okay, Paula, let's take a look, if we can, here at the latest we have on the raw vote, which is obviously going to be the basis of this, in the state of Florida. 2,670,800 and change for Gore, 2.708 for Bush. That is a slightly larger lead than Mr. Bush enjoyed just a short time ago. That's about 38,000 votes.
The only other thing that changed, of course, is the percentage of the precincts, and we're now up to 95%.
38,000 vote, with 5% still to report in a state the size of Florida certainly is not something that you can call. And of course, as Bill Kristol has pointed out, and we've noted earlier, the remaining precincts seem heavily to be in areas which Mr. Gore is carrying by about 3-2. So his lead continues gradually, somewhat jaggedly.
I must interrupt you because joining us on the telephone right now is Wisconsin Governor Tommy Thompson, who might be able to give us some more insights into what is going on in his state. Governor Thompson, can you hear us?
I certainly can, Paula. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Thanks for joining us. We had some information that Britt put together in Wisconsin just about 15 minutes ago showing...
Gore by, like, what, 1,400 votes or something like that out there? What is it now, Governor?
Well, right now we got 85% of the vote in, and Bush is up 9,000. And the counties that are left appear that they'll be going for Bush. So I think it's safe to assume that we're going to be able to pull out Wisconsin for a Bush victory.
Okay, when you say the counties left appear to be going for Bush, what indication do you have of that happening so far?
The tabulations in those counties and the precincts we got from them indicate that they are Republican leaning, and they're areas that I've carried well in the past, and I think they're the ones that will put Bush over the top. And we're up 9,000 votes with about 85% of the vote counted.
So 85% of the vote in your state, Governor, amounts to how many votes?
We're over 2 million, which is the largest vote we've ever had in the history of the state.
So if you've got 15% of left to come in with about, now of course 85% is 85% of precincts, right? It's not 85% of your estimated raw number of votes. So those
right.
50, what do you,
85% of the precincts.
So what kind of number do you estimate that 15% of precincts would account for? How many votes, just if you can?
They're the rural areas, so they will not be as heavy as far as votes. So we think the 9,000 votes are going to hold up.
All right. Well, Governor Thompson, that's. Have you told this information to the people in Austin, or are they all? Or I'm sure they're eager to hear from you. If you haven't already, I imagine you have, haven't you?
Yeah, we've been talking all night. They feel comfortable with Wisconsin, and so do we.
For a man who's spent as much time as you have invested in this whole process, what is your reaction to what you've witnessed so far tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, it's closer than I thought it was going to be, Paula. I thought we were going to have easily 300 votes, electoral votes, and of course it's much closer than that. But it's interesting, and I'm happy because Wisconsin is really one of the remaining states. It's going to be Wisconsin and Florida that are going to tip it for Bush, and I feel very comfortable about that.
When do you think we'll have an official call in your state?
I think you're going to have a call in Wisconsin in about a half an hour.
All right, Governor. Well, we sure do appreciate that information, and for the benefit of people who are trying to get to bed, I guess we can hope that you're right one way or the other.
Well, thank you very much, Brett. And Paula, it's always a pleasure.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you, Governor. Thanks for joining us.
Britt, you know, Bill Kristol said earlier, which is largely true, that governors don't matter much. On the other hand, in Wisconsin, it's hard to imagine Bush winning that state without the really strenuous effort that Governor Tommy Thompson has made very popular governor, a state that, with that progressive tradition, is, I think, normally regarded as a Democratic state presidentially.
Well, let's see. If he were to win that, if Bush were to pull that out, that would get him to 257, Bill. So, as our unofficial tabulator here, give us a sense of what would be left out there. You're beginning to get close to where he could sort of eke this out. What did Oregon would give him? What? That's 11.
Oregon 7 would give him 264. He would then need Iowa to win or New Mexico to tie if he didn't get Florida. But that also leaves aside the one vote for Maine. Still be easier since Gore is ahead in Iowa and New Mexico. It still looks to me like you know, if Gore could hold on in Iowa and New Mexico to those small leads he has, Florida would still be decisive.
All right, let's go down to Jim Angle in Nashville in the rain and see what's going on down there. Hello, Jim.
Hello, Brett. Well, Brett, Fox has learned that the Gore campaign is now mobilizing some of its operatives and sending them to Florida as early as possible tomorrow morning in order to work on a recount in Florida. So they are now concerned about what might happen in the Florida vote, obviously, telling their people to get down there as early as possible for a possible recount. Now, that just does suggest that they may think that it may not come out the way they want, and that's why they're sending people down to immediately move to recount those votes. As far as the remaining states, the other states that they need, they believe their best chance is in Iowa. We just heard the governor of Wisconsin there. That looks much tougher for them, as does Oregon. Now, in Oregon, they say there's only about 55% of the vote in as far as they know. They're not sure where the votes are coming from. They do know that in two of the places where they had to do well, they are doing well. In one place where they had to do well, they're not doing so well. So it is not clear to them how they're doing in Oregon. They can't really get a read on that. So at the moment, their hopes are placed on Iowa, Britt.
All right, there is no intimation here that there's any sort of fraud involved, is there, when you talk about, you know, deploying troops down to Florida, you know, looking at a possible recount?
No, not yet anyway. We've heard I've heard actually a lot of allegations from the DNC over the last few days about isolated incidents.
Jim, we got to hit a break here, and I want to tell everybody that the Bush lead has fallen back about 8,000 votes in Florida, in the neighborhood of about 30,000 votes, which is where it was before it had jumped up there to 38. So closer than ever, and we got to take a break. We'll be back shortly. Stay tuned.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. Review: Shepard Smith, Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Combs, Paula Zahn. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's better.
An argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
Fox presents 科学分析ノー危険人物関与目撃証言消去
だが真実はそこにある X ファイル on Fox
さあスカリー行くぞ
2人の FBI 捜査官が挑む世界の裏側の巨大な謎
I think that we've succeeded in doing that first and foremost. It's become a lot of other things, but I think it is a scary show.
X ファイル全米のメジャーなテレビショーを連続受賞
The X-Files has really caught on because I think people around the world have to be scared.
X ファイルその魅力は今も世界中にファンを生み出し続ける
X ファイル
よくできてますよねもっと続けて来週はどんな話なんだろう見ればハマる
テレビ史上
真実が知りたい
かつてない
答えを見つけて
進化し続ける最高傑作真実はそこにある目撃者はあなた X ファイル毎週月曜夜10時 Only on Fox
Well, there you see a list of the electoral votes that are still out there to be gotten when and if they could be called. But we have a call to make in the Senate race in Missouri. The late Governor Mel Carnahan has won in that race. That means his name on the ballot has won. It has been said that the governor, a Democrat, will appoint his wife, Jean Carnahan, to be the interim, to be the senator from that state. Obviously, that's going to be subject to challenge. It's not clear, for example, whether the Missouri Constitution permits a dead person to be considered eligible to run and therefore to even be on the ballot. So an extraordinary story there. Not clear how it will all turn out, but certainly this is not the news that John Ashcroft wanted. Let's go for a recap on all of that to Juan Williams. Juan?
Well, Britt, what you're seeing here is Jean Carnahan, who is obviously the widow of Mel Carnahan, pull out a really interesting victory. John Ashcroft had been caught in sort of an odd situation where he couldn't go negative, couldn't push, especially in the aftermath of the governor's death and the governor's son. Jean Carnahan came out just last Thursday to say that she would accept an appointment from Roger Wilson, now the sitting governor. Now, Wilson is only going to be in office until January, and then at that point, he can make the choice. He has the right to make the choice to name Jean Carnahan as that senator. But the question is, will the Senate accept her? Is it possible that the GOP will challenge her? I don't know. That's still to be decided. But what we've seen tonight is that the Democrats pick up yet another Senate seat. So they're up about 3 now, plus they're 46. They're up about 49 now in the Senate, Britt.
All right, Juan, thanks very much. Let's review that. That's interesting. The failure of Ashcroft to win re-election does mean it's +3, doesn't it? That's +3.
+3.
Right.
Yep. Well,
so that would make it 51 to 49. And what's still out there?
We've got 2 out. We've got Michigan is still out and Nebraska is still out. If Michigan, if the Democrat Debbie Stabenow were to win Michigan, that would be +4. +4 makes it 50-50, assuming that Nebraska holds as a Democratic seat.
Because that's right. That could be a change, couldn't it?
Right. If the Democrat were to lose, Ben Nelson, then you'd have a Republican House Senate. Still, if he wins, you could have 50-50.
Can anybody spell mandate?
No, I don't think anybody's going to be using the word mandate. I mean, it is really hard to imagine what the next president, the next Senate Majority Leader, House Speaker thinks the voters want them to do. I mean, I think very little.
Well,
yeah,
very little.
Very much.
Very little.
One of the things we don't know, I don't think we've had a call unless I missed it, and that is who will be the next Missouri governor. It was a very close race.
It looked like he was ahead.
Well, it looked like the Republican.
We have not called that
Jim
race.
Talon was ahead.
Was ahead, but we have not called that race.
But that governor may have some say in whether Gene Carnahan.
Although the Senate, the U.S. Senate takes its seats before the new Missouri governor.
Under the current scheduling.
Yes.
However, the U.S. Senate could vote to change that. It would be the lame duck Senate, presumably, that would vote to do that, more heavily Republican than the new Senate would appear to be. That would create, that would create a filibuster. But if that's simply a rules change.
Right. But if they're going to do that just in order to thwart Mrs. Carnahan, I think that would be very unseemly, and it would cause a big uproar.
Well, her name's not on the ballot, though.
No, but it's clear
I think it will be. I do not. I'd be very surprised if the Republican Senate refuses to see Mrs. Carnahan.
Okay, lots more to talk about. Waiting on Florida. Stay tuned, folks.
It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
More in-depth information. What is this?
Hey, we're back at just a couple hours before 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't think any of us. Did I just say? What did I say?
A couple of hours.
Hey, it's late. What can I tell you? I don't think any of us expected the results we have here this evening.
Well,
there was no way of predicting this. Absolutely not.
Well, there was a lot of talk about it, but I'm not sure anybody really thought that it would come down to this, that it would be this late, this close. And at this point, a state whose polls closed at 7 p.m. would still be hanging out there, a state that at one point was called for Vice President Gore, a state in which Governor Bush is clinging to a very narrow lead, now in the 20-some thousands of votes, 30,000 votes about, with, 95% of the precincts in.
Well, just think, if we go to the 269 to 269 scenario, it'll be weeks before we know. It'll be January before we actually know who's president of the United States, when the House of Representatives, the new House of Representatives, gathers to vote, and probably they may have more than one ballot. This could go on for months.
Fred?
Well, you wonder whether not to be a Monday morning quarterback, you wonder whether the Bush people don't wish that they had spent some of that $12 million they spent on television in California, on television and other things, spent a little bit more of it in Florida, and had the Governor Bush, look, he spent a lot of time in Florida campaigning, maybe a couple of more days might have helped, and because I think Gore spent more time there campaigning, and that does matter, because you do get on local television and stir up enthusiasm.
Right, no matter how long this takes, Bush might end up being the president, but clearly the consensus up until the last couple days was that this was his race. He had been ahead in the polls consistently, as we've said on this program over and over again. He's had a small but very consistent lead, and he's the one who there's going to be a lot of finger pointing in the Bush camp.
All right, folks, we're going to take another quick look at the situation as it now obtains in the state of Florida. That, of course, has been a situation where the lead is now roughly 30,000 votes, just under 30,000 votes, with 96% of the precincts in. No telling what's going to happen. You'd heard the report that aides are on the way to the state of Florida from the Gore team to ask for a recount or to investigate a recount. So there you have it, folks. It comes down to that, 30,000 votes in a state that size.
And we want to welcome you back at 2 o'clock in the morning, East Coast time.
30,000 votes now as the size of the lead that Governor Bush enjoys in a state that was once thought easy for him, then thought won at one point tonight by Vice President Gore. Now the cliffhanger of all contemporary cliffhangers.
96% of all the precincts reporting.
So we got 4% out, right?
Right.
Precincts. Well, roughly, we can't know exactly how many votes are involved in that.
200,000, probably.
Maybe.
It looks like we're going
towards if they break 3-2 for for Gore, that would mean that he would get what?
120 to 80.
120 to 80. That would be a 40,000 vote bulge for Gore, which would put him ahead by 10,000, assuming that there's not a scattering of other votes coming in from elsewhere that would weigh in the balance in some other direction. I think that gives you an idea, everybody, why you can see that decision desks all over the place are looking at this, scratching their heads, and unable to call this race.
And right now we're going to check in with Carl Cameron, see how he's surviving in the terrible weather there in Austin. Has the rain let up at all there, Carl?
Just briefly, and I've already burned one notebook just trying to do the math here from Austin. A moment ago, Mara Eliason was talking about the possible finger pointing in Florida, and if the fingers would be pointed to anyone, it would be Governor George W. Bush's brother, the Florida Governor, Jeb Bush. And Jeb Bush, the governor of Florida who ran that campaign for George Bush, is at the governor's mansion here in Austin. And he's been furiously working the phones and sort of counseling his brother as to what will happen. And the Bush campaign is now saying that they expect to win Florida by 20,000 votes. So the numbers will shrink further. And we're also being told that the absentee ballot situation in Florida, there's some 3 million absentee ballots outstanding, will be counted sometime before dawn. And the Bush campaign believes that that will not actually affect the outcome. Now, for the remaining undecided...
Carl, you don't mean that those ballots are 3 million uncounted ballots. You mean that there were 3 million ballots out there somewhere, and that you don't mean that there's yet 3 million votes yet to be counted in Florida, do you?
No, the absentee ballots that are in-house will be counted before the end of the evening.
So we don't have to wait.
The Bush campaign does not... No, not till 4 o'clock in the morning, please. Let's hope not. But the remaining undecided states, from the Bush campaign's perspective, are as follows. They are very confident, most confident about Wisconsin. They believe that they will win that. Moderately confident, these are their words, in Oregon. Pessimistic in Iowa. And they have written off New Mexico. So the Bush campaign expecting Al Gore to carry New Mexico and probably Iowa, but they are of a mind here in Austin that Wisconsin and Florida are coming their way. That would put them over the top. And again, in Florida, which would be the focal point of all of this, they think they're going to win by about 20,000 votes.
All right, as you know, Carl, Jim Engel was reporting earlier on that the Gore campaign is already dispatching people to Florida to look into either the possibility of the recount or at least check out what the procedures are down there. Any reaction from the Bush camp on that?
Hold it a second. We got a call bearing out the pessimism about Iowa. We're calling that state now for Vice President Gore, adding 7 votes to his tally and bringing him now up to 243 electoral votes, just 3 behind the tally we show for Governor Bush. So it seems that the Bush people's lack of confidence in Iowa was well-founded, Carl.
And, of course, now waiting on New Mexico and the outcome in Florida. And as to the question as to whether or not the Bush campaign is at all threatened or what their reaction to the idea of the Democrats sending down operatives to Florida potentially to challenge the outcome there, in a word, they said, sounds desperate. I guess that's 2 words, Brett, Paula.
All right, let's check in with Jim Engel, who's standing by in Nashville for his reaction to the Gore victory in Iowa.
Well, that is what they needed. That's what they were counting on. They knew they had to get a combination here to get up to over 270. They had to have at least, they had to have Florida and at least one other state. So this is their one other state. But they still
Jim,
don't have Florida.
Yeah, but Jim, if they get Florida, by my calculus, that takes them to 268. Not quite there. So it appears they'd have to get Florida still and one other place. It doesn't appear to matter. If they get New Mexico, that would clearly do it. That's enough. But so they still need Florida and one other place.
Right. So, but yeah, they're confident that they're going to get that other small state. But that's the real nut to crack here is Florida, and then they had to have one other large state in order to go over the top. That's they're now pleased that obviously they got Iowa. The chances of them getting Oregon are a little slim. They really don't know where they are because there hasn't been enough reported from there. They don't know the critical precincts that they would look at, the ones they know that are indicative of how he's likely to do overall in the state, haven't really come in yet. As I said earlier, they know they did well in 2 places where they had to do well. They did not do well in one other place where they had to do well. So they're still wondering what the situation is in Oregon.
Jim, let's take a quick look while we can at the state of Florida and the latest all-told tally. That is a lead of just under 30,000, about 29,000, 400 votes, something like that, in that state with its crucial 25 electoral votes, which appears now at 96%. Well, it's been 96% of precincts in for a while, and we're just watching the vote creep in now. 49-49 in percentages. That gives you an idea with the 49-49 how little a margin 29,000 votes is in a state the size of Florida. So obviously we continue to wait and watch. We can't see another combination without Florida that gives it to Bush, can we? That if we give New Mexico to Gore,
if we give New Mexico
to
Florida
Gore,
simply determines it.
You can't get there any other way.
But as you pointed out, if Gore only won Florida, he would get to 268. If Bush then won New Mexico and Oregon, he would get to 270.
But the Bush people are pessimistic about New Mexico.
So it looks like Florida. It looks like Florida just decides.
Looks like Florida's it. So.
And what reason does the Bush camp have to feel moderately, what they called confident that they will take Oregon?
Well, they're just looking at the votes like everyone else, and they're looking at what precincts they're coming from, and they are ahead in Oregon, and they presumably analyze where those votes are from, and they think they'll hold the lead. But we're not.
It doesn't really matter anymore, though, does it? It really doesn't matter. We're down to Florida. Florida's it. So whoever wins Florida appears.
If Gore does win New Mexico.
New Mexico,
right.
which the Bush people seem to think he will do.
Right. And last we heard, Gore was up by about 8,000 votes, I think, in New Mexico.
Now, yeah, let's look at the raw tally in Wisconsin, where Tommy Thompson, the governor, recently, just a few minutes ago on the telephone, was telling us that he thought that they had it there. 86% in, still tied. We don't know what it's about an 8,000 vote difference.
I believe he told us there were 9 counties left.
Yeah,
and
but he said they were all
counties he's done well in the past, and he's hopeful that the governor Bush will do it just as well.
Wow, look at that, though. Boy, is that close. I mean, this is just amazing. Now, you hear it is kind of amazing to hear Carl Cameron report on the Bush campaign is confident. It's amazing.
They're consistent, at least. They've been consistent for more than a year and a half now.
All
the way through about being confident. That's been the mantra of the Bush campaign. Don't worry, we're going to win. The polls all show we're going to win. The person who's ahead in the year before, consistently ahead in the polls in the year before the presidential election always wins. On and on and on and on, and so it continues right up to the end.
Michael Barone, do you know anything, Michael, about the composition of what's left in Florida? Well, and I mean, we're all pretty solidly clear that it tends to be mostly southern Florida, but is it enough? Does it appear to you from the way this is going that this really? It appears that Gore's gains, it's been 30,000 and up to 38, then back to 29,000. That the pace of that may have slowed, or that the momentum may have been arrested to some extent?
In connection with what I talked about earlier on the air, I took a look at these counties that still, when we had about a 75,000 Bush margin, still appeared to be out. And when I checked the net vote of the expected vote of the precincts that aren't in, just assuming that they were going to vote the same way that the rest of the county did, what I saw on that was that about 36,000 margin for Gore. In other words, probably not enough to erase a 75,000. That could be off by any number of margin of error. You might have those big condominium precincts in Broward and Palm Beach counties. But, you know, you've got to offset that as well by the fact that such remaining absentee votes as there are coming in will be coming in from Bush counties, and because of the military vote overseas. Looking on the tracks right now, or on the tabulated vote right now, we see Bush with about a 30,000 lead in Florida. I think it's possible that that may survive through to 99.9% of the vote. It'll be close enough, I think, to justify a recount effort on the part of the Gore partisans. Everybody's entitled to try and find, make sure that the vote was as fair as possible. But it could be augmented, and probably will be augmented to some degree, by those military votes. Remember 1988, Connie Mack, the Republican senator who's retiring this year, who could have been easily reelected, who was one of the people that worked to double, the bipartisan effort to double the budgets of the National Institutes of Health, something I think is a major public policy of our time. Connie Mack, on election night 1988, seemed to be behind the Democrat Buddy McKay, later briefly governor. Mr. McKay was a popular Democrat. Everybody seemed to think that thing was over. But when they took a look at the absentees and the final overseas vote the next morning, it was Connie Mack who was on to a career of 12 years as a U.S. Senator. So I think my estimate right now is that it would ultimately be that Bush has a better than even chance of carrying Florida. I think it's going to be very close, and in recount territory, whoever comes out ahead.
Michael, thanks very much for that analysis. We might note that the Bush lead in Wisconsin has dwindled now to 3,000 votes. We heard Tommy Thompson say earlier that the votes that were still coming in were from places where he had done well. At least some of those votes, obviously, are ones where Mr. Bush has not done so well because his lead has shrunk. It's not over with, and certainly too close to call. We're taking a break. We'll be right back.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
Fox News Channel Daytime, the whole story in context. Facts presented fairly, the issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced, the most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel, we report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている、エンターテインメントが待っている。
Fox Wednesday
夜9時、驚異のパワーを持つロシアの怪人。彼は本当に人間なのか？エクストラオーディナリー。夜10時、美しい妻には夫の知らない裏の顔があった。ジェームズ・スペイダー主演のサスペンススリラー、FOX ムービー、水曜日に抱かれる女。
Fox Thursday
夜9時、ひょんなことからホーマーが宇宙飛行士に。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、留学生に恋したザンダー。でも正体はインカのミイラ。バキー、恋する十字架。夜11時、記憶をなくした少女、宇宙人の仕業か。X ファイル。
Fox Friday
夜9時、感染死亡率 100%。未知の病原体が人間を襲う。ミレニアム。夜10時、強烈な個性がリングで弾ける。これが噂のバトルエンターテイメント。ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテイメントが待っている。
Fox Wednesday
エクストラオーディナリー、FOX ムービー、水曜日に抱かれる女。
Fox Thursday
シンプソンズ、バフィー、恋する十字架、X ファイル。
Fox Friday
ミレニアム、ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本に。もう FOX しかない。
Welcome back. It's 2:14 in the morning, New York time, and we want to bring you up to date on the number of electoral votes up for grabs. That number stands at 48, 25 of those, of course, coming from Florida. We want you to quickly take a look at this map so you can see where Mr. Bush and Mr. Gore racked up their victories, Bush and Gore. You will see that the Florida light appears to be in the blue and then goes back to the red. That indicates how all of the networks had to retract their projection that Al Gore had in fact taken Florida. I'm going to turn to the panel now with to see what kind of insights they have to what awaits us as we look at some of the darkened areas that remain on the map. Of course, we're still waiting for calls in Wisconsin, Oregon, New Mexico.
Well, New Mexico is we think will go to Gore. Certainly the Bush camp seemed to think that it would go to Gore. We're waiting for Oregon, we don't know. That might be a Bush state. Florida is still the whole game, and that's what we're waiting for. And we should know, hopefully, within the hour.
Now, where are we in our 269 to 269 possibility of being thrown into the House of Representatives?
Gore needs to win Florida for that. You know, it is interesting that Florida, I'm personally a little sick of Florida, but I guess we have to keep talking. It's so central. As Michael Barone pointed out, it had this incredibly close Senate election in 1988. It had a very close gubernatorial election in 1994. And who lost at the last minute? Jeb Bush. it would be kind of an irony if, having lost an election they thought really was not stolen from them, but that they lost with an unfair, last-minute, massive assault on Social Security. Former Governor Childs' campaign placed 600,000 phone calls, I believe, saying that that Jeb Bush, as governor, would somehow threaten Social Security. It would be an irony if having lost that state in '94, Florida came through at the very, very end to put Jeb Bush's brother into the White House.
Michael Barone?
Well, I was just taking a look at the numbers in New Mexico, and it's fairly clear.
What was that?
Fairly clear that when you look at where the vote is still not in, it's mostly heavily Hispanic and Indian counties in northern New Mexico. The Bush people had been talking earlier about 10,000 absentee ballots total, but the fact is that's not enough to put them over the top. So it does look like that state is probably going to go and end up in the Gore column, and it will be Florida. You're going to have... I wonder if there aren't going to be some allegations as time goes on.
Michael Barone,
holding back.
Michael, got to interrupt you. We are now calling, Fox News now projects George W. Bush the winner in Florida, and thus it appears the winner of the presidency of the United States. Fox News projects George W. Bush the winner of the presidency of the United States based on the call we now make in the state of Florida. And so there it is, Bush, the apparent winner. I must tell you, everybody, after all of this all night long, we put Bush at 271, Gore at 243. I feel a little bit apprehensive about the whole thing. I have no reason to doubt our decision desk, but there it is.
We
Bush
took that
wins
state
the
away
presidency.
from him once, and
Well,
he put it back to him.
If Bush wins the count tonight, and that's what this is based on, and the absentees more than likely will favor him, particularly the servicemen overseas. There's a track record that they vote heavily Republican, and so it's probably a pretty good call.
Well, and if he gets Wisconsin as well, that that will get him up to 282, I believe.
2:17 in the morning. We make this call for George W. Bush. We almost feel like we want to look at the raw vote. We want to sit here a while longer, but the estimate.
No, I don't want to sit here a while longer.
But let's
Al Gore is officially demanding a recount in the state of Florida. It appears now that the Gore camp knew and believed something when it's dispatched aides to Florida to demand a recount down there.
Walk us through the reality of what that means. So Gore sends his operatives down there. They're there.
Well, the state
in a couple
does the
hours
recount.
in
I mean,
Florida.
the Gore operatives don't do anything. They sit there and watch.
Right?
I don't know if Florida has a rule. Many states do that an election that's decided by less than 0.2 or 0.3%, different states have different rules, it gets an automatic recount. I should think they would want to do this to reassure the American people that the right man has been elected president. But the truth is, almost no election changes on a recount. And if Bush has won by something in the order of 20,000 votes, that probably is enough to hold up. It's not a huge margin, but it's probably going to survive a recount. But they will presumably do a recount quickly. But I assume that George Bush is the next president of the United States.
All right, let's see if we can let's go down to Austin and Carl Cameron in the rain. We don't have Carl yet, but you can see that the news has not failed to reach the great state. Oh, yes, we hear from Carl. Carl, take it away, buddy. This is your story now.
Well, we've just gotten off the phone a moment ago with the Bush campaign. They are elated. Fox News called the race first. The crowd here, which has dwindled because of the weather, immediately erupted. We were up on the Duratran, the large Jumbotron TV screen, and they saw both you and Paula on the screen declaring it. The lights of the State House. If we can have Greg Gursky pan up, we can perhaps show what the Capitol building here in Austin looks like. They are flashing strobe lights, the crowd going pretty much crazy. We've talked to the Bush campaign staff. They are heading to the party, they said. They have not heard, obviously, from the vice president, judging from his decision to challenge officially the outcome of Florida. It doesn't appear as though there will be any concession calls coming from the Democratic camp. No word on whether or not Governor Bush plans to come out at this point and make a victory speech. The governor's mansion is just off to the left-hand side of the screen here, so it's certainly within walking distance. The news that the Bush campaign has said all along would ultimately be the outcome, notwithstanding unprecedented vacillation in the polls and outcome and state-by-state outcome during the course of this evening. Clearly, Austin delighted. Texas has a governor headed to the White House. Paula?
Carl, may I ask, after we called it and the place erupted, did others follow suit, and how long did it take them?
It took about a minute or two for CNN to go to the crowd reaction here in Austin. The irony being, of course, that the crowd in Austin wasn't reacting to what CNN had put on the air. They are now apparently following suit, but #1 in political news and #1 with the reaction, #1 with the results here as Austin and the Republicans in Texas rejoice in the victory of their governor. Governor Bush had been saying just yesterday that he anticipated early results and even making transition phone calls this afternoon. Clearly, he won't be making calls other than to tell folks and thank them for their support. He won't be starting the transition stuff until tomorrow.
I'll tell you one thing, the Bush camp must have had much better information coming on earlier in the afternoon, or earlier in the night, when everybody basically had projected Gore the winner in Florida. And I know you immediately responded to that, saying that the Bush campaign very much challenged those numbers.
Indeed.
Well, there's a certain amount of history when you look at the governor having a brother who is the governor in Florida, Jeb Bush, clearly knowing that. They ran what they referred to as the Mac-Bush strategy. Connie Mack, the outgoing U.S. Senator in Florida, had always had success winning an overwhelming majority of the northern part of Florida and the Panhandle, enough to make up for the difference in the southern tier and the Gold Coast, and that appears to be what's accomplished tonight.
All right, so we're about to go live to our entire Fox broadcast network, as well as those viewing us on the Fox News channel, to reiterate the news that we reported just a short time ago. Fox News now projects George W. Bush the winner in the presidential race, 271 electoral votes. So far now, 243 for Vice President Gore.
This is a Fox News special report.
I'm Brett Hume with Paula Zahn in New York. Fox News projects George W. Bush will win the presidency by virtue of winning the state of Florida, giving him 271 electoral votes. Paula, he may get a couple more, but at the moment, that's the way it seems.
And we need to make it clear to you that the Gore camp is challenging the results in Florida. They have already dispatched members of their team to demand a recount or at least examine the votes coming in. We have no idea how many hours that's going to take for that process.
But at the moment, we project George W. Bush the winner. The celebration is underway in the streets of Austin. There you see with 87% of precincts in. On the national popular vote, Bush ahead by a scant 1%. So that is why this race was so close and took so very long to call. And, of course, Florida remains called for Governor Bush. He is the apparent winner, but a recount being demanded by Vice President Gore, and it would seem likely with a race this close that he might indeed get it. This has been a Fox News special report.
This has been a Fox News special report.
All right, we're back here. Welcome back. All right.
What a night it's been.
Some reflections now on this race. Fred?
Well, Brett, it looks like George W. Bush won, even though the assumptions of his campaign probably turned out to be wrong. I mean, one, they assumed this would not be a so-called retrospective election. The people would look back and say the economy's great, I'm voting for the party in power. And that people, if the exit polls are right, look back and they were pretty happy. It was, in some sense, a retrospective election. They expected that, they thought that folks were mad at Clinton and mad at congressional Republicans and therefore wanted change in Washington. Congressional Republicans did very well. The exit polls showed not much anger at Clinton, and they also assumed that if you campaigned like a Republican governor rather than a Republican House member, you'd do better. Well, maybe that was right, but mostly the way they viewed the electorate was wrong. They won anyway.
Before we move on to the rest of your analysis, we're obviously looking at live pictures in Austin now that it's become apparent that George W. Bush is the 43rd president of the United States. At one point, when it was pouring, the crowds have started to leave. As you can see, they're coming back into this area by the State House. Mort, your quick thoughts on this victory.
This is going to sorely test George Bush's promise to reach across party lines, to form a government of consensus and end the partisan bickering in Washington. With the government so closely divided, getting Democrats to cooperate with him when he's won by fractions of percents of votes across the country is going to be difficult.
And I think it's worth pointing out here that, given the atmosphere here and given the response from the Gore camp so far, which have Mr. Gore picking up the telephone to telephone his congratulations, but the dispatch, even before the result was announced or projected to Florida of a team to demand a recount, gives people a sense of what kind of atmosphere is going to exist in the few days ahead, and there may be an aura of uncertainty may hang over this for a while now.
A lot depends on how Tom Daschle, the Senate Minority Leader, the Democratic leader, we assume he's going to be, I believe, based on Senate results, he's still going to be the Minority Leader, responds to George Bush's overtures, assuming that George Bush makes them, and also Dick Gephardt, the Democratic Minority Leader in the House. I mean, they, especially Gephardt, has been known to be a pretty hard-line partisan, but Bush is going to have to try to make peace with him.
Yeah, and also the closeness of the race makes it almost impossible for Bush to claim any kind of a mandate for his program. And it's going to be interesting to see what he trims and where he seeks to find compromise.
I think it's fair to say that there are some things, though, that will importantly and noticeably change in Washington. One, I suspect, is that we can look forward to not only a change in the personnel at the head of the Justice Department, but a transformation of the atmosphere of the Department of Justice, which is something that, to a lot of people who worked in that department over the years, has been a matter of grave concern. Not that they thought that Janet Reno was in any sense a corrupt woman, but a sense that they felt that Janet Reno was not strong enough to withstand the intense pressure that was on her throughout much of the Clinton years to call things as she did, to steer away from independent counsel investigation when, huge majority, the majority party on Capitol Hill clearly thought that they were, and the law appeared to demand that they be appointed and that sort of thing. That will be an important change. Also, major change in the foreign policy team, suggesting a different approach on a number of issues, and foreign intervention, military spending, and so on.
Well, mostly you don't have divided government anymore. I mean, that is a huge fact that we're talking about how close everything is, but that will change things.
Before we go any further, we want to check in with Jim Engel now, who joins us from Gore headquarters.
Clear for good or just for now, or what?
Jim?
Paul, I think he's trying to make a couple of quick calls. Let's give him a chance to put those calls through, and then see if we can't get back
All right,
to him.
Bill Kristol, do you see this governor's victory as vindication for his father's loss?
Well, the Clinton presidency will be sandwiched between two Bush presidencies, not the way Bill Clinton wanted it, and the House stayed Republican. The House Republicans will have done better than the Senate Republicans, and maybe, in terms of total votes cast across the nation, better than Governor Bush. So a bit of a vindication for the House Republicans. I actually disagree, and this is all just guesswork at this point, with some of my fellow panelists here. I think actually you will see a spirit of bipartisanship once the next few days get passed. Assuming Bush wins, I think there will be he will have a strong incentive to try to pass bipartisan legislation. He will put a Democrat in his cabinet, I suspect, at a reasonably senior position. I think for Attorney General, Britt mentioned that, the Justice Department, a very important job. He'll try to find somewhat of impeccable reputation. When you have this close an election, you don't want to look like a partisan. And I suspect Daschle and Gephardt will try to work with Bush on Patient's Bill of Rights and that kind of legislation.
Let's bring Mike Barone into the discussion. Mike?
Well, one thing that this apparent result has done is to bring the Electoral College in line with what appears to be the clear popular vote. Not a big plurality, but a significant one. I mean, it's probably going to be bigger than John F. Kennedy's plurality in 1960, perhaps bigger than Richard Nixon's in 1968. I agree with Bill Kristol about the bipartisanship. Bush has been talking through the campaign about bipartisan programs on things like education, tax cuts, and Social Security. And if you look at the votes on Capitol Hill in the last year or two, you will see a lot of Democrats have voted for a variety of tax cuts. Some very serious Democrats like John Breaux, Pat Moynihan have weighed in on for Social Security reform and Medicare reform that is similar to what George W. Bush has proposed. And education reform is getting support from areas that it never used to do. I think that, therefore, there is a significant chance for George W. Bush to accumulate more political capital than his majority has been and move in the direction of that bipartisan policy. I remind you that Kennedy, who was elected in 1960 by a very narrow margin, not big margin in the Electoral College, very narrow margin in popular vote, nonetheless was largely successful in getting his bills through the first 3 years of his Congress, more so than I think other historians suggest. But if you look at it, he got his #1 priority through trade with a bipartisan support. The civil rights bills were on way to inaction in a bipartisan way. That was off of 50.1% of the two-party vote thing, and I don't think there's anything to prevent that from happening again.
Brett, and Paula, I don't think there's going to be all sweetness and light in Washington. However, although I agree with Bill and Mike, at least for a period, there will be a large attempt at bipartisanship. But among Democrats, there's going to be enormous bitterness, Monday morning quarterbacking, and great recriminations about the Gore campaign, saying he should have used Bill Clinton more. He should have boasted about the economy more. He should have done better in the debates. He should have run as a new Democrat rather than a traditional liberal Democrat.
Yeah, I think you're right, Fred, but I must say, I mean, I think that one of the things that is clear, and that is that as the race tightened, Gore made a great rush at the end, and came, as the vote here shows, very close indeed to pulling this out. And if he is able to hang on to a couple of these late states, I mean, this will be the closest election we've seen one of the closest elections we've seen in a long time. What you're seeing there on your screen is the stage down there in Austin as an entertainer there singing America the Beautiful to warm up the crowd. Now, we expect to hear within the next about 15 to 20 minutes from Vice President Gore and then from Governor Bush. It is not at all clear. We don't know yet whether any calls have been made from Mr. Gore to Mr. Bush. We don't know exactly what Mr. Gore is going to say, although that may be able to be inferred from the fact that he has sent a team to Florida to demand a recount, which is, it strikes me under the circumstances, is understandable, although perhaps doomed. You know, this is an option, by the way, that was faced by Richard Nixon in 1960, when there were very serious questions raised about the legitimacy of ballots, especially in the state of Illinois, and he made the decision because of the atmosphere of divisiveness that he said that it would create not to force the matter and to demand a recount. So it'll be interesting to see if Mr. Gore, how strongly he follows through. Let's bring in Juan Williams. Juan, your thoughts?
Well, I tell you what, Brett, I think short of war or some major domestic crisis, I think there's going to be a lot of bitterness and divisiveness in Washington. Earlier in the evening, we were talking about the lack of a dominant theme in terms of something that would make the American people react one way or another in this race. I think that now, if you look at the divided government that's going to exist in Washington, we talked about the Democrats gaining in the Senate, Republicans gaining a little bit in the House, but still not enough so that you can have a clear majority that could engender leadership and form an agenda. And with Bush in this position now, with people sensing that, gee, his brother is the governor of the state that put him over, and they're going to question the legitimacy of that, I think you're going to just see an incredible amount of bickering. There's going to be a lot of sweetness and light on top of people calling for America to come together. But when it comes down to the business of getting American government done, I think you're going to just see a lot of recrimination and anger.
Now, I remember when, in covering President George Bush, he did not have and did not promise a major domestic agenda. And I can remember I was working for ABC News at the time, and that was to the consternation of some of the figures there, and they wanted me at one time or another to do a tough piece, a tough series about how Bush isn't doing anything. And I remember reminding them, well, he didn't promise to do very much. In fact, he promised a pretty tame domestic agenda. That seemed to be what he thought his voters wanted. That's not the case here so much with George W. Bush. He has promised, he's made some pretty ambitious promises. We're talking about a kind of a bold plan for Social Security, very controversial, detested by many Democrats.
Educational reform.
Education reform and a major tax cut.
Sure. Even a tax cut that the leadership of his own party at certain points of the campaign have walked away from, at least the
the truth is that the educational reform provisions are easily compromised on, and I think Michael is right. There will be a bipartisan education package early in the next Congress. I think the tax cut can be compromised on. Presidents aren't in control, you know. There are foreign policy crises. The economy could slow down. And I suspect that we don't know what we'll be talking about in February of 2001, but it won't be what we now think it's going to be.
Can we add one? Yeah.
I'm just going to say,
find more electoral votes into the mix here.
Yeah, adding further to the animation or the energy for Gore to challenge this is he gets 5 more electoral votes now. We project the state of New Mexico goes to him. That would push him up presumably to what I guess it already has, 271, 248. 99% of the precincts in there. Gore wins New Mexico. No great surprise there, although the Bush people had hoped to win that state. Let's turn to Tony Snow for his thoughts. Tony?
Well, Brett, what you're going to see now is kind of a coalition government. First, we probably ought to congratulate the people in Austin on their choice of cable outlets. And the next thing we ought to do is talk a little bit about the challenges George W. Bush faces. Now, we asked Americans if they wanted government by the same party or they want a divided government. And if we can get back to me and our slates, we'll demonstrate to you that people actually wanted Government by the same party by a margin of 53% to 40%. That flies in the face of conventional wisdom where people have said in recent years that Americans like divided government. Turns out not to have been true this year. Also, which issues are most important? Well, let me just read off a couple of. On the environment, if you're trading off the environment versus the economy, it's almost an even trade. There you have it. By economy, we're really talking about economic growth. When you have a conflict between the two, which one wins? The economy by 1 point. Now, you can see Democrats and Republicans have very different views on the matter, but it's clear that there is really, this is where a president's going to have to use his bully pulpit. The same thing about whether you invest in the stock market as part of Social Security. Let's take a look at the numbers there. 57% of respondents support investing Social Security taxes in the stock market. Now, that's something Al Gore strenuously opposed, but it looks like George W. Bush may have a working margin here to try to do something very significant with Social Security. That is always a challenge for any president. Even the fabled Ronald Reagan touched that third rail in 1981, and it almost scuttled his presidency for a little while. Finally, do you help seniors pay for their medicine? Well, most people thought that's a pretty good idea. Through Medicare, 57%, through private insurance, 36%. You put it all together, Britt, George W. Bush has outlined the domestic agenda much different than Al Gore's, but he has also talked about the importance of working together with Democrats. He's going to have to do that. And one of the things that we've seen in recent presidents, whether it be Bill Clinton or Ronald Reagan, is that you have to use the bully pulpit of your office if you're going to try to make a difference in policy. That is the challenge now facing President-elect George W. Bush.
All right, Tony Snow, thank you very much.
Should we do a little review of the electoral map? We now know that George Bush has taken some 30 states.
That's the scene down there in Austin. Let's look in on that scene down there and just listen for a second.
Still appears to be
Carl
raining.
Cameron, are you there, buddy? Oh, Carl's out making calls. That guy's a congenital reporter. But we're waiting to see whether we're expecting to hear from Vice President Gore shortly, and we're expecting also to hear thereafter from Governor Bush. There you see the scene on the happy streets. There, a line of state troopers in their yellow rain slickers lined up in front of the platform where it is believed Governor Bush will soon appear. He apparently waiting for Mr. Gore to speak first. Let's take a look at the electoral map, Paul, as you suggested.
Yeah, we now know that Governor Bush has won 30 states, bringing his electoral count up to 271. Vice President Gore winning 19 states, including the District of Columbia. His count now up to 248, including that the 5 electoral votes from New Mexico that we just tabulated. One of the things I wanted to revisit with our panel here, you were talking about the second guessing probably has already begun. Questions about the Gore strategy. One of the most common criticisms I have heard in the last week is that the vice president had a very diffuse message. One day it was the environment, one day it was Social Security, one day it was George W. Bush is a dummy. The next day, you know, his tax cut is too deep. Do you agree with that analysis?
Look, you know, one of the great sports in American politics is savaging the campaign that loses, even if they lose by, by 1 state and by half a percentage point in the popular vote. I would just say this, Gore, for no actions of his own, was behind 10 to 15 points when this campaign began, really because Clinton had been impeached and people wanted a change. He scrambled all the way back to losing by 1 point. He's not the greatest candidate in the world. Maybe the campaign made some mistakes. But in a certain way, I suspect historians and political scientists will study this campaign, not the candidate, but the campaign. It's a pretty effective campaign, very disciplined, very methodical, an electoral college strategy. They went into Florida early. And often, and they almost picked it off. And, they did this 4 or 5 months ago when no one thought it was possible. So I don't know. As a pure campaign, I suspect political scientists will think the Gore campaign in terms of targeting resources, advertising buys. Fred is right. They didn't waste much money, I don't think, in states that turned out to be hopeless. Pretty effective campaign. They just fell short.
Just wanted to remind, what you see on your screen is the rather different scene in Nashville. You see the faces there of people who are obviously cared enough about Al Gore to stand out in the street or wherever they are there at the War Memorial until the wee hours of the morning waiting to hear from their man. This must be for Vice President Gore, as exhausted as he is, as hard as he fought, as long as he fought,
with an energy that he managed to project through a hoarse voice. This must be very difficult and very painful for him and his family indeed. They came so very close to doing what not very long ago looked, as you point out, Bill Kristol, like the undoable.
And it's the first general election that Al Gore's ever lost.
That's right, it is the first.
He lost. He ran in the primaries in '88, but he's won every general election he's been in at every level. And it must be tough.
Yeah, let's go back now, if we can, to Austin and hear what Carl Cameron can tell us about what we expect to hear from Governor Bush and perhaps when.
Well, we expect to hear from Governor Bush actually in just a matter of minutes. He will wait for the vice president to finish his remarks from Nashville, and then the president-elect, by projection, will be coming forth from the governor's mansion to the main podium here in the streets of Austin. As soon as Fox News projected the governor to be the president, his headquarters just emptied out, and they have all now gone to the front of the stage, a reserved portion of the streets for staff. And some Bush aides have informed us that the governor will include in his remarks an overture of bipartisanship to Democrats. He has, on the stump and throughout his career as governor of Texas, talked about his first victory when he called then Lieutenant Governor of Texas Bob Bullock, a long-standing partisan Democrat, and made an overture of friendship and bipartisanship that has that served him well during Lieutenant Governor Bullock's life. When the Lieutenant Governor died, Bush actually gave the eulogy. There will be an overture of bipartisanship to Democrats in his victory speech. In addition, the governor will talk about his father, the former President Bush, who is in the mansion with the Bush family as they watch the returns. This, of course, historic. We haven't had a father-son election since John Adams and John Quincy Adams. And they will also talk a little bit about the 5 points that have been Governor Bush's primary agenda. Reforming education, he said, would be the first bill that he sends to Congress. They've talked about his desire to reform Social Security and Medicare, his desire to rebuild the military. All of these issues will come out, and of course, tax cuts. The governor has said a victory, even by a point, would constitute a mandate that would justify his pushing hard for a large across-the-board tax cut, $1.3 trillion. Clearly, this is such a narrow win, it is hard to envision the pundits calling it a mandate. Certainly, the shift in the Congress is not large enough to make that an argument that may seem to have legs, but the Bush campaign believing a win is a win. So when he talks about the 5 points that have been his agenda, he will say that he now has the people's backing and he should be able to get it through Congress. Britt, Paula.
All right, Carl. We'll be watching for you. Good job down there on a long night. I hope you're able to get warm before all this is all over. Look forward to seeing you back in Washington and soon.
You know, one irony, Britt. Many Republicans thought Ross Perot cost President Bush the presidency in 1992. I'm not sure that's true, but he certainly damaged President Bush. Some Democrats will feel that Ralph Nader cost Al Gore the presidency in 2000 against President Bush's son.
Okay, let's take a look at the balance of power as it stands now in the Senate. We are projecting 50 Republicans, 48 Democrats, 2 races outstanding. The race in Nebraska and the race in Michigan, where Debbie Stabenow has made such a comeback against incumbent Senator Spence Abraham, who was once very far ahead indeed. But that appears at this stage, it appears now that Joe Lieberman will be back in the Senate and not presiding over it. And that job would appear to go to Dick Cheney. And if it stays this close, he'll have to be down there a lot more than he might actually have planned to break possible ties. So there you see the situation in the U.S. Senate. We got 2 races still to go. Possible pickup of one more switch, I guess, if Stabenow wins. And the Democrat holds, we get to 50-50, and Cheney provides the Cheney would provide the balance that would allow the Republicans to organize the Senate, have the committee chairman, and to whatever extent they could run the place.
All right, we want to take the opportunity now to go back to Jim Angle. We've given him a little time to make some phone calls. He rejoins us from Gore headquarters in Nashville. Jim?
Hello, Paula. Well, we're expecting Vice President Gore here shortly, perhaps in the next 15 minutes. It is not clear what Gore is going to say, whether or not he will concede. As you know, they're looking at a recount in Florida. So if they are contemplating a recount in Florida, then it would be somewhat unseemly to make a concession speech. So he's coming here. We don't know we don't know exactly what. There are other Democratic senators we've seen coming in here, so the crowd is gathering. Some of the dignitaries are coming in. We just don't know what it is that Gore will be saying.
All right, Jim, thank you very much for that update, and we'll come back to you as soon as there's any indication of what the Vice President may be saying and when he might be saying that.
That's fascinating. Now let's war game that out a little bit. You're Gore. He probably doesn't smell a rat in terms of fraud in the state of Florida. Although you got your rival's governor running the state, presumably the apparatus of the whatever the state election board is. Although I don't think that's controlling. He may think it's so close that it'd be interesting if he comes out tonight and refuses to concede. However, it seems to me that we've got suspense again, don't we?
Well, Britt, he can congratulate George W. Bush for a fine showing and recognize that the race has been called, at least by Fox and others, without conceding and saying that, and I think he has a perfectly reasonable case to say, I want to wait and see what the final outcome is after the recount in Florida. It is so close, and he can be perfectly friendly about it and not bitter, but he doesn't really have to concede.
And we have been told we may have to wait a little longer for the Vice President's remarks. He apparently has not left the hotel yet to join his supporters at headquarters. Go ahead, Marla.
No, I mean, it's a projected win. I mean, at the very least, he might want to wait for the votes to actually be counted before he formally and officially concedes. But yeah, I agree with Fred. He can be gracious about it, and that's certainly what he would want to be in this situation.
And given that, then what does the governor of Texas do?
Well, with our calling of New Mexico, it is now the case that if Florida were recounted and went the other way, Al Gore would
Bo Derek on the street down there, and the actress Bo Derek, a big Bush supporter, Republican, and that's Wayne Newton, if I'm not mistaken. They're standing there looking up at the light stand. Maybe they're watching us. Yeah, I think they are watching us.
Bo's waving at you, Rich. She had such a good time when you interviewed her at the Republican convention.
Well,
she remembers that,
it appears at this particular moment there's some monitor down there that must have the Fox News channel on, because they all appear to be waving at least at our camera there.
Yeah, there they are.
There they are. That chap who's with her, the bald-headed guy, is the guy that was squiring her around when she was down. I believe he's a close friend or an agent or whatever. So there you see the three-fingered salute that means W. You also see a couple of two fingers. That stands for horns, as in hook 'em horns. That, of course, is the rallying cry of the Texas Longhorns, and you see many white ball cap in that crowd with a yellow T or an orange T on it. Those are the colors of the University of Texas, which is located right there in Austin. Now, we have new raw vote from Florida that may give you an idea. The margin now from Mr. Bush appears to have gone back up. It is now at 55,000 with 98% of the precincts reporting. And you begin to see why we were able to project that race, 55,000 votes. It would be quite something if 55,000 votes were ever to be able to be reversed by virtue of a recount. And of course, and even in this modern era, it took quite a while to get to a final tally there. So one presumes it was done with care and probably could be relied upon.
That's almost exactly 0.1% of the vote. And the rule of thumb is recounts will not change 0.1%. They might change 0.05%. So
look at that, 49 to 48. That mirrors what we showed for many hours to be the national race.
Sure.
49 to 48.
The one thing we really haven't had time to analyze is what would have happened if Al Gore had taken his home state of Tennessee with his 11 electoral votes. This would be a different story right now, right, Bill?
No, it wouldn't have mattered.
You don't think so?
Well, not on the math, I think. Assuming Wisconsin stays with Bush, Bush would have still made it.
We have some history in this country of recounts, and I can't think of anybody I'd rather bring into a conversation on the subject than Mr. Elections himself, Michael Barone. Michael, what do you think about the recount prospects here?
Well, Britt, chances for recounts were much more likely to succeed back in the old days when very large numbers of votes were cast by paper ballot, where there were all sorts of rules about your X had to be crossed entirely within the circle or it didn't count and things of that nature. I grew up in Michigan in the 1950s. G. Menon Williams, liberal Democratic governor, won on a recount for re-election in 1952, and the lawyers that did his recount work, most of them ended up as state and federal judges. did very well. Richard Nixon in 1960, I think, made that big decision that was referred to earlier of not challenging results in Illinois. He would have had to overturn results in more than one state in order to have won the presidency on the theory that the nation should be kept together and you shouldn't have a crisis of legitimacy. The fact is, though, looking at Florida, right now we're showing tabulated vote is showing Florida at about 55,000 vote margin for George W. Bush. That's probably going to be increased by absentees. There is no way that a 55,000 margin with today's computerized punch voting and so forth is going to be overturned absent some kind of an unimaginable technical and unprecedented technical glitch. These are no longer the days when you could overturn lots of paper ballots. I think the Gore people will probably drop this idea as soon as it's apparent what this margin is.
All right, Michael, that's very interesting. Yeah, the one thing I think that we all, as we were sitting here in the final hour or two watching this vote, did not imagine would happen was that as it got down to its final stages, it would begin to build again for Governor Bush.
Yeah, and I misspoke. It's 1%, not 0.1%.
Yeah, 1%.
Obviously. 1% is a real margin, and
yeah,
as Michael says,
it's small, but it's real.
It's real. And
significant, and you know, it'd be remarkable for it to be reversed by a recount.
This is the challenge for Vice President Gore has got to be phenomenal here. He's been up for probably nearly 40 hours, and his future has completely reversed itself over the state of Florida, where he was declared to be ahead, then it was taken away from him, and he's been watching these numbers. This is a moment of truth done out of, it's going to be out of straight raw emotion. I can't imagine that a speech has been written. This is going to have to be Al Gore as he really is, under great stress.
Well, yeah, and you got to feel for the guy. I mean, on exhaustion and disappointment alone, I don't know. I mean, my feeling about it would be I wouldn't make a statement. I'd make a call and go to bed. But
you know, actually Al Gore's future reversed itself over a period of hours this evening. Remember, after Florida had been declared, in addition to Pennsylvania and Michigan, I certainly thought, and I think others here did as well, that he was headed toward the presidency. And by 11 o'clock, when California was announced that he would probably be declared the presidency, well, the reversal in Florida changed that, but imagine the up and down emotion of Gore and his family just over the course of this evening.
You have to feel for them. You have to feel for those people. This must be about the hardest thing you can face. And it will be, I mean, I would find it hard. I mean, I imagine anybody would find it hard to summon the energy and the will to be gracious at such a time in the face of such bitter and exhausting disappointment. It must be very hard indeed, and one certainly cannot begrudge him whatever time he may want to take to get ready for this.
One thing is possible here, and that is that Gore will remain the titular head of the Democratic Party. I mean, if he'd suffered an ignominious defeat, someone else, Hillary Clinton or someone, might have emerged as the leading candidate to run again in 2004. I would think that Al Gore is the leading candidate to run in 2004, and if he wants to,
what do you think?
Sure.
No way.
Yes, absolutely.
No way.
Oh, yes.
No, I will buy you the most expensive dinner in Washington if Al Gore runs for president again.
You think he'll give up politics?
There is a new face of the Democratic Party nationally, and that face is Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Yes. I don't think so.
Yes. I don't think it's Al Gore.
You don't think she automatically becomes, if you don't buy
even
look,
if Ralph Nader may have beaten Al Gore tonight, but think what that means. That means that if Al Gore had been a left liberal, he would have lost by even more.
We got a little bit of new information on the continuing tallying down there. That margin is now at 39,000, having climbed briefly back up to over 50,000. That's 99% in. What's not on that screen, of course, is how much Ralph Nader got. Ralph Nader got 94,000 votes. Pat Buchanan got 21,000. So if you assign the Buchanan votes to Bush and you assign the other votes, the Nader votes to Gore, Gore wins.
Sure.
So after all, when all is said and done, finally,
that's right.
in the state where one would least, perhaps not least, but certainly would not have expected, as Bill Kristol suggested earlier, that Ralph Nader would be a factor, the Nader factor made a clear difference in the state of Florida. And I think it's fair to say, probably fair to say, that of those 94,300 votes or whatever that we have been able to note for Ralph Nader, that Gore wouldn't have gotten them all. A lot of those people wouldn't have gone to the poll. People wouldn't have gone to the polls at all, which would have been had the same effect on Gore's outcome there. But that's remarkable.
Yeah, we don't really know how many of those native votes would have gone to Gore. I think we will have the third straight president in a row elected with less than 50% of the vote. Clinton both times failed to get 50%. It looks like Bush will fall short of 50% of the popular vote. I'm not sure. I don't think that's happened in this century. Again, another indication of how evenly divided the country is.
Let's talk a minute for a little bit further about this whole question of who becomes a leading figure in the Democratic Party. Paula, you know Hillary Clinton to some extent. What is your sense that her eye ultimately is set on the presidency?
Oh, absolutely. But what I've been hearing from my Democratic contacts is they believe Senator Joe Lieberman becomes the front runner in front of Hillary Clinton. If there's any candidate that has a shot at running and winning in 2004.
Is it thought that he disported himself well here by Democrats generally, or is there a feeling, Paula, that he had a bad outing, losing the debate to Cheney in the eyes of so many people?
Well, yeah, I think that supporters of his wished he had been a little bit stronger in that debate with Mr. Cheney, but they also, as we heard some of the the exit polling coming out of Florida tonight, did pretty well with some of the elderly voters down there. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that a first-time senator, if your name is Hillary Rodham Clinton, does have that tremendous shot at becoming president in 2004. What do you think?
No, she won't. I mean, she won't. She'll keep it low. As Mara said, she'll try to be responsible and be a hard-working senator for the first couple of years. If the chance emerges in 2003 or 2004, I wouldn't be surprised to see her go for it. I mean, there are 3 Democrats who have any national name recognition now, I suppose. Mr. Gephardt, who's run for president before and has been the minority leader in the House for quite a while. Joe Lieberman, the vice presidential candidate, and Hillary Clinton. You'd also have to put Gray Davis, the Democratic governor of California, who looks like a very safe bet for re-election in 2002, on the short list for 2004. But an awful lot can change in 4 years, you know.
I can't imagine that Al Gore, having come this close and having spent an entire career fighting for the top job, is going to give up and quit politics and not run again for
Well, it's probably not going to be his choice. And clearly, who is going to get over the next year, or maybe 2 years, the most media attention? It's going to be Hillary Rodham Clinton. And the problem for Joe Lieberman is that he lost in popularity and favorability during this campaign. He was enthusiastically received when Gore first picked him, but he was less enthusiastically received by the public by the end of the campaign.
One other point there, this is yet another governor winning the presidency. Governors do well at winning the presidency. Senators don't. I think if Gray Davis of California wins a big re-election victory in 2002, it'll be a little bit like George W. Bush being governor of a large state, winning a big re-election victory. It'll be formidable.
All right, we're going to go back to Austin, Texas right now, and Carl Cameron rejoins us. Hi, Carl. Any update on when we might hear from President Bush?
President-elect.
Well, President-elect Bush, yeah. Well, his staff has said that he will leave the mansion by motorcade and come the short distance to the front of the Capitol, where we will hear his remarks. There'll be an honor guard and some opening ceremonies before the governor actually speaks. They had intended to wait until after the vice president made some remarks. That may be altered depending on whether or not the vice president does, in fact, speak anytime soon. It should be noted that Governor Bush has long said that he prefers the come-from-behind type of candidacy, and that he had some success in doing that in his first gubernatorial election against Ann Richards, when he was able to surge from behind in the final hour. Tonight, I guess, would be sort of the quintessential example of that, having, according to the networks, at one point lost Florida and then come from behind to carry it by such a narrow margin. This has been a campaign that has defied conventional wisdom in a variety of ways for so long. Of course, a Republican grasping the third rail of Social Security and then able to, it seems, prevail with seniors, notwithstanding what the governor had called some scaremongering, fear-mongering, and demagoguery by the Democrats, that he would undo Social Security and deny seniors their retirement benefits. It was also noted for the longest time that the governor had refused to accept a lot of advice and counsel from Washington political experts, and that he was running a somewhat provincial campaign out of Austin, and they were determined to do it their way. And it was overlooked in many minds that there was somebody in the Bush campaign who had some experience in White House campaigns in Washington, and that, of course, was the governor himself, until such time as Dick Cheney got onto the ticket. It was thought perhaps at one point that Dick Cheney might have been a drag on the ticket, and that doesn't seem to have illustrated itself. It was thought that Joe Lieberman might have been a boost for Al Gore, and there's some question about whether or not that ever materialized. And again, now George Bush expected in just a few moments to come forward and offer something of an olive branch to Democrats. This has been a pretty partisan race with his knowledgeability and preparedness, his readiness for the White House challenged by Democrats. And in the case of Bob Kerrey of Nebraska and Tom Daschle, the Senate Minority Leader, he was pretty much pronounced as unprepared and unable to assume the presidency, and yet we are told the governor will suggest that he is ready to work with them to, as he has said all along, change the tone. Whether that is, of course, naive or even reasonable to assume at this early date, we still got to get past the possibilities of a challenge and where that comes forward.
Hey, Carl.
We should tell you folks.
Hey, Carl, take a breath.
Hey, Carl. Carl, is it your understanding that the president-elect will be joined by the former president at the speech site?
George H.W. Bush and Barbara Bush have been in the mansion. We have been told for certain that the governor will talk about his dad. We expect, of course, his running mate, Dick Cheney, who's been across town at a hotel, will also make an appearance.
Carl, we have some news from Nashville. The Gore motorcade has started moving, which means that we're within about 5 minutes. He should arrive at the site there. How soon he will get himself up on the platform and say something is not entirely clear, but one presumes, in the words of Bush and Cheney, that it won't be long now.
And we still have some new information for you on the state of Wisconsin, which is too close to call. I think the last time we spoke with you, Governor Tommy Thompson was predicting that would be a Bush win, but right now we are told that Vice President Gore carries a 2,100 vote lead in the state of Wisconsin.
That was a lead, by the way. You know, we had Bush up about 9,000 votes there at one point, and it appeared from what Governor Thompson was telling us that the remaining precincts to report were in areas where Thompson had done well and where Bush would be presumed to do well, but the lead has eroded since then, so who knows what in the dickens is going to happen out there. All of that, of course, moot in terms of the final result, but not moot in terms of the final count, and obviously in terms of the acuteness of the agony on the Gore side of being so near and so close to pulling this out. I mean, that would push him up into the 250s, and assuming any other results out there, he would have been 3 or 4, 5, 10, 15 votes away from the goal that he had sought for so much. Indeed, one might even argue for his entire political life.
All right, Mort, you're convinced that he has a political future ahead of him, but if he doesn't, what do the rest of you speculate the vice president would end up doing?
He could teach, he could write. Those are things that he seems to enjoy doing and he's good at. There are a lot of people who think that Al Gore wasn't someone who really was fit or cut out for a political career, that he would have been happier doing something else. He did go to divinity school at one point. I find it hard to believe that he would be the automatic front runner in 2004.
Well, the history
and also, where does he do? Park himself in a law firm?
Well, you know, the history of this sort of thing is that former vice presidents who lose, and this is a pattern, the incumbent vice presidents lose, they try again. Walter Mondale tried again, Richard Nixon tried again, and they got the nominations, and they, you know.
Yeah, and Richard Nixon's an interesting example, not that on any ethical level we would suggest a parallel to Gore, but there are some other similarities. Bookish types, very aggressive, very precise, very tough politicians, disciplined characters.
Loners.
Loners to a great extent, that's right. Mort, you may be right in the sense that if you don't posit Gore with a political future, what do you suggest for him that he would be? And then that sets up presumably a rivalry within the Democratic Party between Al Gore and Hillary Rodham Clinton for the affections of the party.
I just think that Hillary
did not run for president and lose, and then Nixon is the only person in 40 years who ran for president, lost, and got his party's nomination again. He got it only 8 years later, after the Goldwater debacle. I just think in the modern age, you run for president, you lose, you disappear. That has been the rule. Dukakis, I mean, he was a young man.
Well, Mondale clearly did not.
Mondale lost as vice president. He did not lose the presidential race and then run again. I just think it's almost inconceivable.
He's come so close, you know, and he came from behind, and this is the fulfillment of his life. Now, it may be that the party will say, since he doesn't have great affection down the line in the party, people don't regard themselves as Gore people, that they'll want to dispense with him and just say, Al Gore, please disappear. But I think his own inclination will be to fight on.
You know, as much as we might have all thought that this Bush victory was a likelihood, it is the case that it is an historic win in an important way, and that is, for the first time in as long as I think anyone can remember, the incumbent party nominee has been rejected by the country in a time of prosperity felt by nearly everyone, as manifested by an historic low in the unemployment rate, by far the most politically sensitive of all economic indicators, in an atmosphere in which there was not only no war involving the United States of America, but no immediate threat of war. These are conditions in which incumbent nominees win the presidency. And that was that constituted the backdrop. The X factor in this election, of course, all along, and it's the extent to which it polluted the atmosphere in the eyes of the voters was never entirely clear, were the Clinton scandals. And as Bill Kristol has pointed out, and others as well, that is really the burden he had to bear, was the Clinton burden. And the party will judge, it seems to me, how well he bore it. My sense is that given the affection which Bill Clinton continues to be held, if not in the country where he has very low personal favorability ratings, but in the Democratic Party, the verdict that Al Gore was saddled by Bill Clinton and did his best with that awful sack of rocks he had to carry will not be a verdict that very many Democrats will find very appealing.
No, and already I think the postmortems began a full week or two ago, and they were clearly among Democrats pointing the finger at Gore and blaming him for this, that he didn't run a good enough campaign, that somehow he squandered this incredible gift that he'd been given.
But he probably ran ahead of the House Democrats.
I mean, I now project, by the way, that the Nebraska Senate candidate, the Democrat there, that's Ben Nelson, wins that state. That is not a change for the Democrats, but it brings them ever closer to a goal that it appears they cannot reach tonight, and that is control of the U.S. Senate. Juan Williams?
Does push them up, Britt. It's now about a +4. They're coming close because we still have Michigan sitting out, but when you have Nelson beating Stenberg, Nelson, of course, taking Bob Kerry's seat, Bob Kerry retiring, then going off to run the new school here in New York City.
That's +3, isn't it, Juan?
I think it's +4 now, Britt. And so what we see...
Well, but that's not a switch, Juan. I don't think Ben Nelson is a switch. Right?
No, Ben Nelson's not a switch, but it is already standing at +4, and we have Michigan sitting out, Stabenow versus Spencer.
So that gets the Democrats to a possible 49.
Right.
Okay.
But again, you're seeing, we're talking about divided government. We're talking about what's going to be possible, what's the agenda going to be, and you see in the Senate, real division here now. It's going to be very close. I think harder for Trent Lott to govern, and maybe a bigger role for Tom Daschle as the minority leader.
All right, we're going to take some time out now for some shameless self-promotion. You want to know what these folks are waving at on the Jumbotron themselves? They are seeing themselves on the Fox News Channel feed, the way a lot of these folks found out that George W. Bush was the president-elect.
Yeah, that's a picture there of the Jumbotron in Austin with the Fox News Channel on there. They've been rotating around, it should be said in fairness. They've had us on, but they've had others on as well. But they apparently were on us at the moment we projected the victory for Governor Bush, and that, of course, set off the wild celebration which continues to this very minute as we await the arrival of Vice President Gore at his appointed place in Nashville. And we await with some suspense just exactly what he will say. Fred?
Well, I have some suspense about that as well. I don't know what he's going to say. Let me mention a couple things about President-elect Bush, however. There are a couple of rules he broke tonight in winning the presidency. One is that I think he's the first Republican to win the presidency after losing the New Hampshire primary. I don't think another Republican has done that.
That's history.
And secondly, he's the first president since James A. Garfield in 1880, the first Republican to win the presidency without winning California. Now, the Florida rule, of course, he won Florida, and that still applies. But not winning California, you remember, only 20 years ago, the Republican base presidentially was Florida and California. You could hardly say they're that anymore.
You know, there's one other person tonight who must be experiencing exultation, perhaps, but more than that, the deepest sense of relief, and that would be Jeb Bush.
Yeah.
Governor of the state of Florida.
For a moment there, it was pretty dicey for him.
Yeah, well, that was tough.
He can stay in the family.
Yeah, I imagine. Tony Snow, your thoughts on all of this?
Well, one of the fascinating things tonight, Britt, is this may have been the most polled election in our lifetimes. And what's sort of gratifying is that virtually every pollster was wrong. You know, a lot of times I think we tend to look upon polls as destiny, and we covered them day in and day out. But lo and behold, this turned out to be a far closer election than anybody predicted. And at the same time, you look at our own exit polls. Again, I'm talking about polls. It appears that despite the fact that you're going to have very narrow Republican majorities in both houses, there may be some key issues on which Democrats and Republicans can do business. Well, we heard before talk about Bill Clinton and what a popular president he was among Democrats. One of the things that Bill Clinton was successful at was identifying a couple of issues on which Democrats and Republicans could work together, including free trade and welfare reform. Look for George W. Bush to start looking for common ground on things like Social Security, a very surprising poll result we saw there tonight. In addition, on educational reform, he may be able to cobble together a bipartisan agreement there. Also, George W. Bush is somebody who did not succeed very well tonight in reaching out to black voters. Look for him to be much more assertive than any Republican president in our lifetime, to go out and try to court black voters in the years ahead, court Hispanic voters, try to put California back in play for Republicans, and also court the women's vote. A lot of these have been things that Republicans have left lagging over the last few years. George W. Bush succeeded in increasing his vote margins with all of those groups during his 2 terms as Texas governor. And I think that's probably the template you got to look forward to when he becomes president. As for Al Gore tonight, you know, Al Gore, you got to take your hat off to him. Here's a guy who's will have been up for 48 straight hours. Al Gore works harder than just about anybody in the business of politics. And as we've said tonight, you got to feel for him and everybody else in his campaign. I'll be very interested to see what happens. My guess is what he will do is try to rally his troops and then get off the stage and hope some miracle happens for him in the state of Florida.
All right, Tony, thank you. We really have no update. We know that the vice president has left his hotel. He's in a motorcade, but we haven't been given an update on his position right now. Actually, we just got a 2-minute warning. Isn't it funny how that happens on live television? Michael Barone, why don't you spend some time with us before we cut away to the vice president's speech?
Well, let me just share a few thoughts I had about the Democratic Party. I think it's likely that George W. Bush, as president, is going to unite in many ways the Republican Party, as Bill Clinton so successfully did with the Democratic Party. The problem with the Democratic Party now, I think, is not just which individual comes forward. Obviously, probably in most polls, Hillary Rodham Clinton will be the person, you know, the plurality choice for president in '04. It's also institutional. I mean, Bill Clinton built a Democratic Party that brought together the labor unions, rich liberals, trial lawyers, the feminist left, the New Democrats. All those are significant fundraising, and many of them are significant on-the-ground constituencies, labor unions growing especially. What is going to keep them together? They've got different agendas, different complaints about Al Gore's campaign, different ideas about how to go after victory in '02 and '04. You know, the natural tendency of the Democratic Party over its history has been to be a vociferous party, splitting off into its parts, and without a presidential leader, it may do so again.
All right, Michael, thanks very much. I wonder if we're able to talk to Jim Angle down there in Nashville as we await the arrival on the scene there and the remarks of Vice President Gore.
Hello, Brett.
Hi, Jim. What's the scene down there like? Subdued, I guess.
Well, it's very subdued. They're playing music, as you can hear in the background, but it is very subdued. There are a few staff members starting to file in, some of the lower-level people, with the looks on their faces that tell the story here, and that is that Al Gore, after running for the presidency for at least 12 years, but really for much of his life, has lost his bid for the White House. You can see it on the faces of people here. We will soon hear from Al Gore himself. Whatever words he uses, Britt, will be very, very difficult for him. You know, just a couple of nights ago, in a very late night speech to a group, he seemed to speak in a more personal way, as he often does when he's tired. And he said, I can't believe that the American people would choose someone, and then he goes on to list all of the views that Governor Bush holds. And there was a certain disbelief in his voice and in his thoughts that he could lose this race, that he could not win given the positions he had on the issues. That is what has happened. I think it would be very difficult for Al Gore to accept that. It will be very difficult for him to articulate it here to people who were certain all along that he would eventually prevail, Britt.
Jim, what is your guess here? Are we going to hear a concession speech? Are we going to hear congratulations? Are we going to hear about a phone call? What is your estimation?
Well, you know, if indeed they do plan to dispute the count in Florida, which is what we had learned earlier, and then what you had said they announced, I think, in public that they were going to ask for a recount, it would be odd to come out and tell everyone, well, we've lost, if in fact you think there's a way you might win. So he might be able to walk that line, as you and Fred and others were talking about there earlier. He might be able to walk that line and simply say, it's very, very close. It doesn't look good. There may be more news tomorrow, but at the moment it appears that Governor Bush has won. If that is the case, then I congratulate him. You could do it that way. As I say, it's going to be very tough for Gore. He is not always reflective in these moments. With most of the times when we see him in a reflective mood, it's when he's exhausted and tends to express more personal views than a speech written for him by someone else. Perhaps that will happen tonight. This has been a very, very long trek for him, Britt, as you know. He was raised, his family once said, to be president. It is his entire life has been aimed at this office, and now it appears to have slipped away from him.
Well, indeed it has, Jim, and you know, you see that impressive facade there at the War Memorial with the lights playing on those columns there, and the American flag as the backdrop, and that very large stage laid out there for what he and his partisans must clearly have thought was going to be a victory celebration tonight, capping one of the most remarkable comebacks in recent presidential history, one in which even as recently as the middle of last week, the presidency appeared to be out of reach for him, and now you see a situation in which he's forced to come out here tonight with the bitter taste of apparent defeat in his mouth. Not an easy moment, Jim, and we'll be back to you as you have more to add for us on that point. What this must be like for Vice President Gore. And we've been given a 2-minute warning. We seem to be past that 2 minutes by now. Still no sign of Al Gore. So we're in a position to take a further look at that vote tally in Florida. Any late numbers there, I wonder, folks, whether we're able to do that. The margin had shrunk down to about 40,000 votes, which was more than it had been for a while, but also less than it had been when it had popped up briefly over 50,000. So perhaps that's what Mr. Gore is waiting for the latest word on.
We, of course, are continuing to wait for...
Yeah, we are. The latest we have is, wow, look at that. 39,000 plus, 99% of precincts in. It doesn't appear that Buchanan with, 94,000 votes for Ralph Nader, and as we remarked, obviously that clearly made the difference in the state of Florida, and Ralph Nader, I guess, can live with the fact that he put Al Gore in the presidency and appears not to have gotten anywhere near the 5% he needed to give his Green Party the eligibility for federal funds that it will need in 4 years, Bill.
You know, I've got to think if, with that margin, assuming now really virtually all the votes are in, that Al Gore will concede. I don't believe he's going to put the country through 2 days of sort of quasi-suspense.
The word is that the reason for the delay is that it is taking a few moments to load his speech into the teleprompter. So presumably he will speak from prepared text, and that might help to explain why it took him a while to get here. Someone was obviously drafting, perhaps with his participation. obviously with his participation to some extent, some remarks for him to make at this very difficult moment indeed for him.
Bob Schramm, who's one of Al Gore's top advisors, has written eloquent concession speeches before Teddy Kennedy's famous speech at the 1980 Democratic Convention, for example. Though on this kind of speech, I was with Vice President Quayle in 1992 when we conceded, and John McConnell, who now works for Governor Bush, had written eloquent remarks for the Vice President. He didn't use them, and he spoke from the heart, and spoke eloquently, actually, and showed real character in his concession. I suspect Vice President Gore will want to say what's in his heart, but I've got to think he's going to concede and not try to get cute with a kind of, you know, let's see what happens tomorrow in a recount.
Well, we'll see. We should be seeing in just a few minutes as he comes out on the stage there in the very quiet atmosphere of the streets there in Nashville, Tennessee, outside the War Memorial there, where his partisans had been planning a victory celebration that is not to be tonight.
We continue to, of course, wait for the results in Oregon, and I'm wondering, Britt, you just made the point that it seems, I guess, abundantly clear at this point that Ralph Nader will not get that 5% that he needed to create his watchdog party and give it the viability he wanted it to have in the next election. But I guess what I want to throw out to you all is how you think Ralph Nader will be perceived on this Wednesday morning.
Hold on just a second before we do that. There's an AP radio report out that numbers the size of the Bush win in Florida in the hundreds. That would be recount material if there ever was one. Let's go to Carl Cameron to see if he has anything on that. Carl?
Yeah, Brett, about 35, 40 minutes ago, the governor received a phone call from the vice president. The Bush campaign is now given to believe that the vice president will be making a concession speech, and the aides to the governor say that he wished the vice president well, congratulated him on a fight well fought, said that he respected the vice president and that he understood that he said that the vice president was a good man. All the types of dignity and victory and taking sort of a high road, being a good winner that one would expect under these circumstances. And the governor is obviously now waiting to get the vice president in his remarks under his belt before he comes out here. The call initiated by the vice president, received by Governor Bush.
All right, let's take a look, if we can, again at those raw vote numbers we were just looking at a moment ago. That is the state of Florida. And that projects the race having tightened still further down to a margin of something in the neighborhood of 10 or 11,000 votes. That obviously begins to look agonizingly close again. And we keep seeing that they're 99% of the precincts in, but if that 1% of the precincts that's still out there has been causing some consternation as this vote tally continues. Nobody apparently preparing to make any changes in their estimates for that outcome. So we await Vice President Gore's remarks as the closeness of the race becomes ever more apparent. Here you're hearing the quiet chant beginning to go up from the people who are saying they want Gore. So we presumably will be hearing from him shortly. Bill, just some reflections now. We see that margin now is having shrunk down to something in the neighborhood of 10 to 11,000 votes. That places it in kind of a special category, doesn't it?
If it holds at 11,000 votes, that would mean that, 5,500 votes swinging the other way would have changed the election. I think this would be the only time in this century that few votes in one state could have flipped an election. In both Kennedy's victory in 1960 and Carter's in 1976, that number of votes in 2 states, if they had flipped, would have changed the election. So I think we could say that this is the closest presidential election in this century.
Remarkable. Remarkable. Gore partisans there eagerly awaiting his appearance on the platform. So far, it has not materialized. We're standing by waiting. Michael Barone, your thoughts?
Well, I guess I'd give Bill a little bit of a challenge in that 1916 when California decided the election for Woodrow Wilson over Charles Evans Hughes.
I was just testing Mike. I knew that, but I just wanted to see if he was alert at this time of night.
That was 84. That was 84 years ago, and in many ways it was another country. And I think Bill's point is well taken. This is a classic civics lesson for those people who say my vote doesn't count.
And also, I think Bill said in this century. He's certainly right about this century. If we believe that this is indeed the 21st century and not, as some sticklers say, the last year of the 20th century, then Bill's got it right technically anyway.
Clintonian defense. For
it would also be not only the smallest margin, but the biggest margin.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you for that help.
All right, we're still expecting that Vice President Gore will arrive on the scene. There could be another band down there. Cheers periodically go up as if someone has had a Gore sighting, but so far, no.
At some point today, we might hear the President Clinton reflect on what has happened on election night. He clearly views his wife's victory in New York as an important part of his legacy. However, with the Republicans seemingly maintaining control of the House and the Senate, it's a different story, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
We have a projection, by the way, that Montana, in the state of Montana, that the Republicans will hold that governorship out there. I don't think there was a great deal of suspense about that, but there you see the Governor March, the Republican, holds on. Close race. 87% of the precincts in out there, you see.
Well, of course, the departing governor, Mark Rasko, is very close to George Bush, and now that Bush is the president-elect, is widely regarded as the likeliest new Interior Secretary.
Really? That's interesting. Okay, he was the one, wasn't he, that was in that big controversy fight with the Clinton administration over the handling of some forest fires out there, and felt that had been badly done, and got himself a few moments in the national limelight as a result of that. Somebody's waving at either a camera monitor or at somebody they think they know in Nashville as we continue to wait for Al Gore to come out and say something.
Well, in answer to your question, Paula, it will test Bill Clinton's self-discipline for him not to have it leak out somehow that if only he'd been used more, or if only there had been more emphasis on his record, or so-and-so that Al Gore might eke over the top, because there wasn't. He's already done it. But no, but I mean, to afflict Al Gore even more than he is, to have recriminations from the White House, will not help.
Of course, the interesting thing is, what does Bill Clinton do now? He will be a Senate spouse, so he will be on the Washington scene in some respect, and he's as much of a magnet for press coverage as his wife is going to be. So.
Not only press coverage.
For paparazzi stakeouts and tabloid curiosity, but he got his, you know, he needed to get the House back, Gore elected, and Mrs. Clinton elected in order, I think, to really redeem himself.
Jim Angle, what are you hearing and seeing down there, buddy?
Well, at this point, you're seeing more and more staff file in here, Britt, and stand in the rain to wait for the man that they've worked for so many hours. You know what a presidential campaign is like. People work for sometimes more than a year, but certainly for all of the election year. They sometimes work 16, 18 hours a day for very little pay, put all of their lives on the line for this one race, for this one man, and you can imagine the letdown when it doesn't happen. Let me add one thing about President Clinton, Britt. All through this year, we kept hearing from people we knew at the White House that the president had this suggestion or that suggestion. At the time of the Democratic convention, one former White House official told me that the feeling from Clinton and others around him was that Al Gore would rather lose the election on his own than take advice from Bill Clinton. At the time, the Gore people, of course, didn't think that's the way it would turn out. It does, in fact, look like it's turned out that way now. Now, we hear some cheers behind us, Britt, so...
That's generally standard procedure when we get this.
I think what we're hearing is they're listening to the coverage on CBS News, and perhaps CBS News is popular with the Gore partisans. It wouldn't surprise me if it were.
Well, fortunately, they switch around here, Britt, so Fox News has had its place in the sun as well on this screen, and it goes from time to time. It depends on what is being announced. Anytime he wins a state, there are cheers. Anytime there's bad news, sometimes boos.
All right, Jim, thanks very much. We continue to wait, as we say, for Vice President Gore to show up and say something. That, of course, is not only keeping him up for a few more hours, it's keeping everybody in Austin up and everybody here in New York as well, as we wait to see what is finally going to be said here. I wonder if we have an update on the raw vote count in Florida, which continues to fascinate me as it draws seemingly ever closer as we get down to the wire. Apparently too late now for it to be reversed. The margin sufficient apparently to hold, but it must be an agony for the Gore partisans to see it be so very close. 11,000 was the number of votes when we last looked, so that gives you an idea of how painful this has to be for people who were pulling for Al Gore in that state and in this country tonight.
As we await the Vice President's remarks, I'm wondering if we could visit the issue of something that Carl Cameron brought up as early as this weekend when he talked about the great sense of optimism that Governor Bush had. And he said at that point, the governor was already making calls about a transition team or potentially talk about folks that might play a role in his administration. Do you care to, this evening, speculate on that? We know, of course, Colin Powell has been mentioned as a potential Secretary of State candidate. Condoleezza Rice, maybe. National Security Advisor, perhaps? Any other names we want to bat around?
Well, what were you going to go ahead? You know, as Bill has pointed out earlier, he's going to name a Democrat to some major post. There are 4 major positions: Treasury, Defense, State, and the Attorney General. The most likely one would be Defense at this point, and that the name that comes to mind, and one that Bill has mentioned earlier, is Sam Nunn, the former senator from Georgia, fairly hawkish on defense, except once. And unfortunately, that was a tie.
Right, he voted.
Don Baer with a bag over his head. That's Baer is a former Clinton speechwriter and was active, I believe, in the Gore campaign.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that he could appoint someone who voted against the Persian Gulf War.
As Sam Nunn did, and actually led the opposition to the Persian Gulf War. But
hey,
that would be truly bipartisan.
One available candidate is Chuck Robb, who was a defeated senator,
how
former
did he
Marine,
vote on the
and
Persian Gulf War?
he voted for the Persian Gulf War.
This is kind of oddly, grimly fascinating to watch this scene down there. That's Austin now, huh? Quiet there, too, it seems.
One of the questions is, what role will Don Evans, who is the campaign chairman, the best friend of George W. Bush, what role will he have? And the best guess is he'll either be Commerce Secretary, he is a businessman from Midland, Texas, or a counselor to the president, which would have him in constant contact with the president, and they are extremely close friends.
You know, Britt, now that Bush has won, normal people are going to sleep, or they're waiting to see. They're waiting to see Gore concede in Bush's speech, I'm sure, watching us here on the Fox News channel. But in Washington, there are tens, maybe hundreds of Republicans, maybe thousands, freshening up that resume, getting ready to bring it to fax it at 7 a.m. in the morning or FedEx it down to Austin.
Clay Johnson is the
scramble. The scramble for jobs in the Bush administration, I believe, has probably already begun.
It's probably already a stampede.
Right.
For the record, we've now been on the air almost 8.5 hours straight. Britt, can you even remember the last time you've been on the air for live coverage of story for 8 hours straight?
In my particular case, Paula, since we came on at 6, it's now 9 hours and 33 minutes.
Oh, beating me.
So, So I'm...
we might think about giving you breakfast in an hour or two.
You know, people used to call Walter Cronkite old iron pants for his ability to stay on the air for long hours and never lose his edge. I don't think anybody's ever going to say that about me. I'm about ready for Mr. Gore to come out here now and put all those people down there, give them a chance to get some rest, perhaps, and himself as well.
Brett, not to belabor this, who George Bush will appoint, but one of the most important jobs in an administration, if not the most important, is White House Chief of Staff. His Chief of Staff in Texas is Ed Albaugh, who's been
Joe Albaugh.
Joe Albaugh, rather. I think the best guess is that while Albaugh might be Deputy Chief of Staff, he will pick someone with some Washington and national political experience to be the White House Chief of Staff in his new administration.
Speculation has been that
I wonder if the weight here is occasioned by the fact that that vote got narrow again in Florida. I mean, we've sort of been tiptoeing around that, but it's worth wondering about that, whether they began to think that call may be pulled back. There's no indication that anybody is yet going to do that.
Have they gone to 100% in Florida yet?
They haven't gone to. I don't believe they have, obviously they may not get to 100% because they can't because of absentee ballots or whatever. So you know, you have that to wonder about, whether they may be holding that back. So they may be, the Vice President may be waiting in some hope that the call would be reversed. There's no indication anything like that's going to happen.
It would be a fitting end to the last 8 years, which have had the character of an Alan Drury novel, an exciting Washington. You know, we've had Gingrich's rise and fall, Clinton's impeachment. We've had what looks like Bush winning the presidency by a margin of one state, a state that was called for Gore earlier in the evening. If it were recalled now, I guess that's the right word, or reversed, it would be truly extraordinary.
Carl Cameron, of course, reporting a little bit earlier.
Look at that popular vote.
Wow. Look at those
We're now down to 1,000 and more. 45,000. What?
It's a 200,000
vote.
Yeah, about close to a 200,000 vote margin out of there's only almost 100 million passed.
However, the Secretary of State down there is saying that the margin's about 600 votes.
In Florida?
In Florida.
And that may be what's holding Gore up. VNS is saying it's about 6,000. VNS, it's not unusual for the Voter News Service to have a more sophisticated vote counting apparatus in play because of the availability of computers than it is sometimes the case for Secretaries of State.
And he has to come out now and make a public statement. One aide saying that the Vice President could just come out.
So we're overhearing a reporter now. Let's check in with Michael Barone for a moment on this issue, Michael. Secretary of State of Florida saying this is a 600 vote margin. That's not a winning. That's the kind of margin you don't make a call on if you're the Voter News Service. So does it occur to you possibly this may not be over yet?
Well, VNS, as you noted, Britt, has a 6,000 vote margin. I think, you know, if I was the Gore campaign, I certainly would want to take a close look at that. As I say, I think there's still this military vote out. We don't know the size of it. I don't know what the size of it was 4 years ago. Other people may do so, which could change that result from one that looks pretty close and worthy of a recount or a code check to one that looks out of range of change. So, Britt, I don't know, you know, I wonder whether this is one of the reasons for the apparent delay in Mr. Gore's appearance.
Even the VNS number at 6,000, that is 0.1% of the vote. There were almost 6 million votes cast in Florida. So you're looking at you're looking at winning the presidency with a 0.1% margin in one state.
Yeah, it's similar to, in Illinois in 1960, I think it was 8,838 votes was the recorded total for President Kennedy, in a turnout of similar size, 4 million. That was not, however, the sole decisive state.
Mike, is the Secretary of State in Florida a Republican or a Democrat?
My recollection is that the Secretary of State in Illinois is a
Florida,
excuse me, is a Republican. and has been. Check it in the volume here that I've got right now. It is a partisan elected position, and it's one that Republicans have been very successful in Florida in winning down-ballot offices at the statewide level. They've been successful in winning a whole lot of offices and majorities in both houses of the state legislature, and the Secretary of State, Katherine Harris, is a Republican. So she presumably is a political ally of Governor Jeb Bush.
Now we hear the cry of recount, recount, periodically welling up from the assembled multitude, if that's what it is, outside the Gore planned event there in Nashville.
Well, Al Gore may feel that he has a really difficult decision to make. You've got one state with apparently right now a pretty small popular vote majority showing on the boards. Should you issue this concession statement? Should you shut down any chance of challenging this, or should you leave it open? I mean, the first decision to accept the result was the one that was made by Richard Nixon in 1960, and he wrote later that he felt that to do something else would be divisive and would weaken the power and influence of America in the world, that you had to have one leader, and to have ambiguity or a cloud cast on the succession to office of president in this country would be very harmful to America's interests. On the other hand, Mr. Gore, might reasonably think, hey, if I really did get more votes in more states with 270 electoral votes, then I should be elected president. And there's, maybe we should wait up beyond, we're now about 1 hour and 23 minutes after Fox News first declared George Bush the winner of the presidency. Maybe we'll just wait a little longer.
You brought up the issue, Fred, a little bit earlier on of the post being a partisan post of the person overseeing this election. You're by no means suggesting, nor have we heard anybody here this evening suggest there has been any fraud or favorable behavior towards Governor Bush.
And actually, this person who Mike says is a Republican, the Secretary of State in Florida, actually is showing it much closer for Gore than VNS is.
It is the case now that one of the things that's happening in Florida is that they are counting absentee ballots in 27 precincts. No estimate of the total number, but these are in the Dade County area. However, so far they're running about 58 to 41 for Bush. So not much reason to believe at this stage that they could reverse the call that has been made now by nearly everybody, but there you have it.
Well, Britt, those would bear the same relationship to the overall Dade County vote as absentee being about 10 points more Republican, as absentee ballots tend to relate to votes cast at the polls in most elections.
We continue to hear the surge come from the crowd, and we can't really identify why that's coming. I guess anytime it appears as though someone's heading for the podium, you see kind of this well up of enthusiasm.
The Florida Division of Elections is now saying that there will be an automatic recount of the ballots in Florida because of a statutory recount provision that says if there's a gap of 0.5, Bill Kristol's talking about this, or less between candidates. Right now, with 99.9% of the vote counted, both Bush and Gore have 48.9% of the vote. Gore down by 630 votes. The only way there would not be a recount is if the candidate eliminated requests in writing that a recount not be done, or submitted a request in writing that a recount not be done. So that's it now. That's striking stuff, though, folks. Now,
so is that, do you think that makes it increasingly unlikely we will hear from the Vice President this evening, team?
He must be considering what to say.
Right.
And with 600, if it is truly 630 votes, I would suspect that he would want to leave the option open for a recount and say something conditional, subject to a recount. I congratulate Governor Bush, or something.
I think he has to say something. I mean, these people are waiting to hear from him, and I'm assuming he will come out, he will say something, but he probably wants to leave his options open.
They just told me again and took the concession.
You took it back?
thank you all for bearing with us as we try to gain better insights as to what's going on in Florida.
I think he should. I mean, I think he could still give the sort of speech.
Let's go to Carl for some sense of what's going on there in Austin. Carl?
Well, Britt, while you see the jubilation in Nashville, a stunned silence has fallen over the crowd in Austin. Vice President Al Gore has called Governor Bush and retracted his concession because he is now of a mind that things could be turning yet again in Florida. If there were any more surprises that could take place tonight, it seems impossible to imagine. There you see a live shot of the audience here in Austin with word rippling through the crowd that the Vice President's concession speech is now apparently null and void, and we are back in a holding pattern as to when we will hear from the Vice President what he'll say and what the governor will be able to say pending any kind of remarks from the Vice President. Another stunner. Britt, Paula?
I would say so. What does everybody make of that?
Well, if it is only 630 votes, you can certainly see why he wants to wait. Now, those are real votes, not projections. Maybe within the hour we'll get some more results.
I'm confused by the 6,000 gap on the BNS and the 600 gap in the Secretary of State.
Why project anymore?
But look, if it's 600 votes, we're not going to know the winner of the presidency for 24 hours, I think. The recount will take a little time.
Well, walk us through the process of a recount. How long could it conceivably take?
Well, each state has its own rules, and I don't know Florida's rules. I'm sure we have people looking them up right now, but these are complicated rules about how you supervise the paper, the write-in ballots, people, usually you have independent observers come and look at each machine as it's reopened to see that the count was accurate. It can take a while. It's a big state, Florida, and you know, if it's really in the 630 range, not the 6,000 range, 6,000 is close, but still probably enough to sort of be reasonably confident. 600 votes is tight.
They're still the only
0.01% 600 votes.
The only votes left to be counted, according to these the information we have, is from the Miami Gold Coast area, which is a Gore area.
But yeah.
But and everything else is all the returns are in. With the exception of those overseas.
Right. But it's 99.9%,
yeah.
right?
And the 0.1% is...
Well, it is, but remember, a lot of what we were talking about apparently is absentee votes are being counted in which we're breaking toward Governor Bush. So perhaps we'll get some information from our decision desk about why this is a call that nobody seems yet to be retracting. As far as we know, Al Gore's retracted his concession, but the network projections remain unanimous at this stage in favor of Governor Bush. There it is. That shows a 6,000 vote margin with 99% of precincts in. Presumably, the vote is now almost entirely counted.
And of course, that is real votes. I mean, that is not any kind of projection. So somehow VNS is counting some votes that the Secretary of State of Florida has not quite yet counted, maybe some of those absentee ballots we were talking about, or, conversely, the Secretary of State of Florida has counted a few ballots that VNS hasn't registered yet, and it's really 600. I don't know which is the case, obviously.
Although what you reported before was that there had to be an automatic recount, which it appears that there will be now, which will
let's hear what Jim Angle may be about to tell us about this. Jim, what are you hearing?
We're not hearing anything here, Britt. We have seen staff members wandering around the audience in a sort of a daze. Some of the people like Bruce Reed from the White House, who's worked on domestic policy for them, people just sort of stumbling around here waiting to hear what in fact is going on. It is not clear now what the Vice President will or will not do. And as we had discussed earlier, there's the possibility of him trying to walk a fine line here, depending on what might or might not happen later on with a recount. That looks like the line they're now trying to figure out how to walk. So we'll have to wait to see what the Vice President does when he comes out here. But that is obviously part of the holdup. as they try to figure out what to say about what has happened. Brett.
All right, Jim, thanks very much. Well, we were for the longest time tonight waiting to be able to make a call in Florida, and we thought when we did and it put somebody over the top that would be the beginning of the end of the evening. It turns out so far to being the end of the beginning of the evening. So, so we're hanging on here. Stay with us, everybody.
Go, Crystal. Jump in here.
Well, you know, even if it's a 6,000 vote margin, that's about 0.1%. The rules of the Florida law says if it's 0.5% or below margin, there's an automatic recount unless the candidate in writing does not request one. So even if it's a 6,000 vote margin, as I understand it, the vice president would have to formally not request a recount and concede.
We're going to listen to what's coming out of Nashville right now.
Is there a mechanism, Mr. Cast, by which the state of Florida would automatically do its own recount
Well, obviously, from what little I could hear from the strains coming through from the podium there was a mention of Florida, and there was a mention of counting of votes. I don't know if anybody else picked up any more than I just did.
They appeared to be watching CNN on the monitor, and they were asking just the questions that we're asking right here, which is how does a recount work? And
this is true.
It was very difficult to gauge what's going on in this crowd because, as Jim Engel reported, the various networks' feeds are being rotated through the huge jumbotron there. And as Mara just said, they could very well be reacting to even some analysis they're hearing on one of the networks. But at one point, it appeared as though someone was trying to update these folks on the status of the Florida vote.
Other than I can tell you that in 1996, there was roughly 2,200 of those that were counted in the 10-day count.
Well, we don't want to break away to their coverage because ours is so much far superior to that. More than anything going through your mind as we watch this unfold?
It's such an incredible moment of American history where everything is just on a pivot and a knife edge. And, you know, the vice president clearly is making one of the most momentous decisions of his life and in American political history as to whether to apparently he's not going to concede. And you know, what is he going to say something? What is he going to say? Is he going to be gracious? Is he going to be angry?
Or does he come out at all?
Or does he come out at all? Well, he's got a lot of people standing there waiting to hear him.
Then how many?
I guess
he might well just tell everybody to go to bed because they're going to be up late tomorrow night waiting for the results.
Well, at this point, the most logical.
Carl Cameron, we're going to rejoin you in Austin and see if you have any more information for us. What is the Bush camp expecting now?
Well, they're trying to maintain their composure in this roller coaster. From the Bush campaign's perspective, the vice president's decision to sort of retract or withhold or rescind his concession is hinged on the overseas ballots in Florida, the absentee ballots that have yet to be counted. Now, the Bush campaign maintains that historical trends indicate that absentee ballots from overseas U.S. citizens tend to lean Republican. So in their view, the vice president's logic or calculations may not bear out, but there is a significant number of those absentee ballots that may not be counted for as much as a week to 10 days, because as long as they are date stamped on Election Day, they can be mailed in from Europe or Asia or around the world and still be counted for another 10 days before they actually get into the Secretary of State's office and be tallied. Paula?
All right, Carl, have you come to expect any kind of announcement from the vice president tonight? I know he's weighing out a number of options even as we speak.
Well, I'm not so sure about the vice president. The governor still intends to come out, but I think what we've come to expect is that you can't expect anything to stay constant in this. How many times can it change? Just an amazing evening, and everybody's just waiting for the next shoe to fall.
All right, we have just learned that Bill Daley of the Gore campaign is expected to address this crowd in Nashville shortly, which hopefully will clear up all these questions we've just posed as to what's going on with the status of this Florida vote.
Well, if Bill Daley's going to speak, he's probably going to announce that they're going to let the recount go ahead. I mean, as I understand Florida law, they don't have to affirmatively ask for a recount. They merely have to let the recount that happens automatically move ahead. And obviously, if Bill Daley speaks in place of Al Gore, it's going to be to say this election is not over.
Fred?
Well, that's the logical thing to do with it that close. I wouldn't expect Al Gore to step in and say the recount should not go ahead.
Now, if you were giving Governor Bush some advice right now, and if he plans to speak publicly, what can he possibly say? I guess obviously he has to react to what Bill Daley's saying first.
Yes, and I would think that he would say that there will be a recount. We think we've won, and thank everyone for everything they've done. But he needs to be very gracious at this point, and the law requires that there be a recount, and he's got to abide by it. So he can't exactly declare victory on an open and shut basis.
We're going to break away. We'll break away to Orlando Salinas, who joins us again from Miami, who has a little bit more information on how this recount might take place. Orlando, what do you have?
Hi, Paula. Hey, gang out there. Let me tell you this. Right now, we have been talking on the phone with the folks at the Division of Elections. Here's what they tell us. They're saying, look, this recount could begin sometime within the next 24 hours. That could happen. They're also saying, look, the machines have to be reset. There are certain sorts of machinations that certainly have to start taking place before the recount could actually start. But they're saying that certainly is going to be an option. Let me give you some hard numbers also, folks. Look, right now, a few minutes ago, off of their website, the Division of Elections website here in Florida, they are saying it's at 2,904,198 for Bush. For Gore, 2,902,988. That's about 48.9 again, as we've been saying for Bush, 48.9 for Gore. Split right around there. A few minutes ago, 15, 20 minutes ago, we saw a spread of about 630 votes. Now it's up to about 1,000 vote difference between Gore and Bush. I know you folks, we've been talking about the VNS count, roughly about 5,000, 6,000 votes. Here we're going on what we're seeing from the Division of Elections, the people who really are in charge of this whole thing. They're sticking to their numbers of about 1,000, not the 6,000 that VNS is saying. Not really sure, like William Crystal has been saying, where they're getting those numbers from. We're sticking by the Department of Elections for sure. Also, Britt, you and Paula have been asking, look, where are these last precincts coming from? They're coming from Broward County and also in Miami-Dade County, as you've been saying. Let me also tell you this much. We do know now that Citrus County, also Hendry County, and Hillsborough County, that is where Tampa is in. Of course, remember Central Florida, Tampa, those independent voters. We're looking at some of this latest information coming to us right now from, again, the Division of Elections. They're telling us that those three counties, Citrus, Hendry, and Hillsborough counties, those folks have not, as of right now, counted all of their absentee ballots. So this could be really huge. Also, we know that we were asking earlier what happens to those military votes, those absentee votes. Back, the Division of Elections tells us, look, you have to go back to 1996. Back in 1996, there were about 2,300 absentee votes that were attributed to the military. And they're telling us early this morning again that, look, chances are that they could fall that way again. Those votes did tend to fall Republican. They tended to. That was in 96. Things have happened. Certainly, these are two different candidates, Gore and Bush, both having strong military records, both being criticized to a degree in the different capacities that they may have served in the military. But again, that is the latest breakdown that we're looking at right now. Again, it looks as if there is about 1,000 vote difference here in the state of Florida between Gore and Bush. That favoring, that 1,000 vote difference, it looks like right now is still leaning towards George W. Bush,
all right,
guys.
Orlando, thank you so much.
Sure.
Britt's back now with some more detailed
Here's the latest information we have that has been coming into our decision desk. The lead now, as they're continuing to count some of these Dade County votes, is now 1,800 votes for George W. Bush. That is up from the 600 or so, 550 to 650 or so, which is where it stood earlier. And these are absentee votes now that are being counted and added in, and they are now adding to the Bush margin, razor thin though it is. One network, ABC News, was polling the Voter News Service to see if it was appropriate to take back the call. No decision has been made to do that yet by anybody. as far as I can tell. And it appears that while this has gotten down to this extremely close margin, that it's not clear where the votes would come from, and the vote that, although they are coming from a section of the state where Vice President Gore would appear to do well, they are absentee ballots, in which Mr. Bush has been doing well. In addition to that is the fact that, as you heard Orlando mention, there are military absentee ballots in uncertain numbers. There are not very many people who expect that they would break for Vice President Gore. So the outlook appears at this moment to be for the margin for Bush to perhaps build, but it has become so extremely close that everyone is really naturally very nervous about it. It's a margin in the neighborhood of 1,800 votes. So that is where we now stand.
We are now in Kennedy-Nixon territory.
Robert Novak in Washington.
In 10 seconds, it will be, or less than that now, about 3 seconds until 4 a.m. Hopes rising in Nashville, stunned silence hanging over Austin, Texas, after Mr. Gore had decided to retract the concession he made by telephone to Governor Bush not so very long ago.
Campaign Chair Bill Daley is expected to speak to this crowd in Nashville. We don't have any idea when that will take place. I'm hoping soon, sometime within this hour. Probably would suit all of us just fine.
Let's go to Michael Barone for reflections he may have on the situation with these votes. Michael?
Well, Brett, I think that from what I've seen of the Florida votes, your summary was basically accurate. Our correspondent in Miami reported 3 counties in Florida still had absentee ballots left to vote. Citrus County, which is up on the coast, Gulf Coast, north of Tampa, St. Petersburg. That was a 52-43 county in its votes at the ballot for George W. Bush. Most likely, the absentees are slightly higher. Hendry County, which is down near Lake Okeechobee, small county, that was 58% for Bush. And Hillsborough County, the big county among them, which is a county that includes Tampa, the suburb of Brandon, where George W. Bush appeared the other day. The precinct vote for that county in our tabulations here is 50-47 for George W. Bush over Al Gore. So it was likely that percentage be exceeded by a Republican percentage. So I think this 1,800 vote margin probably will aggregate somewhat higher. It won't be enough to get it anywhere close to being out of the margin, which requires an automatic recount under the Florida law that we've been recounting. And that law is similar to that in many other states. When an election is so tight, there is an automatic recount. And so I would expect that recount would go forward. And if someone coming out speaking for the Gore campaign may just want to acknowledge that and express qualified congratulations to the opponent and a determination to await the outcome of the process.
I'm just wondering now, if all that's left are absentee ballots, then it seems reasonable to imagine that this lead might hold.
But I can just, it's such a small number that it is also just a question of pure error. I mean, we're now talking, if my math, there's 6 million votes in Florida. The Florida law says 0.5% margin. There should be an automatic recount unless the candidate asks that there not be one. That would be about 30,000 vote margin. To give you so that's a recount number. We're talking about a 2,000 vote margin. It's unbelievably small.
This could be a follow-up in 1 or 2 precincts.
Yeah, I mean, it would just take someone writing the numbers down backwards in a couple of precincts to flip this around, even if, so it's such a tiny margin that I wonder if I suspect they will go ahead and have a recount.
We now have Orlando Salinas telling us that 100% of the vote is in. Let's go to him and see what he has to tell us. Orlando?
Hi, Britt. Hi, Paula. You're right. That is exactly it. Right now, we have been visiting with the Division of Elections. Their spokesperson there checking out their website. Here it is. 100% of the precincts all are in here in the state of Florida. The difference right now, 1,210 votes. The difference still in the Bush corner. Big news right now. We're still trying to break down exactly where those final precincts were coming in from. But right now, at 100% of the vote in the state of Florida, the difference is 1,210 votes in favor of Texas Governor George W. Bush.
Now, Orlando, does that include all absentee ballots that have so far been received?
That includes practically all of them. We still do believe that you may have a few stragglers, as we said, in the counties just a short while ago, possibly Hendry, Hillsborough, and Citrus counties. But as far as the specific breakdown, Britt, I can't tell you that for sure, but they are telling us right now 100% is in. They're sticking by that number. The Division of Elections here in Florida sticking by their number of 100%. They're saying that right now, let me see here, Gore's got 2,904,198. Gore, 2,902,988.
2 million.
2 million, rather, yes. The difference, again, 1,210 votes. Still going in Bush's column.
All right, let's get an update now from Jim Angle in Nashville. Jim.
Hello, Brett. Well, Bob Butterworth, the Attorney General of Florida, is about to make a statement saying the election is not over, that it will not be over until there is a recount. Now, Butterworth is the Attorney General in Florida and a Democrat, and obviously one of the Gore supporters. He will say that the election is not over until a recount has been done, and that is the same message that we expect to hear here shortly from Bill Daley, the campaign chairman, that he is likely to come out here and say that the election is not yet over, that they want a recount, and when they get the recount, then they will figure out what the result is. But for the moment, they are saying this election is not over. Britt.
And here comes Bill Daley now.
Please, thank you very much. If I could, I have some news to share with all of you tonight. Let me say, I've been in politics a very long time, but I don't think there's ever been a night like this one. Just an hour or so ago, the TV networks called this race for Governor Bush. It now appears that their call was premature. Let me be very clear.
Is now returning the state of Florida to the too close to call column in light of developments there.
With 99.9% of the vote counted, there is a margin of only about 1,200 votes out of millions cast, with over 5,000 votes left to be counted. This is a very significant, for most important reason, and that is, for under Florida state law, this triggers an automatic recount, and as everyone knows in America, this race has come down to the state of Florida. Without being certain of the results in Florida, we simply cannot be certain of the results of this national election. Let me add that Vice President Gore and Senator Lieberman are fully prepared to concede and to support Governor Bush if and when he is officially elected president. But this race is simply too close to call. And until the recount is concluded and the results in Florida become official, our campaign continues.
Presumably,
So let me
making some further campaign stops.
Yes.
In the 42nd hour of his being awake cycle.
So let me thank all of you. Let me thank all of you on behalf of Vice President Al Gore and Senator Joe Lieberman for waiting out here so late tonight, and we hope to have you back very soon. Thank you very much. Good night.
All right, now that Florida has been taken down as a Bush win and is now back in the too close to call column, you'll see in the right hand of your screen that Bush now has 246 electoral votes to the vice president's 248. Michael Barone.
What happens now?
Well, I think what happens now is that we await the result of the official process in Florida. They have a process that provides for statutory automatic recount. There are similar processes in many other, if not all other states. They will look at that. Judging from what we know of this tonight, what's left out there to vote and to count, it would appear that that 1,200 margin will probably be increased.
All right, Michael, hold on just a second. We want to get to Carl Cameron down in Austin. Carl?
Well, Britt, we have just spoken to the governor's staff. The motorcade, which was idling in the rear of the governor's mansion for the last 2 hours, prepared to bring the governor over to his rally and claim victory, has been shut down. The cars turned off. The governor is in the mansion, and aides say there is no plan for him to come forth anytime soon. They say they, too, are recalculating, looking at all of this. Hoping that their slim lead in Florida is sustained by a recount or further developments during the course of the evening. So the governor, based upon the retracted concession phone call from the vice president, now also deferring to those of us crunching the numbers.
All right, Carl, thanks very much. What an extraordinary night. What an extraordinary election. Let's talk a little bit about the votes that are still out there. And let's get to Orlando Salinas about this. Orlando, what is your understanding? You heard Bill Daley say there that there are some 5,000 votes yet to be counted.
Right.
Where are those votes? What kind of votes are they? Are they absentee ballots? What are they?
They sure are absentee ballots. That's what it's looking like right now, Britt. Again, we're looking at 3 counties specifically, actually 4. Broward County, which tended for a long time really to go Democratic, and it looks like for the most part it has been going that way. You've got 3 other counties here still, Britt: Citrus County, Hendry, and also Hillsborough, which Tampa is located in. Tampa, again, we're talking Central Florida. Those 3 counties, we got some information a few minutes ago, those 3 counties here in Florida are the only 3 counties that still have not counted up and sent in their final tally on their absentee ballots to the folks at the Division of Elections here in the state of Florida. Maybe the holdup is right there. Who knows? Again, yeah, we are talking about maybe a 1,200, 1,210 vote difference. We should have brought our sleeping bags here in Miami because it looks like it certainly has been a long day, long night, early morning, Brett.
Let me just reconfirm with you, Orlando. There is no question that these are all absentee ballots that remain to be counted. The 5,000 or so are absentee ballots, correct?
Exactly. According to what we're looking at here, information we just got from the Division of Elections, their website, and talking to their people all night, we're looking at those 3 counties, and those 3 counties still have yet to tally up all of their absentee ballots.
All right. Thank you very much,
all right,
Orlando.
Buddy.
Okay, let's go down to Nashville. You see the scene there in the street, very melodramatic indeed.
Jim Angle, are you with us?
Yes, I am. And in fact, they have just come out and told everybody that the festivities here are over for the evening. And everyone should go home and that it is over until in the morning. Although I think we're already at in the morning. But they are saying now that there will nothing else will come out here tonight. You can imagine what happened in this crowd when they heard Bill Daley come out and say, until the recount in Florida, our campaign continues. The crowd went crazy here. I mean, this election seems to have more lives than a cat since it has gone back and forth so many times. And people here who had come here thinking that they had lost the election, they thought to hear a concession speech from the vice president, only to hear the campaign chairman come out and say this campaign is still alive until we find out what has happened in Florida.
All right, now, Jim, what is the vice... When he says the campaign is not over, has he got some appearances he's going to make? Has he got some more interviews he's going to do? Or I assume we just... well, I assume Air Force 2 takes off and heads for Florida? I wonder.
I think he's going to start making calls to election officials in Florida.
All right.
I think that's the next target.
All right, Jim, thanks very much. Well, presumably we're getting down to the point now where I guess they're counting votes one at a time or something, mail-in ballots by somebody down in the state of Florida. Well, now, the word we had earlier was that those votes had been breaking in Governor Bush's favor as the count mounted. But as you pointed out earlier, Bill Kristol, wouldn't take much of a reversal in some little dinky precinct somewhere in the state of Florida where somebody sent in the wrong number to reverse the whole thing.
Right. I mean, I think it is now so close there has to be a recount, regardless of whether there are 5,000 absentee ballots out or not. And to give a sense of scale, if my math is right, we're now talking about a margin of 1 vote out of every 6,000. Wow. So it's as if you participate in an election on the scale most of us participate in, and some local thing or a college election or something. It's as if it were 3,000 to 299, and that is the margin that Bush has over Gore. There'll be a recount. We have this wonderful constitutional system. We don't select a president until the Electoral College meets in, about 6 weeks. So in principle, there's no rush. I mean, the president-elect has no constitutional responsibilities. We may not know our next president. I'm not so sure they can do this recount in 1 or 2 days. You know,
well, and then you've got these military ballots that will take several days to get in. We don't know how many of them there are.
Right.
If they arrive that quickly.
Yes, exactly. So, but you know, the one thankful thing that we can say is that it didn't get thrown into the House of Representatives. Right. I mean, that is the only closer result that you could possibly have tonight than the one we've got.
And I guess we have no idea, do we, of how long a recount, formal recount might take. Obviously, they're going to be very careful about it, obviously, so who knows?
In state races, it seems to usually take, I've seen, 2, 3, 4 days. I've seen races go to the Friday at the end of the week before you formally know. Now, in truth, after these ballots come in, it's 1,800, and you can get a sense often if there are errors or not. And if it's all computerized and if everything keeps reporting back to be exactly the same as the original report, you're in good shape. But if 1 or 2 precincts got messed up somewhere, this is just such a tiny margin.
Needless to say, this will be the most scrutinized recount in human history.
All right, let's go back to Austin and catch up with Carl Crammond real quickly. Carl?
Well, the latest is the Bush campaign will send out its campaign chairman to talk to this rapidly dwindling crowd. Don Evans, longtime Bush friend, and once the finance chairman of this campaign, now the campaign manager, will come out and address the audience and give the Bush campaign's latest status report on their take on this race. We're expecting that to happen sometime in the next few minutes. Mr. Evans clearly speaking on behalf of a perplexed Republican campaign, trying to figure out what happens next. Paula, Brett.
All right, Carl, thanks very much. We'll await with interest to hear what Don Evans has to say. My guess is it will mirror almost exactly what Bill Daley had to say. What else can you say at this point? Everything now rests in the hands of the Florida election officials who will perform a recount, and it wouldn't take much, as we pointed out repeatedly here, for this whole thing to turn around. Assuming reasonable accuracy, of course, you know, it could be that if there's a mistake, it might not necessarily have been in Gore's against Gore. It might have been in, might have been in Bush's to Bush's disadvantage. So it could change that way as well. We're awaiting here a chance to update our entire Fox network on this extraordinary development of a race projected, called, conceded, and unconceded. So stay with us, folks.
This is a Fox News special report.
I'm Britt Hume with Paula Zahn in New York. The presidential race, thought over hours ago, is still on. A recount will be made in the state of Florida, where the margin has shrunk to something on the order of 1,000 votes for Governor Bush, and it appears that it may be days before we know who has been elected president. Celebrations, concessions, all off. Vice President Gore has called Governor Bush, said, my concession to you is kaput. We await a recount. Paula, this is something that we could hardly have imagined.
It's absolutely remarkable. 5,000 absentee ballots are yet to be counted, in addition to an unknown amount of ballots coming in from overseas. We don't have any idea how many days those could take to arrive in this country to be counted.
It is safe to say that there are several thousand votes out there. The possibility of a turnaround of a margin that is in the neighborhood of 1,000 votes is razor thin as anybody can imagine, a minuscule margin. Anything could tip this in either direction, assuming rough accuracy on the part of the votes that have already been counted. It would appear the absentee ballots tending to break toward the Republican that Governor Bush's margin might build, but there is no certainty of that as we await word from Don Evans, the Bush campaign manager. We will keep you posted. This has been a Fox News special report.
This has been a Fox News special report.
And we're back here on Fox News Channel as we continue our long national night.
And we have focused so much on Florida. We still are trying to bring you the latest numbers on Wisconsin and
Oregon.
As soon as we have some better raw numbers for you. we will bring them to you. But once again, Al Gore now leading in the electoral vote count by 2.
Adding another wrinkle to the equation for the United States Senate, the governor's race in Missouri has now gone to the Democrat. The Republican had been leading earlier, so that means that any hope that the Republicans would have of a Republican being able to appoint someone to fill that open seat, which was never much of a prospect anyway. Now we have Governor-elect Holden winning out over Jim Talent in the state of Missouri, 93% of the precincts having now been counted. No other recounts yet in prospect in any of the Senate and House races. Who would have thought it? This is quite extraordinary.
We have a collective sense of whiplash here. It's hard to even go back and replay all the machinations we've been through this evening.
And let's go to Jim Angle down there in Nashville, Tennessee, where the Gore celebration to be has broken up. People started heading home. Jim, what do you know?
That's right, Brett. People are starting to head home. They're drifting away here with this race left hanging in the air. No one knows what the outcome will be. I mean, it is an absolutely extraordinary moment in American politics. As we said earlier, these people came down here expecting a concession speech after hoping their man had won. It looked initially like their man was winning. Came down to hear a concession speech, only to find out that the concession speech had been withdrawn, and Bill Daley came out and said, we can't be sure of the results in Florida, and if we can't be sure of the results there, we can't be sure of the results in the national election, that our people, Al Gore and Joe Lieberman, are prepared to concede should they lose and support Governor Bush. But until there is a recount, our campaign continues, he said. That, of course, got a roar from the crowd, and they left here thinking the door is still open to a Gore presidency, Britt.
Holy Toledo.
Hoo boy.
Hoo boy, as we said earlier. Hoo boy. All right. So so we go through now. Let's talk a little bit about this, Jim. Assuming that I assume they're going to count a bunch of votes tonight. They'll have some kind of an adjusted number that will represent the inclusion of such absentee ballots as they have in hand. Presumably there'll be a margin for somebody, barring a change in the direction in which those votes have been going. We can imagine that Bush lead, which is only 1,000 votes or so, will be somewhat larger than that, but still way within the margin that would require a full recount. And then the recount gets underway, and we're into days, right?
We could.
I mean, is there any reason to believe that this can be done? I mean, how quickly can it be done that would satisfy anybody? It seems to me, just for appearance's sake, it would almost have to take a couple days.
Well, the Gore people won't be satisfied probably for a week until every vote has been counted one by one with about 40 people watching it. So this is going to be a very painstaking thing. I mean, clearly they could do the recount in 2 or 3 days, but with so few votes out of such a large number of votes cast, this is going to be a very carefully watched process. And of course, there are going to be lots of suspicions that something happened, that some vote was missing, that some precinct, the box disappeared for 30 minutes from view. I can assure you we will hear something along those lines. There was a little hint of that earlier this evening anyway. So this will be a painstaking process. And of course, even once we get an official outcome, should that happen in the next 2 or 3 days, you will still have people wondering and people arguing over who really won. It's going to be one for the history books I can't imagine another race in American history that will have this kind of question mark over it.
All right, now, Jim, thanks very much. Now, there's no way this can change the Senate outcome. If Gore were to win, Lieberman then becomes vice president. That seat's declared open and falls into the Republican column, and the Senate remains in Republican hands. So there doesn't appear to be any way tonight that the change in this race affects this for the benefit of the Democrats. So we're looking at a Republican-controlled Congress, however narrowly, correct?
That's correct. Of course, we have one Senate race still out. That's Republican Senator Spence Abraham, who is locked in a very close race.
That looks like that's probably headed for a recount too, if they ever get it counted.
The way things are going tonight. None of us would be too surprised.
Let's bring Juan Williams into the mix here. Juan, I've got that correct, right?
You're exactly right, Fred.
54-46. We have a net gain for the Republicans, the Democrats, of 3 to 49, but it doesn't appear they can get past that, right?
Well, no, because of the Lieberman situation, as you described it, and if you add in Stabenow, then you could get up to, to +4. We already are at +4, so they would get
+3, Juan. Let's get that straightened out. There are 46 Democratic senators. We're at 49 now. That's +3, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm saying is you would get up to, if Stabenow was elected, then it would be up to 50.
Right.
So, but the point that you're making is that Lieberman, if the Gore team was elected, Lieberman then would lose his seat in Connecticut because the Republican governor would make the appointment of the new senator.
Right. So that would drop one back. So it would go 51-49 for the Republicans. If Stabenow wins and Bush wins, it goes 50-50.
Right.
Cheney becomes a tie-breaking vote to give Republicans control and ability to organize the Senate, and keeps Dick Cheney tethered to the Senate, at least for some of the time, to cast potential tie-breaking votes.
That's exactly right. And so what we're seeing here is a reflection of this national presidential race. It couldn't be closer. It's going to be absolutely divided. If we thought there was divided government in Washington before, baby, you ain't seen nothing yet.
That's a good point, Juan, and it would certainly appear that the disposition of this American electorate to cast its votes in such a way as to bring about a lot of action in Washington is not present.
No, not at all. And we see it even, I was looking at the governor's races. And you look at the governor's races, you look at how we just talked about what happened in Missouri with Bob Holden there now. Gosh, it's just a surprise. And again, it means you have a Democrat in the gubernatorial office in the position to appoint a Democrat, Jean Carnahan, who's the widow of Mel, who died. And so what you see here is this total division, and it goes across the nation from coast to coast.
It does indeed. Juan, thanks very much for your insights about that.
We had just like 5 seconds ago left a shot of Austin, Texas, where it appears as most of the crowd has dwindled. I don't know if we have Carl Cameron back, but just about 5 minutes ago he had reported that Don Evans, the Bush campaign chair, would make perhaps a similar announcement to what we heard from William Daley.
We're beginning to wonder to whom he would make it. Go ahead, Carl, you with us?
Yes.
What's going to happen here?
Well, we're still waiting on Don Evans to come forward. There is a ripple through the Bush campaign.
This appears to be Don Evans arriving now. We can see it. We could see it briefly before the picture broke up. A white van is rolled up, and a man under an umbrella. Let me see if we can see him. Yeah, that's Don Evans in the white shirt with a red tie and a dark suit there coming in to make a statement of some kind.
The audience here has pretty much dwindled to just about staff only. The weather's been awfully foul all night, as we've already reported. That is, of course, Mr. Evans, a longtime friend of Governor Bush's, someone who has been by his side through thick and thin for the better part of 40 years. High school and college acquaintances from going way back. There was a ripple a moment ago through the Bush campaign that they are of a mind that what all of the networks have been reporting about a mandatory recount in Florida may be in question. Don Evans, the chairman of the Bush campaign, was the finance committee chairman during the primaries. Now the manager of the campaign, spent a good deal of the summer in Washington dealing with the Republican National Committee, working with what is called Victory 2000, which is the RNC's fundraising and advertising campaign. Mr. Evans, who has done a great deal of campaigning with Governor Bush, he is considered one of the steadying forces for the governor, and oftentimes when the Bush campaign was forced to, as they say, retool, whether it was in the wake of the loss of the New Hampshire primary to John McCain or when Al Gore's bounce after the Democratic convention was quite high, they put Mr. Evans at the governor's side. We see him now rising to the rostrum to make his remarks. Don Evans, the chairman of the George W. Bush for President campaign.
Thank you all very much. Governor Bush and Secretary Cheney asked me to thank you for all your terrific support and hard work. We hope and believe we have elected the next President of the United States. The latest vote count in the state of Florida shows Governor Bush winning that state by more than 1,200 votes. They're still counting, and I'm confident when it's all said and done, we will prevail. Thank you again for all your hard work and all of your efforts, and we look forward to a great celebration. God bless.
I guess under the circumstances, it's hard to have a sort of a passionate address to this small crowd.
That's right, and it seems now that about all the business of the night that could be done has been done. So they're saying down there, you hear the cry, we want Bush. Well, it appears they're not going to get Bush tonight, and maybe not tomorrow night or the next night in terms of any final statements. So,
well, Don Evans certainly stopped short of embracing the idea of a recount.
Yeah.
Now, maybe one may be required anyway.
Right. Well, I think one's required probably by law in that state. So, I mean, we've pretty well settled that question, and there is going to be a recount. Let's go back to Carl Cameron for any reflections he may have at this stage.
Well, yet another indication that this night is effectively over and the counting must continue. Running mate Dick Cheney, who was at the mansion with the Bush family, has returned to his hotel here in Austin just about 20 minutes ago. They are now going to have to continue the count. George W. Bush forced to wait a day. How many recounts, how many concessions and retracted concessions can one have in an evening? There was to have been a press conference from Governor Bush. It was originally scheduled for 10:30 Central Time today, Wednesday. One presumes that will be postponed while the counting continues. Britt, Paula.
All right. Thanks, Carl. Great job down there on a long night for you after a long season in which you have you've covered that campaign for us in a way that's made us all very proud. The same applies, of course, to Jim Angle and his team. It's been exhausting work. Jim has been terrific. Carl's been terrific. We've been very proud to have their work on the air and to work with them. Some thoughts here from everyone at the desk. What do you think, Fred?
Well, we're going to have to wait some days. I haven't the slightest idea who's going to win, but it's going to be narrow. I've just never experienced anything like this, an election that's gone up and down. I mean, these two candidates have, their future careers have risen and fallen several times tonight, and we're going to see one more.
Well, what's amazing to me is that this country is split right down the middle, Republican versus Democrat, and yet, you know, it's not as though we're talking about capitalism versus socialism, or war and peace, or despotism and freedom. And this is a divide of a center-right party and a center-left party. And it seems to me that with any goodwill at all, that the differences between them ought to be compromised in Congress and between whoever the next president is.
Well,
you think that'll happen, Maura?
No, I don't, but I think it's precisely because we're not talking about capitalism versus socialism that we're split so evenly. I think if it was a big ideological fight, you might find it more of an imbalance.
Yeah, the country would step in and decide it at the ballot box.
I think this time the country is at peace, and it's a partisan war for partisan control of these branches of government, and there isn't a huge ideological clash. I'm practically speechless, not to mention exhausted, but I mean, I've never seen anything like this, and it's absolutely stunning, and we are going to have to wait a couple days, and I've certainly never seen anything like it. Bill?
Well, it seems to me that we have a pretty good system, actually, in the sense that we don't, we can wait a few days. It's slightly annoying. People would like to know who the next president of the United States is, but the electors don't meet for another 6 weeks, I think. The Electoral College doesn't, and by then, Florida should have finished its recount, hopefully earlier than 6 weeks, and we'll know who the next president is.
All right, and Michael Barone, final thoughts before we pass the torch on to the next team?
Well, my observation of recounts over the last few years, given today's electoral proceedings, is they seldom change more than a couple of dozen votes. In a large constituency like Florida, it might be several dozen. So it doesn't appear likely that this will be overturned, but this is a razor-thin margin. There is much at stake, agenda setting, really, I think, for the whole country. And certainly for the Congress. When I first listened to the exit poll results this afternoon, I came back with the conclusion that it looked very close, but I thought George Bush would eke out an edge. I guess I'm still there more than 12 hours later.
Michael, let's interrupt you for a second, because we're going to want to come back to you further to talk a little bit about recounts, how they work, technology of votes, likelihood of errors, all that sort of thing. So we're going to take a brief break here. We'll be back with Michael Barone and the rest of our team. Please stay with us.
You know, some mornings this is just too much. Especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today? There you go.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith. Powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Combs, Paula Zahn. Powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this read or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much away this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
Channel V. Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V 24時間 100% ミュージック US、UK のトップヒット on air Concert, music news, スター独占インタビュー and more International music scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music!
Channel V
All right.
Keeps on getting stranger here.
This is just what I'm about to tell you is truly remarkable. All the votes in Florida have now been counted, save for 2,000, an estimated 2,000 military absentee ballots. George W. Bush is now leading in the state of Florida by a margin of 223 votes. It now doesn't matter about these 2,000 absentee ballots because the whole count is going to be done all over again, basically from scratch. And if the margin is down to 223 votes, who in the world knows how this will turn out?
Tonight is the ratification of the wisdom of the framers of the Constitution. The Electoral College was a brilliant idea. Do you realize what would happen if this wasn't one state that was up for grabs, but all the states, every state? You would have to have a recount in dozens and dozens of states, presumably where the margin was 49, 48, if everything depended on the outcome of the popular vote.
One could make the opposite case. In fact, if everything depended on the outcome of the popular vote, there's probably enough of a margin that we wouldn't need of the national popular vote.
What is the difference in the popular vote?
It seems like it's about 100,000.
Well, it was 49-48 here on our air for 7 hours. So,
yeah, I think it's more like 100,000 or 150,000. Then this is a margin, if my math is right, of about 1 of every 12,000 votes. This is if you had an election and one person had 6,000 votes and the other had 5,999.
Wow.
Wow. What else can you say?
And, you know, when you do a recount, and Michael Barone should talk more about this, you know, people start looking at every ballot, and some ballot which was counted for Bush, well, they might judge it was a spoiled ballot because it wasn't marked correctly. You can get pretty, you know, you can have challenges. It really, it's pretty a daunting thought.
Michael, why don't you waltz us through that one more time and what we can expect when that process starts?
Well, the process of recount depends on how the ballots were cast in the first place, because that gives you what you can recount. In the old days of 50 years ago, most ballots were cast on paper, and there was a question of whether you could use check marks, whether if you're you know, your X went outside the square. That was no good. A lot of ballots were disqualified in various ways. A lot of ambiguous marks. When you're dealing with computer punch cards, it's a lot less ambiguous. In most states are voting more along those lines these days. So the question is checking whether the machines were actually calibrated correctly, whether the result that was posted at the precinct was and certified there was sent accurately to the county authority or to the state authority, or whether some error of transcription was made along the way. When we've seen these things take place, and there are different rules in each state, and I confess that I did not come here tonight with full familiarity with the Florida procedure, when you go through these things in the states, you have found in the current kind of systems that we use relatively few errors that have changed significant numbers of votes.
All right, now let's, speaking of few errors and significant numbers of votes, in the national overall tally, 96% of the precincts in, Albert Gore is now leading you got 96% in, 51,975 votes. So there you see how close this is. Al Gore ahead in the popular vote. And it was thought for a long time that he might lose the popular vote and win the electoral vote. He nearly held it looks like he's ahead in the popular vote and nearly lost the electoral vote. He's ahead by 2 in the electoral college. Now, there was bound to be one of these. There's probably a whole bunch of them around. But this is the Morning New York Post, which went to bed, obviously, late, but not so late. It does note that Gore plans a Florida recount. This is certainly the headline I'd have put on the paper if I were editing it. That's the right headline. But
well, there is one part accurate here.
Yeah,
Gore plans a Florida recount.
Yeah, so not since Dewey defeats Truman have we seen one like that, and there are probably a bunch more of them out there. Anyway, let's take a brief break, and we'll come back shortly.
Bye-bye.
What, you got the tickets? You bet I'm there. I'll pick you up. Oh, wait a second. You know, I can't make it. No, I can't. Yeah, it's pretty important. I gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. There's Daddy's little girl.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You decide 2000 from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places, from mega markets to emerging nations. Reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet, the global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Fox Thursday.
ザンダーが恋した相手は
あなたが好き。
古代の眠りから覚めた美少女。
ウィローは大事だ。一番の友達さ。つまりキスを考える対象にはならない。
切ない思いは地獄のキスへと変わる。
よせ！生きたいなら俺の命を奪え。
バフィー恋する十字架、木曜夜10時 on Fox。
And for and for Oregon to come in. But the only thing that matters now is Florida. The whole race depends on it, and it depends on the recount there. And we've been talking to Michael Barone and DeJuan Williams about the mechanics of the recount. Michael, you've given us to believe that the chances are that that this count down to 223 votes will likely be upheld, not necessarily to that exact number, but what's your sense about that?
Well, my sense is that I guess it's likely to be upheld, but Britt, if we're only talking about 223 votes, several dozen has the capacity to change that result, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
So the fact is that Florida is, we're gonna see an election process scrubbed clean and spiffied up in a way that almost never happens in the hurly-burly of everyday life, because so much is hanging on so few votes. You know, this is going to be the classic example of your vote really counts. And meanwhile, we've been through, and Gore supporters and Bush supporters have both been through a couple of political lifetimes tonight, and we've got a few more to go.
Michael, has there ever been anything remotely comparable to this? I mean, we've talked about the other close elections. What springs to your mind?
I don't think there's ever been anything remotely comparable to this, Britt. In the old days of, 1888, which was the last occasion on which a popular vote winner lost the majority in the Electoral College. Grover Cleveland got his best percentage of 3 runs, but he got his lousiest electoral vote. In those days, ballots were handed out by the political parties. There were lots of suspicion of chicanery on both sides, but they didn't go back and recounted and estimated, and much fraud was simply irretrievable and couldn't be stopped. We're very different today, I think, in the sense that we are very careful about how we tabulate the votes that come in. There may be some questions raised about, did illegal people vote in the polls? Some Republicans have charged over the years that people who shouldn't be admitted to the polls did so, or that people cast votes for in the name of somebody who they weren't. So there could be a lot of looking around in the Florida election process on this.
You mean with now that the Democrats have challenged the outcome, that if there was anybody that thought that there was a problem in some area that might have affected Mr. Bush adversely, you open that can of worms too and make this...
Well, the Wall Street Journal had an editorial recently where they noted that under the motor voter law and under registration laws as they exist in some states, many states don't strike dead people from the polls, and it's easier for somebody to come forward and request an absentee ballot in the name of a dead person. If you matched up the polls with death records and saw that those people had cast absentee ballots, you might try and raise a question about it. Now, there would exist the question of, who would you charge that against? Who would it cost? But I think that could be a serious problem here.
All right, Michael Barone, thanks very much. Great to have your expertise on a night like this, a night like no other, not even a night like none Michael has even ever seen. Let's turn to Juan Williams now for his reflections on all this. Juan?
You know, Britt, I think one thing that's going to get a lot of second guessing is the vice president's decision not to concede defeat. Lots of people, I would think, would say it would have been a graceful act at this point, as you just heard from Michael Barone and others. It's unlikely that it would be overturned, even as a slim margin, given that computers are in play, given that it's not the same old game where people were handing out ballots from the party leaders and there was lots of corruption. But at the same time, I think it is a signal event that he would honor people who voted for him and people who fought for him. We saw all those people standing outside, not only the Bush campaign headquarters there or the governor's mansion in Austin, but in Nashville. People who have passion about this and who wanted to see it run down to the wire and didn't want to see a simple concession end this campaign. And so when Bill Daley says the campaign goes on, I think it is, in a sense, honoring all the people who were emotionally tugged at by having performed their civic duty yesterday, now I should say, not today, and gone out to the polls. And I think there are lots of people who want to see how this turns out down to the very last drop. The other point to be made is I guess there are people who would worry that it might signal that there's some instability in government. It might send a bad signal to maybe America's enemies overseas. But given that we are not in the midst of any external crisis, and that given that we have such stability and that we have, I think it's 6 weeks or more until the Electoral College has to meet, I don't see that there's any need for that kind of urgency. So there's no, it seems to me, legitimacy to that argument. And I would contend that Vice President Gore was fully within his rights to say, let's wait and let's see how it plays out.
All right, Ron, thanks so much. Believe it or not, we're going to take a very short break and continue about what all this means on the other side. We'll be right back.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's better.
An argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
You Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. Review: Shepard Smith, Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Combs, Paula Zahn. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this read or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much away this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
ピーターには近づかないでほしいわね。
アマンダ言い過ぎだぞ。
いざ
実は前から君のようなチェスパートナーを探してたな。
プレイボーイ、
私を抱きしめたくなったんだろ。結婚してる。
気にしないよ。
男好き。
102,000 votes. But the thing that I think is interesting to look at is for the last literally several hours, every time the popular vote has come up, Gore has picked up. Gore was 60,000 votes ahead. The last time we looked, he is 102,000 votes ahead. Right now, that's just about the alleged margin with which Kennedy defeated Nixon. We got 96% of the precincts in. We can't tell you at this instant where the 4% are coming from, but
we were told initially that the initial uptick was coming from Los Angeles County.
That was at the last count.
What's left to come, almost by definition, has to come from the West, because those are the only votes that are almost certainly not counted. Those votes, if they are from California, we think they might. Wouldn't you think, Bill?
That's a Gore state, so you would expect Gore to do a little bit better, but it depends on where in California.
So, so if it's 10 or 5 in the morning, I'm prepared to speculate that when all the votes are counted, Al Gore will probably, that's all we can say, have more popular votes than George Bush.
In the meantime,
In the meantime, you were saying?
I was just going to say, in the meantime, let's look at the popular vote in the state of Florida, the state that all eyes are on tonight.
Same number.
This is with 100% reporting, although we know they're still counting absentee ballots there, but at this moment, it's 49% to 49%, 2,902,733 to 2,902,509.
This is the number we saw before. This is 220
votes. This is the same number. Florida, again, crucially important, because to be elected president, you have to come out with more than 270 electoral votes, and neither George Bush nor Al Gore can get to that without the state of Florida. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
You wanted to make a point. Bob Novak is in Washington. We're going to bring him in at some point, but Bernie, go ahead.
Well, let's bring him now because my point can wait.
Bob Novak, have you ever seen anything like it?
Now, this is really remarkable, and the shocking thing, of course, is that all the speculation by all of us uninformed talking heads about the possibility of George W. Bush winning the popular vote and Al Gore winning the Electoral College vote has just been turned on its head. I agree, if these votes are coming from California, and it looks like, although nobody can be definite about anything tonight or this morning, it looks as though Al Gore will win the popular vote. But I would say that George W. Bush is still in a very good position on the Electoral College, assuming there's no huge misstatements in counting in Florida with 100% of the ballots in. What absentee ballots have not been counted, what overseas ballots have not been counted, would tend to be in the Republicans' favor. As it was mentioned, the fact that Connie Mack was elected to the Senate originally when he went to bed thinking he had been defeated and woke up with the electoral vote getting him a victory as a Republican senator. The Republicans do have the advantage there. So I think we have a fair shot of a very disturbing situation, the first time since 1888, when very different circumstances prevailed, of the electoral and the popular votes going to two different people.
Bob, I want to show you, we have a slightly updated count from the state of Florida. I'm told more of the absentee ballots have been counted, and this gives George W. Bush a slightly larger lead.
This is the one they've been talking about.
By 906 votes. Earlier it was, I believe, what, 220 something? Now we're looking at 906.
Well, that's a landslide.
A landslide.
That's a landslide.
This is approaching the number that we were told by Mr. Yast a while ago, the Florida election official, and that was reported by Bill Daley to the Gore crowd. It's not 1,201. This is about 900 and change. But the point is,
and they're still counting.
They're still counting. And it is within not even tenths of 1% at this point. It is clearly close enough to trigger that automatic recount.
Yes.
And our
which
viewers
could take a very long time.
And our viewers and listeners, and we are being heard on CNN radio worldwide and nationwide. You can understand why CNN is dwelling on this story. That is the story about the presidential race in the United States. We cannot call a winner. It occurred to me that there are two other interesting stories that we haven't mentioned in the last 30 minutes, 40 minutes or so. The First Lady of the United States of America will become a senator from New York. She won her race in New York State. Also, a dead man. The late Governor Mel Carnahan has done in death what he did not get a chance to do in life. He defeated the one-term Republican Senator John Ashcroft of Missouri. The late governor's wife, Jean, the widow, she will be going to Washington. A fascinating story.
She will be going to Washington unless the Republicans launch one of two possible challenges. One, they had speculated that a dead man is not legally qualified to receive votes. And second, we heard, I guess it's about 10 hours ago, the other United States Senator, Christopher Kit Bond, thunderously denouncing what was going on in St. Louis. I think he came close to calling it voter fraud. And the margin is so close in Missouri, that'll be challenged.
We have not heard the end of that one.
Absolutely.
We have not heard the end of that one.
And what went on in St. Louis was that a federal judge ordered that the polls stay open, be allowed to remain open until 10 p.m. St. Louis time.
Let me respond to some things that Wolf and Stu talked about because they deserve emphasis. James Rogan was defeated by Adam Schiff in California. He was targeted by Democrats, James Rogan, because he was one of the impeachment managers. That's one of the few cases in which we can conclude that the impeachment issue has really backfired on Republicans because he was the Democrats' #1 trophy that they wanted to defeat in the House contest.
But they had to spend a lot of money to do it.
Spent an enormous amount of money.
Millions and millions of dollars to do it. He didn't just fall of his own weight.
And also remember Bill McCollum in Florida,
Bill McCollum, also an impeachment manager, was defeated there, and that was also a critical vote.
U.S. Senate.
I am impressed by, in all the strange things this evening, in the House, the Republicans' narrow majority has gotten narrower.
in the Senate, we could have a 50-50 result with the vice president, if it's Dick Cheney, or if it's Joe Lieberman, of course, determining who has the majority. And, well, it wouldn't be Joe Lieberman, because if he's the vice president, then they'd appoint a Republican.
That's why we know the Republicans will control the Senate.
Republicans will control the Senate, but it could be a 50-50 United States Senate. And we have no winner in the presidential contest. I mean, in every outcome, this is stranger than we could ever imagine.
Put yourself in the position of foreign ministries all around the world. They've been watching what's been going on in the United States of America and who they are most likely to have to deal with. They were starting to think about various foreign policies, especially when Governor Bush talked about reducing the American profile in the Balkans, and et cetera, et cetera. How confused must other governments watching this story be?
I can tell you one thing, they don't know which lobbyists to hire.
That's right.
Normally, when a Republican replaces a Democrat, a whole new bunch of people will go on the lucrative payrolls because they're supposed to have access. But if you're trying to figure out if you're a foreign government, or if I may pick up a NATO-like theme, if you're a big corporation, well, you don't know which former Republic official to hire on your payroll yet. It's got to be incredibly confusing.
What is 5%, while we're at it, what is half of 1% of 5.8 million, which would be
290,000.
Yeah, it's half of 580,000.
We are well within that range.
Oh,
That would trigger.
1/2 of 1% of 5.8 million. Yeah, it's 29,000 votes.
29,000.
Yeah.
And we're well within that.
Oh, yeah. There's no question that this will trigger.
We're about 900 votes apart.
Yeah.
The question, I think, on all of our minds, obviously, is who's going to win ultimately. But beyond that, how long will it take?
That's right. And how long will we have to stay here to watch it?
Yeah, that's right. We know they're counting ballots, absentee ballots right now in Florida. And at some point there will be, we assume, the announcement of an official recount. And how long that will take when you add in all the absentee ballots from overseas, not from overseas. Are we talking about a Wednesday or a Thursday or a Friday? We did hear the gentleman from the Florida election office say 10 days. By my count, that's November the 18th.
Speaking of the phrase absentee ballots, we're going to revisit our call in Washington State in that Senate race. This is it. We are going to put back into the too close to we're going to put back into the too close to call column this race, in which we earlier had projected the Republican incumbent Slade Gorton was going to go down to defeat. Officials in Washington State say the absentee ballots are being counted and they're not finished counting. So we back off.
Do you think somebody's trying to say, do you think the voters might be trying to tell those of us who are anxious to count these results before all the votes are in?
We started this evening.
Please wait until they're all counted.
We started this evening. I said the voters are of two minds in this election. They appear to be of two minds throughout the country. In just about every major race in the country, they are split down the middle.
Maybe one of the things that will happen with this election is, considering the way that the calls have gone, whether George Bush or Al Gore gets elected, I think they're going to have an attitude toward the television networks that might not be friendly. And we, or at least the election system, has caused both campaigns enormous agita through this night.
CNN's political director Tom Hannon tells me it will be 10 days before that absentee ballot situation is clarified in the state of Washington.
In Washington State.
It will be, presumably, it will be November the 18th before we know whether it's Maria Cantwell who takes the seat over as a Democrat, or whether Slade Gorton retains that seat as an incumbent Republican.
Yeah, we do know that there's been an enormous surge of absentee balloting all over the country this year. Many states have made it much easier to cast absentee ballots. You don't have to have a reason. You can do it just for reasons of convenience.
Or we're just pausing to catch our breaths.
But it occurs to me we ought to say, because we just don't know who's tuning in, who's tuning out. I think it was about an hour and a half ago, as we were waiting for Al Gore's concession speech and George Bush's victory speech, we suddenly got word that the Florida Attorney General, was also a Gore campaign chair, had called the Gore campaign, told them Florida was not decided by any means, that the vote was becoming incredibly close. Al Gore, who had called Governor Bush to congratulate him on his victory, called and, as far as we can tell for the first time in American history, retracted his concession speech. Bill Daley, the Gore campaign manager, came out to a rain-soaked crowd in Nashville and said, "We don't know who's going to win," and the Bush campaign chair did the same thing. Maybe we can, I think we have Bill Daley's comments that he made in the middle of the night to a crowd of rain-soaked Gore partisans in Nashville. Let's see if we can hear that now.
Thank you very much. If I could, I have some news to share with all of you tonight. Let me say, I've been in politics a very long time, but I don't think there's ever been a night like this one. Just an hour or so ago, the TV networks called this race for Governor Bush. It now appears that their call was premature. Let me be very clear about this. According to the information supplied by the Secretary of State of Florida, with 99.9% of the vote counted, there is a margin of only about 1,200 votes out of millions cast, with over 5,000 votes left to be counted. This is a very significant, for most important reason, and that is, for under Florida state law, this triggers an automatic recount, and as everyone knows in America, this race has come down to the state of Florida. Without being certain of the results in Florida, we simply cannot be certain of the results of this national election. Let me add that Vice President Gore and Senator Lieberman are fully prepared to concede and to support Governor Bush if and when he is officially elected president. But this race is simply too close to call. And until the recount is concluded and the results in Florida become official, our campaign continues. So let me, yes. So let me thank all of you. Let me thank all of you on behalf of Vice President Al Gore and Senator Joe Lieberman for waiting out here so late tonight, and we hope to have you back very soon. Thank you very much. Good night.
That was Gore campaign manager Bill Daley, the former Commerce Secretary, telling a crowd that had been ready to hear a concession speech and then completely turned around on a dime and lifted up with the prospect that maybe there's a chance after all.
Turned around, by the way, having early in the evening looked like they were going to win, then been suddenly brought down to defeat.
It was literally like this and like that. And this is Bob Butterworth, the Florida Attorney General. Let's listen.
This is where we go. And then, of course, I'm also the campaign chair of Al Gore, but that's secondary right now. My primary responsibility is to make sure everybody who voted properly, their vote will be counted.
General Butterworth, what do you mean by tomorrow? First of all, let me remind you that we're into tomorrow.
We are in tomorrow. I'm sorry. We are into tomorrow.
I say that somewhat in jest, but what we are trying to do now is get a better time frame for when this decision, or when the outcome may actually come out. When will your workers actually sit down and start processing these numbers if they haven't started doing so already?
My voters do not do that type of work. It'd be supervisors of elections and the various 67 supervisors throughout the state and their workers. Hopefully they'll give their workers a couple hours rest. They need that. And then they come back. Most of the elections and most of the ballots are actually counted in the state of Florida through electronic means, through computers. So it does not take that long. And there'll be watchers on both sides, on the Bush side, on the Gore side, on the Nader side, on the Buchanan side. So there'll be people that'll be there from all sides in order to watch to make sure that the recount is really done appropriately. So, but we owe this to the people of this country because we're talking about less than one vote, perhaps for every 5 or 6 precincts in this state, which is much, much closer than the Kennedy-Nixon race of 40 years ago. So Florida owes this to the rest of the, if in fact it's going to be Florida that determines who the next president of the United States is going to be, we owe it to the country to make sure that the appropriate person won the popular vote.
Attorney General, is there a definitive starting point then? You say you hope these folks get a couple of hours rest. You say there should be some oversight from all parties involved. Will there be a definite starting point, say 2 or 3 hours from now, later today? When does this begin, county by county?
I don't know. I would assume I'd like to have both of you to get a little bit of sleep too. I really would. And you know, both look very sharp right now, and, as always. But we do need a couple. That's up to the supervisors. They may have an A team and a B team, and they can go ahead and do it right away. And but the thing is, first we have to cast all the votes. We have to count all the votes. After that, it's determined that we will have the recount. And I think Florida owes it to the country that since we're so close, that there will obviously be a recount, because anybody can ask for it if it's within a 0.5%.
General Butterworth, can you give us, and we don't mean to press you too much on this, but we're just trying to get a better handle on the time frame for how long this could possibly take. Can you give us a window of where you think this might fall, maybe a short end and a long end as well?
Right. My position as Attorney General of this state, I believe we owe it to the country to do it as absolutely quickly as possible. And if it only takes a short period of time in some communities, it should be done in a really relatively short period of time. In my election in 1986, which was relatively close, in fact, it was not nearly as even close as this one. Probably, this is 1/10 as close as my election was. And my election was finished within about 4 or 5 o'clock the next afternoon. I don't see any.
We've been listening to a broadcast on our CNN affiliate WSVN in Florida. They've been talking with Bob Butterworth, who is the state attorney general. You can hear his answers really just as well as we can. He's explaining they want to get it done as quickly as possible. They don't think it will take that long, but I don't believe, Bernie and Bill, that I heard him pin down on exactly how long it will take. He just said as quickly as possible.
Well, he said the recount could be done. He said his recount was done within a day. But I'm not sure that the recount includes the counting of those absentee ballots.
Well, the ones from overseas.
The ones from overseas, they can count up to 10 days.
The gentleman from the elections office told us earlier it could take up to 10. John King, you're still there in Nashville. Any news to report?
Well, Judy, on a remarkable night of predictable thing to report, the vice president, we're told, has gone to bed. He went back to his hotel, met with his senior staff for a while. No more public statements from the Gore campaign tonight. They will wait now for more official word from the state of Florida. So the vice president, we're told, has headed off to go to bed for the night. No public schedule now, we're told, at least not through the day tomorrow, unless and until they get more definitive word. We are told to look for Bill Daley, the chairman of the Gore campaign, and Mark Fabiani, the deputy campaign manager for communications, to come out sometime mid-morning to once again explain their take on tonight's dramatic developments. And we're also told, remember earlier in the night we had reports of some Gore supporters, in Florida complaining the ballot was arranged in a way that they thought they were voting for the vice president, but they instead cast their ballots for Pat Buchanan. No one suggesting that was widespread at all, but Gore campaign officials telling us they have received steady complaints, not a lot, mind you, but steady complaints throughout the night from voters who said they thought they were voting for Gore, they voted for Buchanan instead. So look for the Gore campaign to arrange some sort of public statement by some of them in Florida tomorrow as this recount gets underway. We understand the Gore campaign wants those people to come forward in public and say if the votes are going to be recounted, they want their votes to be reconsidered and put in the Gore column.
John King in the cold in Nashville. Still no decision in the U.S. presidential race. CNN's live coverage will resume in just a moment.
Live here.
Hillary Rodham Clinton, the First Lady, beat Rick Lazio, as John mentioned just a moment ago, to take over the Senate seat being vacated by the retiring Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan.
And here's part of what Mrs. Clinton had to say in her victory speech last night.
I promise you tonight that I will reach across party lines to bring progress for all of New York's families. Today we voted as Democrats and Republicans. Tomorrow we begin again as New Yorkers. And how fortunate we are indeed to live in the most diverse, dynamic, and beautiful state in the entire Union. You know, from the South Bronx to the Southern Tier, from Brooklyn to Buffalo, from Montauk to Messina, from the world's tallest skyscrapers to breathtaking mountain ranges, I've met people whose faces and stories I will never forget. Thousands of New Yorkers from all 62 counties welcomed me into your schools, your local diners, your factory floors, your living rooms, and front porches. You taught me, you tested me, and you shared with me your challenges and concerns about overcrowded or crumbling schools, about the struggle to care for growing children and aging parents, about the continuing challenge of providing equal opportunity for all, and about children moving away from their hometowns because good jobs are so hard to find in upstate New York. Now, I've worked on issues like these for a long time, some of them for 30 years, and I am determined to make a difference for all of you.
Well, it was a much longer and much less joyful night for Mrs. Clinton's opponent, Republican Congressman Rick Lazio, who just got into the race 5 months ago when New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani dropped out. Here is part of his concession speech in the New York Senate race.
I just called Hillary Clinton. No. I just called Hillary Clinton. No. I just called Hillary Clinton to congratulate her. I wished her, no, please. I congratulated her, and it's time for us to hold our heads up high and to unify our state and to stand together. It's time for us to stand as New Yorkers together. She has won this race, and it's time for us to march together forward. That's it. We are, both Pat and I, very, very proud of this campaign. Proud of the way this campaign was run. Proud of the way... Thank you very much. Proud of the fact that we gave a voice to so many New Yorkers who needed a voice in this race. We're proud of the fact that so many of you rallied 5 months ago to our cause. Gave of yourselves from the heart, worked tirelessly day and night, handing out literature, making those telephone calls, speaking to your neighbors, putting signs up on the yard or in those stores, everything that you did. And there's so many others who couldn't be here throughout the state who've done the same thing.
Rick Lazio conceding defeat to the First Lady, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Of course, we're also watching all the key Senate races this morning, not just the one in New York. We want to show you the results so far. First of all, in New Jersey, Democrat John Corzine, the former Goldman Sachs guru who spent $60+ million, much of it of his own, in this race, he is the winner over Republican Congressman Bob Franks, who spent just $6 million. In Virginia, incumbent Democrat Charles Robb has lost an upset victory for his Republican opponent, former Governor George Allen. It is Robb's first defeat after 23 years in Virginia politics. In Missouri, Republican incumbent John Ashcroft is the new senator although it does not seem to indicate that from our graphic there. Of course, Ashcroft was running against the late Governor Mel Carnahan, who was killed in a recent plane crash and whose widow, Jean, would have taken his seat had he won.
In Delaware, an upset Senate victory for the Democrat, Governor Tom Carper, in his challenge to longtime Republican Senator Bill Roth, a key factor reportedly, voting concern over Roth's advancing age. He's 79 and Carper is 53. In Connecticut, no surprise, incumbent Democrat Joseph Lieberman, a big winner over Republican challenger Philip Giordano. Lieberman will remain in the Senate if he loses his bid for vice president. If he wins, the Senate seat will likely go to a Republican appointed by Connecticut Governor John Rowland. In Florida, Democratic State Insurance Commissioner Bill Nelson is the U.S. Senate winner over Republican Congressman Bill McCollum. It's the seat being vacated by retiring Republican Connie Mack.
Turning now to the state of Georgia, former Governor Democrat Zell Miller is the winner over Republican Mac Mattingly. Miller will be serving the remaining 4 years of the late Senator Paul Coverdell's seat. Paul Coverdell dying in July. In Michigan, in a race still too close to call, Republican Spencer Abraham is holding a very narrow lead over Debbie Stabenow. Now, we have not made any kind of formal call in this race, but we will keep you posted.
All right, let's just go back let's go back to that Missouri screen just to get this straight. In Missouri, the winner was, and the screen is correct, Mel Carnahan. The late Mel Carnahan, obviously, died in a plane crash along with his son just weeks ago. His wife is expected to be appointed to that seat. We're going to take a break. Coming up, we'll go live to both Bush-Gore campaign headquarters in their various respective headquarters to get the very latest.
And also, we're going to be talking about the very important balance of power in the House and Senate. You are watching You Decide 2000.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's
An
better.
argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places. From mega markets to emerging nations. Reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet. The global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Power. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Power. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Nobody gives you more original live programming. The power of news to keep you up to date. Shows that go in-depth. Issues in context. Topics that matter to you. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Fox News Channel. Powerful all day. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman. Bringing the world to you. Making the issues clearer. Powerful hour to hour. Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Breaking stories. Aggressive coverage. Powerful all day. Fair and balanced. Fox News Channel. The most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
You Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. Review, Shepard Smith, Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Combs, Paula Zahn. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000. From the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Of course, the headline is it's all up to Florida now. Vice President Gore is reported to be down about 630 votes out of 5 million cast in Florida, and a recount will be taken automatically by Florida law. Joining us now to talk more about the election results is Richard Schenkman. He is a presidential historian and a New York Times best-selling author. He is live in our Washington bureau. Richard, we now know from our Carl Cameron that the Bush campaign has been putting on a brave face for the last couple of days about how it was doing in Florida. It knew it was this close, even though the campaign was saying, we got this thing knocked, we're taking Florida. Is that such an unusual thing for a presidential campaign, that the candidate and all the surrogates stand out there and say, we're confident we're going to win, with behind the back, their fingers are crossed?
Well, just remember back to 1988, and before that, you had President Bush always talking about Big Mo, momentum. It's a psychological factor in politics. If you can create the impression that you're going to be the winner, then there's this bandwagon effect where the voters will think, hey, I want to go with the winner. You'll maybe only pick up 1 or 2% of the voters that way, but in a close race, that can be a consideration. So I think that's what they were trying to do.
Mr. Schenkman, can you name another time where the race was called, it was taken back, the race was called again, it was taken back, and this late into the next day, it's still not known who the next president is?
All right, sure. Let's go back to the election of 1916. It's Democrat and incumbent Woodrow Wilson opposed to Republican Charles Evans Hughes, who's a Supreme Court justice. They're in a very, very tight battle. Wilson goes to bed thinking that he has lost the presidency. 2 days later, he discovers he's won when he has won California. And the gap between the two candidates in California was about 3,000 votes. So 1,500 votes going the other way. Hughes would have won California, and he would have won the presidency. Wilson happened to pick it up.
Richard
very,
Schenkman,
very tight race.
If you'd I know you're going to hang in with us. We're going to talk to you a little bit later as we continue our coverage on this still too close to call race. We are now going to go to check in with the campaigns. Who's up first, Lori?
That's right. We're going to be going to Colin Spencer, who has been standing by at George W. Bush headquarters in Austin, Texas. And Collins, it's been about an hour and a half since we heard from the Bush spokesperson. What's going on there now, if anything?
Well, there's nothing really going on, and good morning to you, Laura and John. Nothing really going on right at this moment. As a matter of fact, behind me, if you can see, all the supporters have dispersed. Don Evans did come out, the Bush spokesperson, maybe about a half hour, 45 minutes ago, saying that he thinks that the Bush is going to prevail in this one. Now, as you know, it was about 2 hours ago that Governor Bush was projected the winner. But since then, things have changed. Now, the Florida Elections Commission is doing a recount. Bush is ahead by about 1,800 votes. Now, there's still an unknown amount of votes that are yet to be counted. So they're waiting to hear what is going to go on from there, and they're going to try to find out also what's going to happen from here on out. Now, let's go to Nashville to the Gore headquarters, where my colleague Rick Leventhal is standing by with some more information on what's happening there.
Hey, Collins, you know, this race could become the modern lesson for just how important a single vote can be, because you talk about 6 million votes cast in Florida and just a few hundred separating the two candidates. Of course, the 25 electoral votes that are at stake in Florida are the most important element here, because those 25 electoral votes would give either candidate the victory. There were thousands of people here in the War Memorial Plaza behind me all night long, many of them standing in the rain for much of the early morning hours, waiting for Vice President Al Gore to show up here, either to give his victory speech or his concession speech. That, of course, did not happen. What they got instead was Gore's campaign manager, Bill Daley, who came out and said he had never seen a night like this before.
Vice President Gore and Senator Lieberman are fully prepared to concede and to support Governor Bush if and when he is officially elected president. But this race is simply too close to call. And until the recount is concluded and the results in Florida become official, our campaign continues.
After that, the crowd quickly dispersed since it was raining out here. The vice president actually called Governor Bush early this morning to concede the race and then called him back less than an hour later to take it back when he found out that, in fact, Florida was still possibly up for grabs. So the recount will begin. The Attorney General in Florida, Bob Butterworth, says that recount will be concluded by 4 or 5 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon. So that plus whenever we get the count on the absentee and overseas military ballots should then clear all of this up. John, Lori?
All right, Rick Leventhal and Colin Spencer reporting for us from the various headquarters. A very tense night, to say the least. It's not over yet. It is morning. I keep forgetting it's not night. We have a lot more coming up at the bottom of the hour. Next, as You Decide 2000 continues, we're going to take a look at the House of Representatives.
We'll see what happened to all those impeachment managers. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
You know, some mornings this is just too much. Especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today? There you go.
Channel V.
Check it out now. Channel V. 24時間 100% music. US, UK のトップヒット on air. Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch.
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music. Channel V.
I'm Carol Iavana. The Bush-Gore presidential race may force American newspapers into special editions and retractions. The New York Post, for example, headlined a Bush victory. Returns from Florida, which supposedly put the Texas governor over the top, are now prompting an automatic recall. Because of the extremely close vote there, Gore withdrew his concession statement. Security Council diplomats are meeting today to consider the possibility of a UN force to protect Palestinians in Israeli-occupied territories. That comes this morning after new clashes between the two sides. A 14-year-old Palestinian has been shot and killed by Israeli soldiers at a border crossing. Tonight, the final push is on. Bush and Gore scramble to sway undecided voters in what promises to be the closest election in decades. Pat Robertson, Gloria Steinem, Senator Arlen, Specter, and Dick Morris join us. The Edge begins in 90 seconds.
Fox News Live, I'm Lori Dew. After many months of primaries, conventions, and debates, the first presidential election of the 21st century is now just 2 hours away. That is when the first votes for Al Gore and George W. Bush will be cast. And tonight, both men agree on one thing, that everyone should vote.
I want you to understand that I can't win without you. I'm here to not only ask for the vote, I'm here to ask for your help. I hope you redouble the efforts to make sure people get out to the polls.
I want you to save some energy to take your neighbors to the polls. I want you to convince all of the undecided voters you encounter over the next 24 hours and more, because this race is so close. I need you to get me one more vote in your precinct.
It is very close. If you take a look at the latest polls, the Voter.com Battleground survey has Bush up by 9 points, but the CNN USA Today Gallup poll shows a much tighter race. Bush with 47%, Gore with 45%. That is a statistical dead heat. But of course, the only poll that counts will be taken tomorrow. And for those results, you can catch our election night coverage hosted by Britt Hume and Paula Zahn beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour with another update. Now stay tuned for The Edge with Paula Zahn. She'll be talking with Fox News contributor Dick Morris. That's coming right up.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us here tonight on The Edge. I'm Paula Zahn. In just a few hours, the polls will open and America will decide who the next president will be. The Texas governor and the vice president crisscross the country again today, making their final pitch to sway undecided voters in a handful of the key battleground states. The latest tracking polls show Governor Bush maintaining a slight edge, but this election is still very much up for grabs. We've got a complete Campaign 2000 wrap-up for you this hour, including a special interview with Christian Coalition founder Pat Robertson. But first, leading The Edge tonight, Dick Morris. Dick knows a thing or two about these presidential contests, having been a senior advisor to President Clinton during his successful re-election bid 4 years ago. Dick Morris now joins us from London, where he will be analyzing the elections for British television. Nice backdraft there. Got a lot of territory to cover here tonight. Okay, Dick.
I'm taking your job away, Paul. I'm going to be the anchor on British TV for election night.
I am sure your fans will be amazed with your talents over there. All right, let's quickly move on to these polls. The polls continue to show George Bush with a slight edge over Vice President Gore, but the Gore campaign has been telling us all day long they are certain he will cobble together an electoral victory. What do you make of this?
No, first, I think Bush is going to win, and I think he'll win by 2, 3, 4, 5 points, something in that neighborhood. The fascinating thing was that this past weekend, was lost for Al Gore. He wanted to talk about Social Security. He wanted to talk about Medicare. For almost the first time, he really had a coherent message and a coherent focus. But he couldn't get a word in edgewise. All everybody was thinking about was the DUI. And in his curious way, the DUI took the mic out of Al Gore's hands in the last 3 days. So I think he's losing in the popular vote, and I think that means he's going to lose in the electoral vote.
But his aides tell us they are confident that he's going to win Michigan, Florida, Minnesota, Wisconsin. You don't buy that?
Yeah. Well, that's kind of spinning, but it also fundamentally misunderstands how the process works. It's a little bit like the Continental Divide. In the middle of the Continental Divide, at a 50-50 race, a dead-even tie, you have Ohio and New Jersey. And then there are a whole bunch of states in predictable order that are more Democrat than they are and are more Republican than they are. And 9 times out of 10, there'll be the same ratio of votes in each, from year to year in each state. For example, Pennsylvania will almost always be more Democratic than Ohio, and California will always be more Democratic than Pennsylvania, and New York will always be more Democratic than California. And on the other side of the fence, Tennessee is always going to be more Republican than Ohio, and Florida will always be more Republican than Tennessee, and Indiana will always be more Republican than Florida. So what you do is you figure out what percentage of the popular vote the margin's going to be, and you see where on that continuum you come down. Now, if you have Bush winning by 5 points, basically Bush carries everything up to California, and California becomes nip and tuck. At that point, Bush carries Florida, of course, Ohio, New Jersey, but he also probably carries Pennsylvania and Michigan and Tennessee. On the other hand, if you have Bush winning by 2 points, then he probably carries Ohio and New Jersey, and he maybe carries Michigan, and he maybe carries Pennsylvania, but he has no shot in California, Oregon, or Washington.
You really think he has a realistic chance of carrying New
Jersey? The order of finish of
Jersey?
these states is almost always the same. Yeah, I don't believe these state-by-state polls, Paula. They're too small samples. They're done over too long a period of time. And they just aren't representative. They're not the way to analyze this election. Look, it hasn't happened since 1888 that a candidate won the popular vote and lost the Electoral College. So I wouldn't stay up night thinking about it. In the Clinton campaign, we did an analysis, a very sophisticated computer analysis, and basically concluded that it was only if the election was 0.1% or closer that it was statistically possible for someone to win the Electoral College and lose the popular vote, and that's not going to happen.
All right, move on to the Nader effect. What impact do you think he will ultimately have tomorrow?
Well, I think the statistics will show Nader hurting Gore, but I don't think that's the reality. Al Gore richly deserves Ralph Nader because, you know, Nader's running on the Green Party. And if somebody on the Green Party can take votes away from Al Gore, who was the world's greatest environmentalist for 20 years, it means that Gore has vacated that turf. And I think Gore has so moved to the center on those issues of corporations and the environment and pollution and global warming. He just doesn't talk about those anymore. And as a result, he's vacated ground that Nader is occupying. Gore could have extinguished the Nader phenomenon if he'd run a good campaign on environmental issues, and heaven knows why he didn't.
And in fact, I think you told us several weeks ago, you thought that if he had played up that issue with young, undecided voters, the presidency would have been his.
Yeah, I think if Al Gore had spent the last week and a half hammering at the environment for younger voters, Social Security and Medicare for older voters, and the experience competence theme for all voters, and discarded all the populist rhetoric, forgot about his 1%, forgot about the rich drug companies, forgot about the national debt, forgot about all those other issues, he would today have a good shot at winning this election. But instead, he scattered his fire. And only at the very end did he focus. But by then, the DWI was the only topic of conversation. So if the Gore people launched the DUI thing, which I'll bet they did, it backfired on them because it took the mic out of their candidates' hands.
All right, I need a real quick answer to this one. Do you think Republicans will maintain control of the House and Senate?
The House is hard to read because I really don't know the 435 polls. The Senate looks to me like a two-seat Republican margin, 52-48.
All right. Well, when you come back in town, we'll see how
and don't ask me to call the New York race. I don't know.
You think it's going to be that close? Yeah, the polls, some polls show, Mr. Lazio closing in. All right, Dick Morris, thanks for your insights.
You won't know that till absentee votes are counted.
All right, very good. Appreciate you joining us tonight. And, of course, you'll have to stay with us throughout the night tomorrow night to see if any of these predictions come true. And coming up next, Gloria Steinem has 10 reasons why you should not vote for Ralph Nader. In a moment, she'll lay them out for us. Also, straight ahead, Senator Arlen Specter will give us his prediction about whether he will be calling Hillary his co-worker. Keep it right here on The Edge.
Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places, from mega markets to emerging nations. Reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet, the global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテインメントが待っている。夜9時、狙われたダーナ、ストーカーは誰だ、スヌープス。夜10時、最近汚染の疑いで緊急避難、シカゴホープ。 夜11時、少女時代の記憶が殺人を引き起こしたボストン弁護士ファイルザ・プラクティス。夜9時、驚異のパワーを持つロシアの怪人、彼は本当に人間なのか、エクストラオーディナリー。夜10時、美しい妻には夫の知らない裏の顔があった。ジェームズ・スペイダー主演のサスペンススリラー、フォックスムービー、水曜日に抱かれる女。夜9時、ひょんなことからホーマーが宇宙飛行士に。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、留学生に恋したザンダー、でも正体はインカのミイラ。バフィー、恋する十字架。夜11時、記憶をなくした少女、宇宙人の仕業か、 X ファイル。胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている。エンターテイメントが待っている。スヌープス、シカゴホープ、ザ・プラクティス。エクストラオーディナリー、フォックスムービー、水曜日に抱かれる女。シンプソンズ、バフィー、恋する十字架、 X ファイル。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもうフォックスしかない。
For 8 years, we've cried for reform, but we ain't seen nothing yet. But we're going to say something tomorrow. We've seen enough. We have seen enough. It's time for new leadership in Washington, D.C.
And welcome. Thanks for joining us tonight. On the cutting edge, Pat Robertson, the founder of the Christian Coalition, is still a powerful and influential player in the conservative movement. Reverend Robertson has raised more than a few eyebrows lately due to his lukewarm support for Governor Bush. He joins me now from Virginia Beach. Welcome back to The Edge.
Hey, thank you.
All right, Reverend Robertson, the last time you were on The Edge, this is what you had to say about the chances of George W. Bush becoming president.
I'm not writing him off, but I'm sure accurate about history. He has had a commanding lead, and he's sort of blown the lead, and it looks like he's back even with Al Gore, but it is iffy, Paula.
Do you still think his chances of winning are iffy, Reverend Robertson?
I think he's got a commanding lead now, Paul, and he's going to make it. Actually, what I was saying in those days is that he'd gone off message, and I read in USA Today a couple of days ago that he said exactly what I'd said on it. For about 3 weeks, they went off message talking about where the debates were going to be held, and he lost his lead, but he came back on strong, and he's waged a tremendous campaign, and it seems like our folks here are predicting maybe as many as 340 electoral votes for him.
Wow. Now, let me ask you what happened in that intervening period of time, because I've spoken with a number of Christian conservatives who felt like George W. Bush had abandoned them.
Well, for those of us that are a little bit more sophisticated, we realized that he was playing to the center. He was trying to bring out those wedge voters. He felt his base was solid. He had made the statements to us and had come to our various meetings and had talked to us, and we knew what he stood for, and we trusted him. And so what he was going after was the voters that hadn't decided to vote for him, and he's been winning them, so the strategy apparently worked.
What do you think were the key issues that brought those folks on board? Because the last time we spoke, you were even concerned that he was going to have trouble getting his grassroots operation motivated, particularly among conservatives.
What's motivating the conservative people, very frankly, it has to do with the Supreme Court, it has to do with vouchers and education, it has to do with the overwhelming size of government and the desire to rein back some federal spending. And I think these are the three major issues on conservatives. But I think Al Gore blew it in those debates when he told about 6 falsehoods in that first debate that were tracked by the press and he was caught on. From then on out, the trust factor has been like an albatross around his neck, and Bush has come through like a real honest, likable guy. And as one woman says, you know, Gore reminds me of my first husband. It wasn't too favorable a comparison.
To be perfectly fair, though, George Bush had his own fair share of either misstatements, either on purpose or just simple mistakes. Do you think those cancel each other out?
No, apparently they didn't, Paula. For some reason, I think Gore's were so egregious, and, you know, all the way back to the internet question and the Buddhist temple and no controlling legal authority and some of those things he'd said in the past, all these things were in people's mind, and then on the debate it just added to it. I don't think Bush had had quite such a history of misstatements along the way.
George W. Bush has spent a tremendous amount of time on the campaign trail of talking about restoring honor and dignity to the White House. Then last week came the revelations of a 24-year-old DUI arrest.
Yes.
Were you personally disappointed that he didn't go public with that months and months ago?
Well, from a tactical standpoint, he'd have been a whole lot smarter to have gotten that thing out of the way, because most Americans somewhere along in their young days drank a few beers and got in a car to drive under the influence of alcohol. And so I think the American people are more than willing to forgive, especially somebody who says, I haven't touched a drop in about the last 10 or 12 years, which happens to be the case. So I don't think it really was much of an issue, and I think the voters are ignoring it, frankly. Well, but I wish he'd brought it out sooner.
Yeah, and the polls seem to indicate that it at this point appears to be a non-issue. But do you understand how that makes some folks out there say, wait a minute, he wasn't perfectly honest with us?
Well, he'd told everybody that he had a problem. He had said that he had a serious problem with drinking. He made that clear along the campaign, and that he said that he had had a religious experience and he'd stopped drinking, and he really came to realize what he was doing to himself and to his family, and he stopped. And so I believe there's an enormous capacity in the American people to forgive somebody, especially something having to do with substance abuse.
All right, one last quick question. You mentioned the magic number of you believe that he could win by 340 electoral votes. I am assuming that includes Pennsylvania, Florida, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Is that in your calculation, Dr. Robertson?
I think I was out yesterday in Arkansas, and a few days before that in Missouri. I think we're looking at Tennessee, Missouri, Arkansas, and some of those little states coming in together.
How about Florida?
I think he's going to take Florida, but Pennsylvania is still up for grabs. I don't know what the labor unions are going to do in Michigan. I think Bush can pull Michigan out, but it's going to be a squeaker there.
All right. As always, good of you to join us on The Edge. Pat Robertson, thanks for your time.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming up next, Gloria Steinem is mad at Ralph Nader, and she is going to tell us why you should be too. Keep it right here on The Edge.
DC Stadium in Washington, here's that rare game that draws all the superstars together at one time, including sports-minded President Kennedy, looking as eager as the most avid fan. And the star of stars, Stan Musial, in his 22nd All-Star game, breaking records with every appearance. Up is a pinch hitter in the 6th with a score 0-0. The man singles. The 41-year-old St. Louis Cardinal is easily the darling of the crowd, more than 45,000. Running for Musial, Maury Wills goes to second as the bat goes flying from Dick Groat. The Pittsburgh Pirate bangs out a single. And Wills of the Los Angeles Dodgers scores the first run of the game. Roberto Clemente follows his fellow Pirate and sends a drive to left field for a base hit. With 2 on, Willie Mays of the Giants faces Camilo Pascual. And there's a ball that forces Roger Maris back to deep, deep center field. Groat and Clemente both advance on the out. The record crowd at the brand new stadium sees a parade of baseball greats, one after another. Zepeda grounds out. Groat scores. The fans get a tense, tight ball game. For the American League, Billy Moran of the Angels in the 6th sends Rich Rollins of the Twins to 3rd. They trail 2-0. The Yanks' famed Roger Maris, with 2 on, blasts a missile that requires one of Willie the Wonder's cliffhanger catches. Almost a 3-run homer. The fly scores 1 run. In the 8th, the crowd is thrilled by the speedy marvel, Maury Wills, who rounds second on a hit by Davenport, hesitates to draw a throw behind him, and then flashes on to third base. The wondrous Wills then does an encore on a pop-up by Philippe Lou of the Giants. Leon Wagner of L.A. chases the fly. Fires the ball home, but Wills dashes in. The National League wins and now trails only 15 games to 16.
This is a scare tactic that's going on here. When George W. Bush was asked by Tim Russer, is he going to push to reverse Roe versus Wade? George Bush said, well, not unless a lot of people in this country change their mind. Even if Roe versus Wade is reversed, that doesn't end it. It just reverts it back to the states.
That was Green Party presidential candidate Ralph Nader weighing in on abortion politics. And in focus tonight, the women's vote. 4 years ago, President Clinton garnered 54% of the women's vote compared to 38% for his opponent, Bob Dole. The president's edge among women was a key factor in his re-election. Will Al Gore enjoy similar success tomorrow? Joining me right now is Gore supporter and feminist activist Gloria Steinem. Ms. Steinem is co-founder and contributing editor of Ms. Magazine. She is also, I guess, no fan of Mr. Nader run. We will get to that a little later on. First of all, congratulations. You are a newlywed.
Yes, it's true, isn't it?
What happened to your saying that a man needs, or a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle?
Well, it's very funny, but it wasn't my saying.
It wasn't?
No. You
never said that?
No.
Everybody had you saying that hundreds of times.
I repeated it, but I don't want to steal the witticism of a wonderful woman named Narina Dunn in Australia who actually said this.
So married life is a good thing?
Yeah, it's a good thing if it's an equal partnership and if it's what you want. It's no better or worse than single life.
All right.
But, you know, in my case, because it's the right thing for me, it's good.
Let's move on to politics. Are you happy that Ralph Nader is running for president?
I thought it was a good thing that he was running when he said that he would only ask for votes in states that were safe for Gore, because then he could raise issues, and I thought he should have been part of the debates. But he, as an embittered man that I hardly recognize from his earlier self, is now saying that he thinks it's fine to elect Bush because Bush will, quote, make things so bad the country will rise up.
And that is your fear, that a Gore vote, or excuse me, that a Nader vote translates into a vote for Mr. Bush?
Well, obviously it's a vote taken away from Gore for the most part. Look at the second choices of Nader voters, it's overwhelmingly Gore. So I think the troubling thing here is, as in your quote that led into us from Nader saying that, well, abortion doesn't really matter because it would just go back to the states. It just shows how incredibly he doesn't get it. You know, he's focused on very narrowly defined economic issues. He doesn't understand that reproductive freedom is the single greatest determinant of a woman's economic status and of her health. And if it goes back in the states, it's like putting civil rights back in Mississippi. I mean, you know, I was just in Wisconsin. They have an old law in the books that would criminalize abortion and jail both the doctor and the woman, and it will, you know, be reinstated by the Supreme Court that Bush has clearly pledged to appoint.
But what Mr. Nader says is, wait a minute, he never would have confirmed those two justices that a number of Democrats did, 11 Democrats along the way.
But you know, he's also, he just is so misinformed on all these issues that it's stunning. You know, for instance, he said that as soon as the first woman dies of a back alley abortion, the Republicans know it would, you know, reflect on them and therefore they won't do it. He doesn't understand that women have been dying right along from back alley abortions because of the Republican-appointed judge's approval of restrictions on Roe v. Wade in the states, of parental consent, of poor women being unable to get abortion. I mean, I can't believe that he says when a woman dies, when women are dying as we speak.
In an interview I did with Mr. Nader on Friday night, he basically said that Gore and his supporters are crybabies. That since when is any man entitled to become president?
No, well...
He said you guys are bad sports.
What does he mean by that?
That he doesn't believe that any of the millions of his supporters who are going to vote for him think they're throwing their vote away. That they're voting their conscience, and in their judgment, that's a very meaningful thing to do.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, the responsible ones, of which there are many, like Ani DeFranco, who said, yes, I support Nader, but only in states where Gore is safe, and she made that very clear. There's a city councilwoman in Seattle who was a member of the Green Party, very important to the Green Party, who quit and condemned the Green Party and what's happening. He's locked I mean, he has lost moral authority, I fear, because I like him very much, because he says these candidates are just alike, and that is a lie. That may be the biggest lie of this election. They are the most polar opposed two guys in this, well, in the last century and this one.
Let's move on to the issue of undecided voters. We know that 2/3 of those undecided voters out there are women. And this has been true in traditional cycles over the last 4 elections. What are they waiting to hear?
Well,
what don't they know?
I think that what they don't know is the exact position on the issues and how it affects them, because the Republican tactic ever since Nixon has been to campaign in generalities because they don't have a majority support for their issues. So they campaign on big government versus small government, on bringing people together, quote unquote, and none of this tells you what it's about. You could not get Bush to say on the debate that he actually opposes legislation against hate crimes. Similarly, with your quote about abortion, he says, well, the country isn't ready yet, but meanwhile he has said, been proud of being the most anti-reproductive choice governor in the nation, and made very clear that he said, the quote is, I will do everything in my power to eliminate a woman's right to choose.
But Senator Arlen Specter...
But where is that? I mean, the press isn't telling us that enough.
Senator Specter is our next guest, and he was quoted over the weekend as basically saying to Pennsylvania's voters that that's nonsense. He says he will not move for a constitutional amendment, and he will not impose a litmus test.
Well, if that's the case, he should have taken it out of the Republican Party platform, which calls for a human life amendment that would criminalize abortion, even in cases of rape, incest, or the life of the woman, that would declare the fertilized egg to be a legal person, thus nationalizing women's bodies throughout our childbearing years. You could legally search about what is that doing in the platform?
But you and I both understand the realities of these platforms. Both parties ran away from their platforms.
No, that's not true. The Democrat, I have been on the Democratic Platform Committee several times. We have fought very hard. The truth about the platform is this: if you don't get your issue in it, it's bad. If you do, it may not help, if you see what I mean. But it represents the consensus of what the leadership believes in, and that human life amendment is in the Republican Party platform, and they have made clear that they're in favor of it, and they should not be allowed to get away with sugarcoating this.
All right.
So until after they're there, and then they do all this terrible stuff.
We gotta leave it there. Gloria Steinem, thanks for your time. We'll be right back.
There's nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places, from mega markets to emerging nations. Reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet, the global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Mother Nature takes her toll, raging against the elements. Fox News Channel is there, bringing you the updates. From the eye of the storms to the aftermath of destruction, make Fox News Channel your only source for complete and up-to-the-minute reports.
You Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. Review: Shepard Smith, Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Combs, Paula Zahn. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Channel V.
Check it out now. Channel V. 24時間 100% music. US, UK のトップヒット on air. Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch.
What does the V stand for?
Channel V.
Fox News Live, I'm Lori Dew. Well, it is almost over, the long, grueling road to the White House. And on this final evening, the candidates will campaign into the early hours of Election Day itself. George W. Bush has chosen President Clinton's home turf of Arkansas for his last rally before heading home to Texas. And after a stop in Michigan, Al Gore is heading to Miami at this hour for his final rally. Then it's home to Tennessee. Be sure to join us for our election coverage tomorrow night. That is hosted by Britt Hume and Paula Zahn and begins at 8 p.m. Eastern. Overseas now, Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak remains in power tonight after surviving 4 no-confidence votes. This as he prepares for peace talks in Washington with President Clinton. He will follow Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat, also scheduled to meet with Clinton. Those talks are aimed at ending 6 weeks of fighting that have killed some 174 people. The latest victims, 2 Palestinians who died during clashes with Israeli forces today. And in England, a daring operation to separate Siamese twins. Only one of the girls, known as Mary and Jody, will survive. The 3-month-old twins are joined at the abdomen and have only one functioning heart. The 15-hour operation began earlier today. It is still going on, and doctors won't know if it was a success until morning. The Edge with Paula Zahn continues. We are just 90 minutes away from election.
And welcome back to The Edge. Still to come, Bush and Gore traded barbs with Leno and Letterman throughout the past few months, but who will get the last laugh after the votes are tallied? Comic legend David Brenner will give us his opinion. But first, on the investigative Edge tonight, Pennsylvania Senator Arlen Specter, the former prosecutor, chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and author of Passion for Truth. Senator Specter might just find himself working alongside the First Lady come January. So how does he think she'll be received if she wins? And what does he think of Governor Bush's chance of winning his state? Good to see you in person for a change.
Thank you, Paula, and thank you for plugging my book.
It's hard to plug this book on the night before the election, but I'm sure you'll find a way to weave it into our discussion.
Well, here it is.
First of all, polls would indicate that Hillary Clinton has a pretty good chance of taking the New York Senate seat. What kind of a senator do you think she'd make, and do you look forward to working with her?
Well, I think at the outset that Representative Lazio still has a great chance and may well be the senator. But if Hillary Clinton wins, she'll be welcome. One of the great traditions of the Senate is that once the election is over, it is a close-knit body, collegial. I've had a chance to work with her over the years on a number of matters, and she'll be very well received. That's part of our collegiality.
So you would respect her?
Oh, absolutely. We say, Paula, in the Senate that what's happened is prologue. The most important vote is the next vote. And votes in the Senate are like hen's teeth. And it's important to cross party lines. I learned that a long time ago. If you want to get something done in the Senate, and I co-sponsor matters, Tom Harkin on National Institutes of Health, and I would expect that Hillary Clinton could well be on the Judiciary Committee where I serve, and we all get along.
All right, let's move on to the election tomorrow. First of all, in the state of Pennsylvania, how do things look for Governor Bush? Now, we've seen those polls, as you know, change dramatically over the last 6 months, with Gore at one point having a significant lead.
I'm predicting Governor Bush's victory, a little partisan perhaps on my part, but only a little partisan.
The polls, though, would indicate it is extremely tight.
Well,
this is a true toss-up state.
It's within the margin of error, but not too long ago, the vice president had an 9, 10, 11-point lead. I spent most of last week campaigning for Governor Bush and Senator Santorum and others, and there's a line which runs from West Virginia through Appalachia, takes western Pennsylvania, where in the coal industry, for example, people are very, very nervous about a Gore presidency. And in suburban Philadelphia, where the choice issue is very big. I saw you interview Gloria Steinem a few minutes ago, and I emphasize the points that Governor Bush has said that he will not use a litmus test on Supreme Court appointments, will not move to overturn Roe versus Wade with the constitutional amendment. And what I am telling people, and I think it is very true, it's a subtle message, but George Bush, Governor Bush, has been Barbara Bush's son for 54 years. And he knows women's interests and women's issues. And that's a little subtle, but conveys a message.
Despite what you're saying now, do you think Governor Bush would have done better in Pennsylvania if Governor Ridge had run with him, given what you're saying
well,
about...
there's no question that if Governor Ridge had been the candidate, he would have done better in Pennsylvania, and I think he would have done better nationally. I think it is very important for the Republican Party to broaden its base. And as a centrist Republican, a word I like a lot better than moderate, I think that, and this in no way detracts from the vice presidential nominee, Dick Cheney. He was a very fine guy. But I think Governor Bush would have given the ticket an entirely different flavor.
And even though you have great respect for Mr. Cheney, are you telling me you think it was a mistake for Governor Bush to pick him? Or just that he might have performed better nationally with Mr. Ridge at his side?
Well, it's not a mistake because it's Governor Bush's choice. And Dick Cheney gives Governor Bush a lot when it comes to the foreign policy issue. People are saying that Governor Bush doesn't have a lot of experience in foreign policy. But a president's job is to assemble a team. And Dick Cheney is about as knowledgeable as they come, much more so, for example, than Vice President Gore. But what I am saying, that Tom Ridge would have given a little different dimension, and I think been a little better on vote getting.
In closing, the name of your book is Passion for Truth, and one of the ideas you get into is you talk about the public's distrust of government. How effective of an argument do you think George W. Bush has made for smaller government?
Well, I think he's made a very strong argument for smaller government, and I think that he's made a very strong argument on the character point. I think that the exaggerations that Vice President Gore came out with in the debates, if you add to that, Paula, I chaired the Judiciary Subcommittee, which went into Vice President Gore's record where he said the Buddhist temple was not a fundraiser. I said that under oath, and it was palpably a fundraiser. He said he didn't know the coffee klatches were fundraisers when they obviously and conclusively were. He said he wasn't raising hard money on the telephone calls when his Deputy Chief of Staff's memo said that it was hard money. And I think that is a very, very big factor. When you look at a public official, the most important qualification is integrity. Governor Bush can pick up all the rest of it, but you can't pick up integrity. You either got it or you don't.
And that is a key issue that you explore in your book. You can hold the book up again. We're going to have to bring you back another time to talk in more detail about what you explore.
This book has a lot behind the scenes on our impeachment of President Clinton, the single bullet theory which I authored, and a lot on the Professor Anita Hill.
Bad time for you to be bringing it out. You should have brought it out like a month after the election. Senator Specter, thanks for joining us tonight. We'd love to have you back.
Thank you.
Coming up next, the late night shows had some fun at the candidates' expense and are sad to see the election come to a close. Funny man David Brenner shares his insights into the race for laughs along the road to the White House. Keep it right here on The Edge.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Power. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Nobody gives you more original live programming. The power of news to keep you up to date. Shows that go in-depth. Issues in context. Topics that matter to you. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Fox News Channel Daytime, the whole story in context, facts presented fairly, the issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced, the most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel, we report, you decide.
Channel B.
Channel B. Channel B.
Channel B.
Check it out now. Channel B. 24時間 100% ミュージック。US、UK のトップヒット on air。 concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch.
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music. Channel V.
Thursday. ザンダーが恋した相手は
あなたが好き。
古代の眠りから覚めた美少女。
ウィローは大事だ。一番の友達さ。つまりキスを考える対象にはならない。
切ない思いは地獄のキスへと変わる。
うるせえ。生きたいなら俺の命を奪え。
バフィー恋する十字架、木曜夜10時 on Fox。
The Vice President and I may not agree on much, but we can agree on one thing.
For us to open the show with the usual catchphrase would be, in our opinion, unpresidential. So we'd prefer to leave that to someone else. Governor?
Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
Well, that worked. That was the opening sketch from Saturday Night Live's Presidential Bash special, which aired last night. From Letterman to Leno, late-night humor has played a big part in this year's election. Just look at today's New York Daily News front page, which asks, who will laugh last? Comedian David Brenner has some thoughts on that, and he joins me now. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So how did these guys use humor?
Well, the presidential candidates are almost humorless.
Well, the public,
they're humorless.
By and large, believe.
And as a matter of fact, I did a show. It was a fundraiser for Al Gore. Not that I don't want people to get the wrong idea. Some people said, well, why didn't you do one for Bush? I said, they never asked. Okay? But
this all has to do with getting paid, too.
Yeah, and I went there and I didn't get paid.
You didn't get paid?
I didn't get paid, and it was in my hometown of Philadelphia, and I did the fundraiser. And afterwards, Al Gore came over and he said, oh, that was so funny. I said a lot of things you'd like to say, but you can't, right?
And what did he say?
He said, well, he said, I can't be funny. I said, Al.
He said that to you? I can't be funny?
And I said, Al, you better be funny. Because, see, they're dehumanized. Remember, Bob Dole. Was anybody more boring than Bob Dole? Now he loses the election. He goes on television. He's hilarious.
He's very funny
warm.
Man.
He's nice. He's friendly. He's charming. If he was that way, he might have won.
Unfortunately, what people remember from the debates are some of those more boring moments. But here's how Saturday Night Live viewed the second debate. Let's take a peek.
Gentlemen, I can't help but note that there's been a great deal of agreement between the two of you tonight.
Definitely. I agree. I agree on that.
Yeah. Is there anything that comes to mind where you might disagree?
Jim, I'm not.
You go ahead.
You go ahead.
I really don't mind.
No. I insist.
And that's what people say got Al Gore in a lot of trouble with the public, which Al Gore was going to show up for the debate.
Yeah.
No, they did take some nice pills during that second debate, didn't they?
I don't think they should have. I think they should have really gone at each other. People know. It would be like taking a husband and wife who can't stand each other, and you put them on television, and now they're going to debate, and they're friendly and nice to each other. You know these two guys would wring each other's necks. Why doesn't one of them just go over there and slap him on the side of the head? I mean, he would get so many votes. He went over there and said, what are you? You are an ass, and hit him on the side of the head. People would come out and say, great,
Then they'd be accused of violating each other's podium space, David.
Oh, there's no such thing as podium space. Human beings have podium space. Do you have a podium space? Do I have a podium space? I think they should go at it. I think they should take their gloves off and they should go at it. And it's so insincere not to. And all that nice, friendly thing, well, I think, the governor, I mean, he electrocutes two men every week. He's get into it and say, why are you killing so many people in Texas? If it's really a deterrent, how come Texas isn't finished with having murderers? How come there aren't any murderers in Texas? How come there's still murderers there if it really is a deterrent?
So basically what you're suggesting is these guys were so well rehearsed, they weren't willing to ask the kind of question an average citizen would pose to them.
They weren't willing to be real and let their real thoughts and feelings and opinions come out. It's always safeguarded, Is this wise to say? Am I going to insult the blacks, the Jews, the Protestants, the Native Americans, the Eskimo vote? I mean, what am I going to lose here? Instead of just saying what you really think and feel.
All right. Did any of this stuff work on Leno and Letterman? Let's revisit it.
Let's talk about the campaign. Now,
it's like everything is open season. Like this, there was a huge article about this Rolling Stone.
What are you getting at, Jay?
Well, thank you for the million laughs. This was, you know, and when it got slow, there was this whole talk about, oh, this had been airbrushed because it was too sexy or something.
Jay, I think people buy that magazine for the articles.
Really? Yeah.
Number 2, give Oval Office one heck of a scrubbing.
Good job for Cheney. That would be Cheney's job, right?
And number 1, tax relief for all Americans except smart aleck talk show hosts.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey.
All right, did that pass your real test?
No, and I'll tell you why. One of them is rehearsed. He's reading cards, just like his speeches are rehearsed. You understand? Al Gore came out with an ad lib. That was an ad lib. So Al Gore's got the sense of humor. Anybody can have a staff write 10 funny jokes and they can, you know, repeat them on television. That's not a talent. I don't see the sense of humor. I don't see a sense of humor. Where Al Gore, right off the top of his head, with that airbrushing thing and, you know, that Tom Jones thing, that glove or whatever it was, you know, or I think it was actually a bottle of booze, but whatever it was, he covered it with an ad lib. That's his
For the
credit.
record, Jan Wenner claims he did not enhance that photo or alter the photo in any way. But isn't it also true that particular night George Bush didn't have the same kind of material to deal with? I mean, he's doing the top 10 list. That's what they asked him to do.
Yeah, I know, but he should have been. But did you see the first interview that he ever did with Letterman?
Yeah, it was done on remote. That's not a great way to do an interview.
Yeah, but did you see he came off? It was terrible.
All right.
He shouldn't have done that.
So in closing, even though you did a fundraiser for Al Gore, you still don't think either of these guys are too funny?
I don't think they're funny, but I think that either one of them, but George Bush more so, will provide comedians with 4 years of hilarity. If you think we've had fun for 8, you wait for the next 4. Whoever wins this is going to be the butt of so many jokes.
You got to admit, though, you're going to miss Bill Clinton, aren't you?
Yeah, but I didn't really pick on him that much, you know? I really didn't because everybody did. He was too easy. That was shooting a fish in a barrel with a shotgun. I have a little more. I like to reach a little bit, you know?
Well, let's see who keeps you reaching. We're going to know late tomorrow night, perhaps in the early hours of Wednesday morning. David, thanks for dropping by.
Oh, and I want to tell you, I'm going to be in Vegas November 21st through January 27th, and I'll be doing political material.
Be there or be square. Thanks for the plug.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to take a short break here and return with a panel of experts to analyze what you might see tomorrow. We'll be right back.
Come first to Fox News for breaking news, exclusive stories that impact the world, unique, timely interviews that shape our nation. First on the scene with breaking news. Continuous coverage from over 70 bureaus around the globe.
We're the only ones here who still have live pictures out.
Reporters, anchors, and correspondents that are first, fair, balanced, powerful insight, powerful perspective, powerful news. Come first to Fox News for breaking news.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
Opinions. I have them, you have them. In fact, on any given subject, there are as many opinions as seats in this theater. And that's good, people speaking out, sharing ideas. But opinions are not the same as facts, and you should know the difference. And that's why at the Fox News Channel, we label all opinions right on your TV screen. And that should help you form your own opinion, so you can decide what's right and what's wrong.
Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
恋のゲームはもう終わり。悪女。
ピーターには近づかないでほしいわね。
アマンダ言い過ぎだぞ。
いざ。
実は前から君のようなチェスパートナーを探してたな。
プレイボーイ。
私を抱きしめたくなったんだろ。結婚してる。
気にしないよ。
男好き。
It's time now for our campaign wrap-up, the last one before the election. Joining me now with some final thoughts on this election eve, our Democratic strategist and pollster for Global Strategy Group, Jeffrey Pollack. And from the other side of the political spectrum, political analyst Laura Ingram, who is author of the book, The Hillary Trap, Looking for Power in All the Wrong Places. Welcome back, you two.
Nice to be here. I have home court advantage now. I just told Jeff, you know, I had to come here, Paula, to be with you.
So for that reason, I'm going to start with Jeffrey.
Oh, exactly.
Can Mr. Bush become president without taking Florida?
It's going to be very hard. He can win without taking Florida. The real key is the trifecta, as people are talking about, Florida, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Without those three, I don't see how Bush can win.
Is Mr. Bush going to take all three of those, or are you concerned at this point, as a number of other Republicans I've talked to are, in particular about his chances in Pennsylvania?
I actually think he's probably going to win Florida, Paula. It is so close. Who can call at this point? I know that the Bush camp, you know, they're always cautiously optimistic. They've moved from cautiously optimistic to very optimistic today. Talked to two different people in the Bush camp. They think Florida is in the bag. They think they're very close in California. Probably won't win, but within 2 or 3 points. And they think that they're going to be able to win in Michigan, and that is a surprise to a lot of people.
Is that a surprise to you, Jeffrey Pollack?
They are absolutely not going to win in Michigan, and my sources in the Gore camp tell me that they're very confident about the numbers in Florida. Look, 3 out of 4 polls right now show Gore with a significant lead of somewhere between 3 and 5 points. I think he wins all 3 of those states and takes the Electoral College.
Well, I know if we're going to do dueling polls, Jeffrey, we don't want to go there, because as we know, every national poll shows that Bush is up, and most electoral counts so far have Bush up, you know, at least I'd guess 20 electoral points at this stage. So I think right now it's Bush's to lose unless something happens. You know, I don't see Gore being able to come back from it.
Well, the interesting thing is, Laura, and I agree that Bush is up in all the polls, except if you take an average, all of them closed up over the last 2 days, including my own, which I did over the weekend for the hotline. We saw it go down from a 5-point lead now down to a 3-point lead, and that's the tightness that we're seeing. A 3-point lead does not guarantee an Electoral College victory for Bush.
I think what you see here is you see the Gore campaign, however, making a big miscalculation. Early in the campaign, they went for the city sophisticates, the New York, the Boston, the LA, the in crowd. And now it looks like it's a battle between the heartland and the coasts. And, you know, New York and LA aren't used to losing, Paula. They're used to winning on the cool side of things. They have the most money, and they usually get their money's worth. Today, it looks like the heartland might win out over the coastals.
Do you agree with that, Jeff?
No, again, I don't think so. I think that New York and California will follow the Electoral College lock that I think Gore's going to pull together by winning the trifecta of Florida, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
We're going to see if you're really up for that, Jeff, by putting money on it on national television.
You want to put some money on that, Jeffrey?
Let's go.
You want to take Laura out to dinner sometime?
Dinner in New York, Jeffrey, anywhere in New York. Your choice or mine.
I will take you to Jean-Georges in New York anytime, Laura.
Yes, that's a very fancy and expensive restaurant, I might add.
Excellent.
Okay, please stand by. We're going to have more from the two of you in just a moment. We got to take a short commercial break. We'll be right back.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's
An
better.
argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith. Powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Combs, Paula Zahn. Powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Fox presents 科学分析クローバー危険人物関与目撃証言消去
だが真実はそこにある X ファイル on Fox
さあスカリー行くぞ
2人の FBI 捜査官が挑む世界の裏側の巨大な謎
I think that we've succeeded in doing that first and foremost. It's become a lot of other things, but I think it is a scary show.
X ファイル全米のメジャーなテレビショーを連続受賞
The X-Files has really caught on because I think people around the world have to be scared.
X ファイルその魅力は今も世界中にファンを生み出し続ける
X ファイル
よくできてますよねもっと続けて来週はどんな話なんだろう見ればハマる
テレビ史上
真実が知りたい
かつてない
答えを見つけて
進化し続ける最高傑作真実はそこにある目撃者はあなた X ファイル毎週月曜夜10時 Only on Fox
I believe and I'm taught in my faith tradition that all of us have good and evil as a potential within us, but I also believe that good can overcome evil if we intend it.
And we're back with Laura Ingram and Jeff Pollock. Okay, the vice president this morning, Laura, denied that he was intimating that Governor Bush in some way was evil.
Oh, surprise,
you don't buy that?
surprise. I mean, this is what is so comical. This is why Al Gore cannot bond with swing voters. Because when he's called on something, Paula, he runs away. He was saying that in a political context. He was talking about Tuesday and the election. He was saying it's a choice between good and evil. One is going to triumph. Now we're supposed to believe, as he said in all the morning shows this morning, that he wasn't talking about politics. Well, what is he talking about? Cooking? Of course he's talking about politics. Remember when Ronald Reagan got in trouble for saying the evil empire about the Soviet Union?
Sure.
Well, apparently you can't call the Soviet Union an evil empire, but you can call the presidential candidate evil, and it's just, hunky-dory. It's outrageous.
Jeffrey Pollock, did you find his defense a little lame this morning, that this was not said within a political context?
I think the vice president is trying to defend a comment, and he's talking about his faith as he always slips into, which I'm quite proud of, that he's a man who talks about his faith and about God. And, good and evil on here, the evil is in New York up there, Laura, and I'm the good.
Thank you. That's what you guys always resort to.
Look, the fact is that the interesting part of this election is that the undecideds right now seem to me to be breaking towards the quasi-incumbent in Vice President Gore, which is unusual, as we know, in politics. And I think the undecideds are saying, instead of saying I break for animals, they're saying I break for safety, the safety of the past 8 years.
What evidence do you have of that, Jeff, that's happening? And we should point out that 2/3 of these undecided voters are women.
Well, we've already talked about it. The fact is that every single poll over the last 3 days has closed up. That would suggest that the undecideds are breaking towards Al Gore.
Is that the way you read those numbers, Laura?
No, and I'm looking forward to that dinner at John George. Let me just say, I can taste it right now. No, I mean, this idea that women are this political monolith, that has been blown out of the water. We know the big gap is between single women and married women.
Single women support Gore, married women support Bush.
Especially, Paula, married women with children, overwhelmingly for George Bush. So there is a bit of a gender gap. You're going to see it narrowed to probably 5 points, maybe 6 points in this election. But this idea there's going to be a gender gap of 12, 13, 14 points, George Bush has gotten rid of it.
You are predicting George Bush is going to win with, what, 336 electoral votes?
336.
And Mr. Pollock,
the
your
magic
prediction
number
for your man?
Oh, I have 280 for Gore.
Ooh, squeaker.
Let's see who's buying whom dinner in New York.
Exactly.
Jeffrey and Laura, thank you for your time. It's been great having you, both of you, analyze this election season for us. And thank you all for watching at home. And as you know, Election Day is just hours away. You can watch the returns all night long right here on Fox. We'll have complete, fair and balanced coverage from our You Decide 2000 team. So please make sure you get out there and vote. And we hope to see you tomorrow. Stay with us all day at the Fox News Channel. Good night.
The O'Reilly Factor is on. Tonight, the polls say one of the two presidential candidates is pulling slightly ahead. We'll tell you which one and give you the numbers. The Hillary Clinton-Rick Lazio race is also very close, but here the polls disagree. We'll have that story. And why haven't any of the candidates this year engendered wild enthusiasm? There's a big reason. We'll tell you what it is. Caution, you are about to enter a no-spin zone on election eve. The Factor begins in 90 seconds.
I'm Carol Iavana. We're an hour away from the first votes being cast for president. On this election eve, the polls give George W. Bush a narrow lead over Al Gore. On this final frantic day, both men are focusing on the swing states that will decide the victor. And they're staying on message, Bush criticizing Gore's Washington background and Gore attacking Bush's tax cut plan, which he says will help the rich.
Now, I do not begrudge those folks a tax cut. What makes it a mistake is not only that it's unfair, it puts us back into deficits and raises interest rates and threatens to take us back to the recessions of the past. We've been there, done that, still paying the bill. We're not going back, we're going forward.
We feel differently about government than my opponent does. He thinks the wisdom exists in Washington, D.C. He forgot his roots. He forgot where he's from. He trusts Washington. We trust the people.
You can catch our primetime election coverage tomorrow night, hosted by Britt Hume and Paula Zahn, beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next update is at the bottom of the hour. Now stay tuned for the O'Reilly Factor, a final look at the presidential polls. Bill has the very latest numbers. That's next on the Fox News Channel.
I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thank you for watching us tonight for this special Election Eve edition of the O'Reilly Factor. Tomorrow, of course, the big vote. We will be on 1 hour earlier at 7 Eastern Time. We hope you can join us. Talking Points memo this evening is about the mistakes the major candidates have made. I fervently hope this will be the last presidential election controlled by the hired guns, the paid advisors. Sad truth is that many Americans this year are voting against the candidate rather than for someone they solidly support. Both Al Gore and George W. Bush have distanced themselves from the voters by speaking from focus group-driven research rather than from the heart. Mr. Gore and Mr. Lieberman believe they can spit out pie-in-the-sky programs that will never pass Congress and not have to answer specific questions about them. Their campaign strategy is to avoid any kind of micro discussion because it's impossible to defend big government. It doesn't work. These guys know it, and they don't want any scrutiny. Governor Bush, on the other hand, does not want to answer specific questions about complicated matters because he fears he may make a mistake and the press will hammer him. So the governor's staff has decided to play it safe. Their internal polling has them ahead, so they say, why bother with the pesky press? Dick Cheney, who appeared on The Factor last week, is the smartest of the four and can handle policy questions, so the Bush campaign uses Mr. Cheney as a point man. The problem here is that many Americans have a deep unease with both campaigns, I believe. They realize Mr. Gore will say anything to get votes, and they realize Governor Bush will be learning on the job, which may not be so good. So neither man is inspiring total confidence. As for Hillary Clinton and Rick Lazio, this campaign is all about Hillary. Congressman Lazio has not made a deep impression because he has not been able to convince voters that he is the intellectual weight to be a senator. The only reason Lazio is still in the hunt is because Mrs. Clinton is a dishonest person, and 50% of New Yorkers resent that. The other 50% are either in denial or don't care. Mrs. Clinton has avoided all tough venues and is waging a Marie Antoinette campaign. She feels she's entitled to the job simply because she's Hillary. Her experience in government has been disastrous, and she is ruthless and conniving. It will be New York's shame if she wins. Summing up, millions of Americans are voting against someone this year, and that's not the way it should be. Only you can change this deplorable spin-filled political climate we have right now in America, and I believe you'll do it. It will just take a little time. And that's a memo. Now for the top story tonight, we have three of the finest pollsters in the country with us with the very latest presidential election information. We begin with John Zogby in Washington, D.C., whose poll is just out. We can't give you the exact numbers because Mr. Zogby's under contract to another entity. But Al Gore is up by 2, you say, over Governor Bush?
Yeah, the last 3 days have been trending toward Gore, and that's as of 3 o'clock this afternoon. However, we're polling till midnight tonight, and it's been hard to develop a 4-day trend since this race has begun.
You know what I saw? I've been studying the polls, and I saw how it's broken down into the mass of people, registered voters, likely voters, and rock-solid voters. And we know that the inside the Bush campaign, they say rock-solid voters, 6 up for Bush. Have you heard that, and is there any validity to it?
I heard that, and I don't know about the validity. I go after likely voters, and of course, the voters get more and more likely, and the sample gets better and better the later you go. That's why we'll be polling until midnight tonight. That's how I choose to do it.
Okay, now when you say you're polling till midnight, is that every hour on the hour, or your next poll will be released at midnight?
No, it'll be released after midnight and to the client, and then it'll be posted tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning. Okay.
Tomorrow morning.
So this is basically a tie. You got a tie going on, Mr. Zogby, correct?
Basically, yeah. Certainly well within.
That's annoying. We want to know who's going to win on the eve of the election, you know?
So do I.
And it's just impossible to say, huh?
It really is. It's, you know, both candidates are equally acceptable and equally unacceptable to voters. I happen to agree with your talking points memo. I think that, you know, there's a positive room for polling, for message, and focus groups to hone a message, but to develop a message and not speak from your heart by using focus groups, no, I certainly disagree with that.
I believe both of these candidates have been guilty to that to some extent, Now, you also have a Hillary Clinton-Lazio, and we can put the numbers up there, so let's do that right now. The Zogby poll has Mrs. Clinton 48, Lazio 46, but a dead heat with a margin of error, correct?
That's right. And getting even tighter, if you can imagine that, as each hour progresses. Basically, you had a low point for Lazio, a high point for Mrs. Clinton, Thursday and Friday of last week. Just some boneheaded decisions, the 500,000 phone calls linking Mrs. Clinton with...
But you know, Mrs. Clinton did something equally as dumb by saying Rick Lazio had nothing to do with the breast cancer stuff, which was equally as dumb as the trying to link Mrs. Clinton to the... They're both dumb. I don't know what they're doing in there, but...
I certainly agree with that. But yeah, since that time, it's been trending Lazio, but way too close to call.
But everybody's voting against Hillary or for Hillary. She should probably just run by herself here, right?
Essentially, I don't know that Lazio's done a good enough job defining himself as anything but that guy who's running against Hillary.
I read somewhere where 45% of Rick Lazio's 46% say the primary reason they're voting for him is because they don't like Hillary. Is that possible?
It's very possible. If you look at it this way, within a week after Lazio got into the race, he was tied with Hillary at 44-44, and that for most of the time since, he's been locked at about 43 to 45. Until just the last couple of days, there seems to be a break towards him.
All right. Now, we're going to have another local poll, a local New York State poll coming up. But as we have mentioned before, Mr. Zogby has been right on the mark and is very accurate. He's got both races tied, and we know how tired you are, and we really appreciate it, John, coming on the program.
Good to talk to you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Up next, state by state, we'll have the latest Rasmussen poll on who's going to win the presidential race where you live, the Electoral College, when we come back.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテインメントが待っている。
Fox Tuesday。
夜9時、狙われたダーナ。ストーカーは誰だ？スヌープス。夜10時、最近汚染の疑いで緊急避難。シカゴホープ。夜11時、少女時代の記憶が殺人を引き起こしたボストン弁護士ファイルザ・プラクティス。夜9時、驚異のパワーを持つロシアの怪人。彼は本当に人間なのか。エクストラオーディナリー。夜10時、美しい妻には夫の知らない裏の顔があった。 ジェームズ・スペイダー主演のサスペンススリラー FOX ムービー水曜日に抱かれる女。
Fox Thursday。
夜9時、ひょんなことからホーマーが宇宙飛行士に。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、留学生に恋したザンダー、でも正体はインカのミイラ。バキー恋する十字架。夜11時、記憶をなくした少女、宇宙人の仕業か X ファイル。胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている。エンターテイメントが待っている。
Fox Tuesday。
スヌープス、シカゴホープ、ザ・プラクティス。
Fox Wednesday。
エクストラオーディナリー、フォックスムービー水曜日に抱かれる女。
Fox Thursday。
シンプソンズ、バフィー恋する十字架 X ファイル。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもうフォックスしかない。
Continuing now with our election eve coverage, the Rasmussen Group is watching the presidential race state by state, and joining us now from Charlotte, North Carolina, is its president, Scott Rasmussen. Again, we can't thank you enough for, we know how busy you are. You wanted to comment on my talking points memo you told me in a break?
Yes, we've had some data that we've just uncovered that really supports the points you were making about how far away from the voters both of these candidates have become. George Bush and the Republicans have talked an awful lot about cutting taxes, and yet we asked the question, if the Republicans win the White House and the Senate, will they actually deliver and cut taxes? And only about 40% of Americans say yes, they will.
Wow.
There is just a great cynicism and distrust of both of these candidates that it's not that they're thought of as evil people, it's just they're thought of as politicians.
Yeah,
and that
I know.
focus group-driven attitude is really coming back to haunt a lot of our leaders.
It's got to stop. And, you know, if you take out the emotional question, I understand from your research that both Buchanan and Nader poll a lot higher, but people won't vote for them because they're afraid of one of the other main candidates winning. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are all kinds of reasons people will cast their votes for or against somebody. The third-party candidates do tend to do a little better if you said, you know, who do you really want to be our president?
Who do you really want to win? All right, now let's go. I think Florida is a key to Bush's fortunes. What are we seeing down in Florida?
We're seeing in Florida right now Governor Bush with a 2 or 3 point edge, doing a little bit better in the last week or so. You know, he's obviously in trouble there. The state has been becoming more Democratic over the last decade in all of its trends, and also the Social Security issue hurts Governor Bush in Florida more than anywhere else in the country. And so that state is close. The polls there close at 7 o'clock. If he wins that at 7 o'clock, we'll think he's in pretty good shape to become our next president.
Yeah, we're going to call that race tomorrow on The Factor, probably within minutes after, because of the sophisticated data that you guys have now. I mean, we're going to know.
Right.
Let's put the map up of the country, and I want you to pinpoint, Mr. Rasmussen, other key states here for both candidates, if you would.
Well, the next thing that we'll see tomorrow night after 7 o'clock will be at 7:30. West Virginia's polls will close. If Governor Bush takes West Virginia, and especially if he does so by a convincing margin, you might begin to think that he's going to have a very big night, because that's a state that, while our polls have shown him a little bit ahead, nobody really believes a Republican can win there. So that'll be a key. The real big time, though, is 8 o'clock. And at 8 o'clock, we see Michigan, Pennsylvania, Missouri. All of these states will have their polls closed. And at that point, we'll really have a very clear understanding of who the next president is going to be. I would expect that Governor Bush will take either Michigan or Pennsylvania.
Wow.
I think he'll also take Wisconsin.
Really? Well, let me stop you now. I'm really surprised about Michigan, because over the weekend the polls showed him Bush running behind there.
Well, yeah, I think either Michigan or Pennsylvania. I think one of the things we're seeing is there are more people who are beginning to identify themselves as Republicans than we saw even a week or two ago.
Really?
And so I'm not quite sure. And I'm not. This is not going to be a runaway in any of these places. But my sense of the race is Governor Bush is still ahead. We actually have him up by 7 points nationally. And if he wins by anything, anywhere between where Bill Clinton's 5.5 point margin in his first victories to the 7.5 point margin that Clinton won by in '96, that most of these toss-up states will fall Governor Bush's direction.
Yeah, and that's what the Bush campaign's internal polling shows, which is why they've kept the governor pretty much under wraps. I mean, he's campaigned, but they've kept him away. No last-minute media blitz, as Al Gore is doing. In fact, Al Gore gave an interview to Alan Colmes. You'll see that right after The Factor tonight on the radio. Any last words on this?
Well, the other surprises we might see may come in the Senate. If Bill McCollum wins the Senate in Florida, or if Franks wins in New Jersey, those will be early indications the Republicans will have a good night all around the country.
Yeah. Well, I think Franks will win in New Jersey. Corzine is, trying to buy his way in. That never works. Florida, again, Florida is really the key to a lot of things. So you Floridians get out there and vote on either side. Mr. Rasmussen, we will see you tomorrow night on The Factor for analysis, and we appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you.
Okay, and when we come back, the up-to-the-minute polls on Hillary Lazio within New York State. Very interesting. Right back with it.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith. Powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Combs, Paula Zahn. Powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Movietone brings you exciting action highlights of high spots in sports for 1948. The Grand National at Aintree. 43 starters taking the jumps. The jumps taking some of the starters along a 4.5-mile way studded with 30 hazardous leaps and dotted with spectacular spills and daring brushes with disaster. At Santa Anita, harness racers get away in the Pomona Pace, and the gated performers stride along in the usual fashion. But tragedy stalks the course, and Movietone's cameraman records one of the most dramatic shots of all time, catching Jerry Kirby as he collapses at the reins, a 62-year-old pilot who'll never drive again. An empty seat and a bewildered horse. The Kentucky Derby. And they're off, the country's classiest 3-year-olds in a 1.25-mile test of top thoroughbreds starting at present Coal Town, setting a blistering pace. But as the field moves along into the far turn, a horse named Citation begins to move, catches his stablemate, and under Eddie Arcaro's urging takes it all in the run for the Roses. Together they took the Triple Crown. Successor to Man o' War, that's Citation.
Side 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Channel B.
Channel B.
Channel B. Channel B.
Check it out now. Channel B. 24時間 100% music. US, UK のトップヒット on air. Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch.
What does the V stand for?
Channel B.
Continuing now with our election eve look at events across the country. The second highest profile race is Hillary Clinton versus Rick Lazio for the Senate seat in New York. The race is tight, at least according to the Marist College poll just out today. Let's throw those numbers up. With us now is Dr. Lee Miringoff, director of the Marist Institute for Public Opinion, and you have it. Hillary Clinton 49, Rick Lazio 45. Well, a dead heat, but Mrs. Clinton's got a little room there, right?
A little breathing room, but statistically, these things are close. And the question is, do the Hillary haters show up more than the Hillary lovers? And if that group shows up more, then Rick Lazio could rule the day in the final accounting. It's just that close.
Yeah, so is this the closest race that you've seen? Because you're a New York pollster.
The whole thing is close. I mean, New York is close. We're just talking about the presidency. I mean, that's close. I'm not sure we're going to know. The Senate race we'll probably know tomorrow night, but I'm not sure the presidency is going to be determined with all the absentee ballots in the West West Coast time zone change.
That'll be interesting to see now.
This thing could get a little late.
Mrs. Clinton, it seems to me, has two advantages here. Number one, the Gore is going to carry New York big. There's no question about it. Governor Bush didn't even campaign here. And Lieberman has helped in New York across the board. It's upstate New York that's going to decide this election,
and
correct?
We've seen a little movement towards undecided, a little softening in her support. Rick Lazio, look, he knows that. He's got to get a big vote upstate.
Right.
And in the last couple of days, he's been touring up there. And I think right now it's the kind of situation where, I mean, how many synonyms for too close, dead heat can you come up with?
But Lazio, he made an interesting decision. Rather than trying to define himself in the media, which he has not done. He was here one time. We invited him, of course. But he's basically running, saying, look, vote for me because she's terrible.
The anybody but Hillary vote gets you into the 40s.
Wow.
The problem for Rick Lazio has been to get that other 5%.
He can't get 5% on his own?
Well, he hasn't been able. He has not told us enough why he's wants to run for the Senate, what he would do as a senator. The debates have been on the attack, on the attack, on the attack. His ads have been on the attack. Not that she's shy either.
Right.
But I'm saying he needed to, when people start to say, okay, maybe I won't vote for Hillary, let me take a look at this guy.
Give me a reason, Rick.
I'm still...
Give me a reason.
And he's only told us what we already know. She's not from New York.
Right.
And you don't like her.
Right.
That's nothing new.
You see, I think they made a dreadful mistake by not going on every, not just national like The Factor, but all the local shows and all of that. And but he's not afraid of the press like she is.
No.
You can get him.
But the strategy was to rev up your base, but not to reach out. And I'm not sure that there's enough in his base to win the day. It's close. They may prove very smart in the end. We'll see Wednesday morning.
Doctor, thanks very much. As always, we appreciate it.
My pleasure. Going to be a fun night tomorrow, I think.
And now let's go to London, England, where Dick Morris is analyzing the election for the BBC. Dick, so you heard about the polls? What do you think?
Well, the first thing is that the insight that we discussed on the show on Friday, that nobody else had really focused on, I think has been proven true. This was Al Gore's lost weekend. Finally, for the first time, he got his message together. He focused on the Social Security issue. He pounded away. But it was as if the microphone was taken out of his hands, because all anybody talked about all weekend was DUI. And we know from the Gallup poll, 87% said it didn't make a difference, and 41% to 41% people break even on whether Gore instigated that. So the point is that when Al Gore should have been on message, catching up and closing that 3 to 5 point gap that he had, the lead that Bush had, he wasn't able to get his message out because the negatives on Bush, the seeming negative of DUI, jammed it. And DUI was not enough to stop George Bush's momentum and elect Al Gore, but it was the only thing anyone talked about for 3 days.
So you think that Bush is going to win tomorrow? And remember, both my predictions and your predictions have been equally abysmal, but you're calling it for Bush?
Yeah, I think Bush is going to win. I think that, all this focus on states is kind of ridiculous. Let me explain why. If you go back to 1945 and you look at every election, the states more or less finish in the same order, okay? That is, the percent that vote Democrat, more or less, is the same list of states, one after the other. If you ranked them most Democrat to most Republican, the list would be pretty much the same year after year with a few minor differences. California is always going to be more Republican than New York. Pennsylvania is always going to be more Republican than California. Ohio is always going to be pretty much your break-even state. Then you're going to have Tennessee, then you're going to have Florida, then you have Indiana, all on the Republican side of the fence. And if a Republican is going to win this election by 1 point or 2 points, he's going to carry Ohio, he's going to carry New Jersey, and he might or might not carry Michigan and Pennsylvania. If he wins the race by 3 or 4 points, he's going to win Michigan and Pennsylvania, but he won't win California. If he wins the race by 5 or 6 points, he's going to win California. If he wins the race by 10 or 11 points, he's going to win New York. And these individual state polls you're looking at don't have large enough sample sizes, and they're not recent enough to give you the same kind of understanding of what's going to happen as the national polls.
So why do you think Bush is going to win?
Go with the national polls and kind of forget the state polls.
All right. So you're basing your opinion on what the national polls, and we must tell you again that also inside the Bush campaign, they have themselves up by 5 or 6 points. Now, let's go to Hillary and Lazio.
Zombie's poll is the only one that shows Gore ahead, I think.
Right. Let's go...
I think that on the...
Hillary Lazio.
I think in the New York Senate race, It's going to be very close. I'm not sure the presidential race will be that close. I think Bush may win it by a little bit. But in the New York race, it's going to be very close. But I think Lazio is at this point more likely to win it than Hillary. Because if Hillary's at 48%, or even at 49%, or even at 50%, a lot of her vote are minorities, a lot of her who have no real reason to vote in the presidential race. Gore is going to carry New York heavily, and it isn't up for grabs, and Bush isn't the kind of figure that makes minority voters hang around the polls for hours making sure that they can vote. He's not a scare figure like Giuliani or like Ronald Reagan was. And the anti-Hillary people are very focused on voting. And I think in a certain sense, when in your previous segment, when you talked about the idea that Hillary is running against herself, that is the right strategy for Lazio, because nobody can run against themselves in America today and win. You have to do a coalition of people that are going to vote for you and against your opponent. And Hillary has not succeeded in painting Lazio as a pro-life, right-wing, anti-gun control nut. And she needed to do that so that she could make up for her own lack of popularity with 2 or 3 points of anti-Lazio voters, and I don't think she's done that.
All right, Dick Morris in London, thank you very much. And of course, we only a matter of hours here. Thanks very much, Dick. Plenty more to come as the fact it continues as the election eve. We'll take you to the Bush campaign and Gore campaign to see what's going on there. And we'll talk to 2 very powerful politicians about tomorrow's vote, and we hope you stay tuned.
Fox News Channel, powerful all day. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, bringing the world to you, making the issues clearer. Powerful hour to hour. Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Breaking stories, aggressive coverage. Powerful all day, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
Kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this ready or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
ザンダーが恋した相手は
あなたが好き。
古代の眠りから覚めた美少女。
ウィロは大事だ。一番の友達さ。つまりキスを考える対象にはならない。
切ない思いは地獄のキスへと変わる。
よせ！生きたいなら俺の命を奪え。
バフィー恋する十字架、木曜夜10時 on Fox。
In the personal story segment tonight, Energy Secretary Bill Richardson, an enthusiastic Democrat who was on a short list of vice presidential contenders until the oil price hike kicked in. Not the secretary's fault, but that's politics. Secretary Richardson joins us now from Washington. And before we get to the politics, Mr. Secretary, just give the folks an update on the heating oil situation.
Well, Bill, the good news is that gasoline prices went down again 2 cents nationally in every region of the country, about $1.53 average. We see that gasoline price in the next few months gradually going down. That's good news. Home heating oil, I think we've averted a potential supply disruption on the East Coast with the president's decision to release the swap on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We're still going to have some problems. Stocks are still low, but I think we've avoided a real problem. Home heating oil prices, natural gas prices, nonetheless, will go up a bit. But
about 25% over last year, you think?
Maybe not that high, but they will go up. But I think we've stabilized the energy situation.
All right.
Prices are still too high, but...
well, hopefully you do and work this thing out. Now, one of Al Gore's weak points is a perceived lack of energy policy by the Clinton administration. That fair?
That's not fair, Bill. When you really look at the Republican charges, what they want to do is they want to drill in Alaska domestic oil and gas production there in Anwar, which is ecologically extremely sensitive. It's going to take about 7 years to get that moving. First of all, we've got a package in the Congress that apparently has died that has tax credits for energy efficiency, domestic oil and gas production, that the Republicans failed to act. Even with oil and gas, even the Bush oil and gas, they failed to move these tax credits. So I think it's unfair. The situation has stabilized. We've got Al Gore having recommended to the president the use of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. I think that was a wise decision.
But isn't it politics? You know, I know the bill you're talking about, and it is dead in Congress right now. I don't like the fact that politics is being played on both sides with the folks' wallets. You know what I mean? 25% hit to working Americans whose salaries are not going to go up more than 3% on average. That's a tough hit to take. And I'm seeing politics being played on all sides here. Am I wrong?
Well, Bill, it's gotten politicized. Energy policy shouldn't be politicized because, if anything, energy prices do contribute to a consumer's wallet, to potential recession and inflation, although not as bad as before. But I think the reality is I think President Clinton deserves some credit for having stabilized a potentially very, very serious
Why didn't he head it off in the
situation.
beginning? You see, if I were president and OPEC said to me, I'm going to cut production, I would have been right over there on my jet plane and said, no, you're not. No, you're not.
Bill, Bill, the reality is I'm not going to give myself credit, but I will.
But you weren't there, Mr. Secretary. It wasn't your fault. You weren't in the Department of Energy at the time, but Mr. Clinton didn't do anything, didn't say anything to the American people. My second move would have said, hey, cut back 10% on your gasoline consumption because these guys are trying to hurt us over there. See, there was nothing said. Nobody did. Everybody's buying the SUVs and pulling up and all of this. You cut back consumption by 10% in this country and put the heat on OPEC right away, I think you avert this. Am I wrong?
But, Bill, we did increase production by OPEC by quiet diplomacy and the president's diplomacy by 4 million barrels per day. The problem has been one of the downsides of the booming economy is in the last few years, Americans have 14% more energy demand.
Yeah.
Cars, faxes.
But we didn't go on a cut back, cut back, cut back. See, I didn't see President Clinton on the air going, cut back, or we're all going to get hosed. He should have done that.
Well, Bill, but the president did propose tax credits for buying more efficient cars and solar homes and alternative sources of energy and having the government cut down on energy consumption. So the president did try. The Congress wasn't there.